I'm sitting in a restaurant, sitting at this long table, and in front of me there are a variety of dishes. And I'm hungry and I love food, I love eating, and I like all the things that are being served. However, there are so many choices. I can't make up my fucking mind. I've got decision fatigue. I don't know what I want anymore. I'm hungry, but I just don't even want to eat. I don't want any of this. And I feel sick to my stomach. And here's the thing, I built the restaurant. I built this buffet. I designed the menu. I bought all the food. I cooked all the food. I plated it. I set it all out. I've got customers coming. They're eating the food. And yes, I eat at my own restaurant. You know, why not? Let's just go with it. Let's just go with this analogy here. And they all come for something. You know, some of them want a bit of everything. Some of them want just one thing. But they all come to eat here. You know, they like what I'm serving. And some of them are really easygoing and are just happy with whatever is there. And some people are really demanding and let me know, you know, in any opportunity that they wish I would make this one meal. And why don't I make this one meal? And why don't I make more of this? And why am I doing this? And I want people to be happy and I want people to feel satisfied and fulfilled. And I want to as well. But I'm sitting here like, this is not the restaurant that I wanted. I have this vision. So imagine the restaurant now, all cleared out and dark. And in the center of the room, there is a low-hanging light, like a dining room light. Kind of interrogation room vibes, a little bit, but, you know, romantic. And there's a small table under the light, and there's 2 chairs. And on the table, there is one meal. And I walk up to the table and I sit down in one chair. And you walk up directly opposite, sit down at the other chair. And we share this meal together. And we enjoy it together and we have good conversation and laughter and connection. And we build this rapport and we have this intimate experience. And then you leave satisfied. And there's a lineup out the door. And the next person comes in, but it's just one at a time and we have this intimate experience. And it's one meal. You know, the details of that meal might change, but it's one meal. And I can put my love into every meal. And there's no rush, there's no schedule, you know, I have to create this meal at a certain time. It's just, you know, when I make it. And then you show up when you're hungry for it. And we enjoy that meal together. Because yeah, it's even though I'm cooking it, I do enjoy that experience too. And I want to share that with you. That's what I want. What that's going to take is a lot of dismantling, a lot of renovating. And it's tough because there's that sunk cost fallacy, right? We feel like, you know, we've put so much time and effort and money and whatever, energy, love into something that it would be a waste to just stop and do something else. But really the waste is continuing doing something that's not right for us. You know, we have one life. And how do we want to live it? I don't want to live it always feeling like there's this semi-truck on my heels or like I always have to do more. And all of this I have created. That's the thing. And the other part of it is, you know, in this town, there are all these different restaurants. And most of the restaurants are buffets, and those are the ones that are successful. And so that's the formula, right? You know, you do all the things, provide all the things, you know, reach all the people, right? Provide all the options. But that's the hustle, that's the grind, right? I would rather enjoy the grind of just making one meal with love. You know, I watch all these interviews with different YouTubers, and some of them who create a video, upload it, and then disappear until the next one. I love that. I want that. Some of them who have deleted all their social media apart from YouTube or wherever they post their videos. They just work on their craft. I love that. The artist, the creator. Not the social media guru or influencer or, I don't know, it's become such a mess online. And this is the hard part, is being online is amazing. The connections that we can build are amazing to have that opportunity. But for some of us, the introverts, the really creative types who need time and space and need to protect their energy, it can be incredibly draining. And that's how I'm feeling right now. Like, I've built this and I feel totally drained by a lot of it. And I know that if I can dismantle that restaurant that I've created and design it to be much simpler and much more focused and much more streamlined, and just to make that one meal and put my heart into every meal that I make, I will love this again. I'll feel excited again. And that's what I wanted from the beginning. But I didn't know what I was doing in the beginning, and I thought I had to do all the things and serve all the food, and I thought I needed all the pieces because no one knew me. And now, I mean, some people know me. I still feel fairly anonymous online. It's kind of weird. But I just want to make videos. I just want to make videos, and I want to put my heart into every one that I make and not feel like I'm on some schedule or I have to just churn out content or repurpose content or, expand my reach or, I don't know, take up all the real estate online that I can take up so people remember me, so I'm top of mind and all this stuff. It's like, fuck. Yeah, that's how you grow a business and do all the things, but fuck. It's killing my creative spirit. I'm 48, and how do I want to live my life? How do I want to live my life? Not like this. Not with that semi-truck on my heels, not feeling pulled in so many fucking directions that, a lot of them I've set up all the things. And I see so many people struggling with this. People who have built something and then feel stuck. Like, what the fuck do I do? I don't want any of this. It's taken on a life of its own. There's so many complicated moving parts. What do I do? It's like, fuck. Burn it all. Move to Greece. I don't know. I want it simpler. I also want to have time for the things that are important to me, and I feel like there's so many things that I'm doing that I can't do the things that I really want to do, even though I'm doing things that I want to do. I don't know. But I got to make changes. So I've started the process of dismantling this restaurant in order to redesign it. And it's going to be a lot of work. That's the thing. To simplify, we do need to make a big mess at first. Renovations are really messy. If you've ever renovated your home, you know what I'm talking about. It's a big fucking mess, right? But there's something beautiful on the other side of it. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm doing. And I like to be transparent with you, and open with you about what I'm going through and what I'm doing. And I've realized, like, I can't keep going the way I'm doing things because I will just keep burning out again and again and again. And some of that burnout has been from, life events and life stressors that were beyond my control. But a lot of this now, it's stuff that is totally within my control. And I just have to take that step of, making those changes no matter what. And it's hard when you've put so much time, love, effort, money into something. It's so hard to change it, but it's important. And I know it's going to be good for me, and it's going to be good for you too. So we'll see what's next. That's my plan for now and for 2024, and simplifying. Really focusing on what matters. There's these exercises you can do to figure this shit out. You make a list of the top 20 things you need to be doing to build whatever. So for me, if I want to build the karate shrimp, what are the top 20 things I need to be doing to build that up? What are the things I need to be working on and doing on a regular basis? And then you go through that list and you pick the 5 that are the most important, and you focus on those 5, and everything else, the other 15, you never do. You never do. And I don't know how many things I have on that list. I've done this exercise and holy shit, it's hard. It's hard to whittle it down to just 5. But man, is it exhilarating when you can do that, and when you make that decision to do that, it's like, yes. Serenity on the other side, I don't know. Breathing room, time to think. Yeah, I feel pretty overwhelmed. So I'm making changes, and I will still be here. I'm never going to stop making videos, and that's the thing, is I need to make these changes so that I don't quit. Because I will burn out again and again and again if I don't make these changes. So, video forever. The rest, we shall see. And it's not just with the karate shrimp, it's other parts of my life too. Like, I just feel this, like, I don't know, clock ticking. Maybe it's, losing parents. Maybe it's getting older. I don't know what it is, but like, fuck. I want to enjoy my life, and enjoy the time I have with my kids, enjoy the time I have working on creative projects. I want to be able to touch grass, more. Online stuff is tough. And yeah, I'm an introvert. I need space. I need space and time by myself, and I need to get offline a lot more often. So I have this vision, and I'm going to make it happen. So Happy New Year to you, or almost Happy New Year. I hope you have a good one, and I will see you again in 2024. All the best. Hey, I want to check in with you. I've been sick. I've had a fever. I lost weight from not eating. I've had this nasty cough. I've been wanting to film, and I haven't been feeling good, so it's been hard to figure out a time to do it. So I'm just going to do it today. I was struggling. I have been. I still am with a lot of stuff. I had a lot of people reach out after my last podcast video and say, hey, what can I do to help? What can we do for you? And honestly, I want to remind you of this, and acknowledge this for myself too, that it's okay to feel stuck. And I think there's so much value in feeling stuck, because otherwise there is no reason to change. There's no reason to make any change in our life if we're feeling okay all the time. So it's like that, hitting rock bottom can be so motivating for people, where it's like survive or die, right? Like, I had my sister's first husband. He passed away years ago, but he had this scare in his early 30s. He found out he had a faulty valve in his heart, and he had to get a mechanical valve put in. We used to joke around with him because when the blood flowed through it, you could hear this tick, 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 ticking sound. But he had been, up to that point, not very healthy, and quite overweight, not eating well, not exercising, and wanting to make a change, but whatever, I'm fine. But then he had this health scare with needing this valve, like it was like emergency kind of situation, and he thought he was going to die, and it was like a rock bottom, holy shit, fuck, what am I going to do moment for him, where it's like he's having to get open heart surgery, and it scared the shit out of him. And that was the thing that got him like, okay, I'm changing my life. And he did it, where it's like, I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to eat better, I'm going to exercise, I'm going to take care of myself, I'm not going to take any of this for granted anymore. And he was successful, and it was that rock bottom feeling, right, that survive or die for him. And unfortunately, years later, he got back into his old habits again, and we did end up losing him, I think it can be really hard when your environment supports a certain lifestyle. It can be really hard to change, or like if you don't have the good habits in place or you don't have support for those habits, it's so easy to fall back into the old ones, right? But that rock bottom feeling, like it can be incredibly motivating for people where, let's say you have 20 pounds to lose, it's not affecting your health. You don't love your body, but you're like, well, whatever. You can just kind of tolerate it. But if you had 100 pounds or 200 pounds or whatever to lose, and like your doctor's like, lose the weight or die, if it's affecting your health, holy shit, that's motivating. You'll be like, well, okay, I have to, or I'm dead, right? And some people don't. That's not motivation enough, unfortunately, but for a lot of people that is like, hitting rock bottom or having that, oh fuck, moment of realizing like I am stuck and I don't like this feeling and there are consequences to this. That's a huge incentive then. There's a huge incentive for changing. So for me, struggling with stuff, it's been like, I don't want people to help me because I see so much value in sitting with those feelings. Because otherwise, what's the reason to change? There is none, right? If everything's fine, there's no reason to change. Like if you have a job that you hate, but it's not terrible, and like you're getting good pay, and it's like, well, it's a toxic work environment, but I'm not being abused. I'm not, I'm getting food on the table and that kind of thing. It can be hard to change. You need to have that, oh fuck, moment of like, no, like my boss is an asshole, or I'm not making enough money, or, and then you have things that you want to do instead that you could do that would bring you so much joy. You need to have that, oh fuck, I hate this feeling to get off your ass and make a change, right? You need to have those crappy feelings. So I do see that there's value in that. And I don't want my channel to be all about like, my own personal diary online here. That's not what this is. But I do see that there's value in sharing stuff. And I think a lot of what we see online is so curated, it's so fake, and people really are craving people being real. And that's what I love. I love when I watch a YouTuber or listen to a podcast or whatever, and I see someone being real and vulnerable, I think, yeah, fuck yeah. Rather than those people who are like, I'm awesome and my life is perfect and yeah, I'm this much, I'm above you, I'm better than you because of it, because I got my shit together. I hate that. And I think, yeah, bullshit. I call bullshit. You're human. You're struggling with something, right? So I really value vulnerability and transparency, and I want to be like that with you. I don't want to make this all about me though. I really don't. But I want you to know, like, I want to help you. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I started this channel. And I really do have to think though, like, if that oxygen mask is falling and I'm trying to give it to you, but I don't have any oxygen for me, I can't do it. I can't help you. So I need to be in a good place to help you, even if that means I'm still struggling, but I need to have an awareness of that and what I need to do to work on that. And I want to share that with you because I think there is value in being real. And I do think, the more that we open up about this stuff, the better we can problem solve. We can start a dialogue like, well, what did you do? How did you get through it when you're struggling with stuff? How do you get off your ass and do your training even when you're feeling anxious or you're feeling depressed? How do you do that? What do you do? How did you get out of bed this morning? Like, what motivates you, or what was the change for you, or like a good day versus a bad day for you? What's the difference there? What have you learned? And I think when we start having those, those conversations, we can help each other, right? But it starts with being real and honest, not like, oh, I got my shit together and life's great all the time. It's like, yeah, fuck you. I don't want to hear that. I want to hear what, like, people being real, like, no, I'm having a hard time. I'm feeling stuck. It's like, yeah, let's talk about that. Because that's part of what it is to be human, right? Life is pain, life is struggle. And I think that's just the way life is. In the wild, that's the way life is. It's not an easy ride. It's not supposed to be. But I think it's also because of that, life is beautiful. And I think I had a conversation with a friend the other day about death and talking about the idea of living forever. And for me, that's horrifying. Like I know when things are going well all the time, I get into this, I don't know, I get this apathy. Like I don't appreciate things as much. And I think that's part of what's been going on for me lately is I don't have any big crisis to deal with. I don't have any big challenge, and I need that. I need that. Part of me needs that. Not so much of it that I end up being burnt out, but I need that to appreciate the good stuff. And like if life went on forever, well, like we need the finite nature of life to appreciate it, where like every moment is precious, every day is precious because it's not a given. You know, we could die at any moment. We are going to lose everybody we love. They're going to lose us. And like for me, I don't know, I've had people talk about that with me and say like, you know, you've got this darkness in you. And I've had that since losing my dad when I was 10. It taught me a lot about life. And yeah, I do have this darkness, and I've been drawn, like ever since then, I was drawn to horror movies and novels and really dark shit, and lots of, you know, philosophical, existential thinking and conversations. And I love that stuff. And that's part of who I am. But the big picture there is that I've accepted it. I've accepted the darkness in myself and the darkness in as part of existence, the absurdity of life. I've accepted that. I've accepted loss as part of that. I've accepted death as part of that. And sometimes it scares me, but sometimes it's like, oh, it's all fucking absurd. And so I can create my own meaning. It's liberating because I can create my own meaning in my life. And because it is so absurd, it's like, well, that can free me from like taking myself so seriously, taking life so seriously. I can laugh at it. I can joke. I find my sense of humor is better. I have a much more lighthearted view of life and of myself when I've accepted that darkness and the absurdity and all the pain as part of it. It's like, well, that's the way it is, and that's okay. We can still find beauty, and we can still laugh, and we can still have fun, and you know, so how can I make the most of this time that I have on earth? Part of that is I want to help people, and I want to connect with people. That's the big thing, is connection. I think we need that, and we need to feel heard and understood, and I want you to know that I'm here and I see you. Well, I don't actually see you, but I do. I feel you. I feel you through the screen. I do. And that's why I make videos. I need to be okay though, or okay enough, or aware of when I'm not okay so that I can be here for you. So that's what I've been going through. And I don't need help. I mean, part of it is I'm stubborn and I like to do things on my own, but I don't need help because I don't want help, because I want to feel it. I want to feel that dissonance and say, okay, well, how can I change my life so I'm living according to my values and living the way I want to live? Part of it is that connection, feeling connected, and also like just not experiencing that disconnect myself. Like I find real struggle for me with doing this online thing. Part of it is like ethical concerns, and part of it is just knowing myself. Like I held back from getting a cell phone until I was 40 years old. I'm 48 now, not 44. 48. When I was 40, I got a phone. 40, 41, somewhere in there, because my mom got cancer. And I was, an hour highway drive away from her, and I realized I need to be able to contact her I need to be able to hear from her if something happens. But I didn't want a cell phone because I knew how addictive they are, and I have an issue with screens and too much screen time, and like I was already struggling with certain things like TV and internet, and I was, married to someone who was like addicted to screens and always on their phone and always watching TV, and who grew up in a family that always had the TV on, and I hated that. And I would bargain, like, because I, not necessarily some moral stance on watching TV or screen time, but like I know that when I have too many screens on, or I spend too much time in front of a screen, I get that disconnect, that dissociation, right? And I don't feel present in my life, and I get like caught up in my head and in my thoughts too much, and I get into weird places and spaces that I don't want to be. and I don't feel authentic and I don't feel real anymore. It's kind of strange, and I'm sure some of you can, you might be able to relate to this. But so I was in that kind of marriage where it's like so much screen time and like trying to have a conversation, someone's on their phone all the time. It's like we don't have that much time. And maybe because I've come from a place of like losing so many people in my life, and I realize how precious that time is and how precious those moments are with people. And I don't want to miss a second. I don't want to be on my phone when I could be having a special connection, like a moment with my kid or kids or with you or with my cat or with, I want to be there for all those moments because we don't have very many of them. And so part of it is like I have this online thing that I've created, and so I'm looking at screens a lot. I'm on my phone a lot, and I hate it. It's so addictive. And I really think like human brains were wired for addiction because we're wired to seek dopamine, right? So we seek these things that give us a hit of dopamine, whether it's alcohol or drugs or porn or gambling or online shopping or social media. Social media is designed, it's engineered, these apps are engineered to be addictive, right? They're engineered to target that part of our brain that, where we're getting that dopamine release and we want more and more and more of that. And it fucking sucks. I hate it. So I'm creating this online thing, and I struggle with the screen time. And so I'm trying to like navigate that and not feel this disconnect in my life. I don't want to be spending all my time staring at screens or replying to comments, replying to notifications, like, in that stream of notifications. And I have the ethical thing. I don't want that for you. I don't want you to have a life like that. So I struggle with this sometimes where I'm like, I want to create content that helps you. I don't want to be just another fucking reel or YouTube short or whatever on your feed as you're doom scrolling. I don't want to be contributing to that for you or for me. I don't want to be part of that because I see how toxic that is and how awful that is and how disconnected so many of us are. We go online because we want connection. Sometimes we want answers. We go on, we Google something, search something like how to do whatever, but a lot of the time we want connection. But the way these social apps are engineered, we're becoming more disconnected all the time. And I find that, like, I had, video go viral on Instagram a couple months ago or beginning of November. It fucked me up. I'm going to talk about that more in another video, but it really did fuck me up. And I lost weight. Like, I remember the first, I think it was 5 days, I lost 3 pounds. I was so stressed out. And like, oh, a viral video sounds awesome. Yeah, no, it fucking sucks. Because I wasn't prepared for it. I didn't know what to expect. And I was like, it's so addictive. Like that stream, that constant stream of notifications and DMs, and like, holy shit. My phone is still doing that. Like, it's still, ever since that video went viral, my Instagram has been, steadily increasing. I'm still getting that stream of notifications constantly. But I took a break from social media for a while, which is really good for me. So my DMs have died down a bit, so it's a lot more manageable now. And I've been able to, like, with taking a break, I've been able to become clear on my boundaries. It's funny, here's the thing with social media. We have this social pressure to go on there, and you have people like go on Facebook and say, hey, I'm taking a break. And you feel this pressure to go on there, so you feel like you have to announce that you're taking a break. Partly because there's this pressure to go on there, but also because that everyone's addicted. So they're not going to necessarily respect your boundaries, right? And if you don't say, hey, I'm taking a break, you're still going to get all the DMs, all the shares, and that's what I was finding. Actually, I took a break and I was still getting like this never ending stream of DMs and people share, and like, no offense, but people sending me shit. Like, here's a video, watch this, or here's a meme. Oh, I hope you're having a nice break from social media. Here's like 50 cat videos. Like, with these apps, they are addictive, and they're engineered to be. And we're also like, we're in this world now where we're all online, and this is what I struggle with, where we feel like we have to be constantly available. We're expected to be constantly available, and everything in our private life has to be public. Including like our schedule, our time, everything is like someone else owns us, like someone sends you a DM and you don't reply right away, that gets taken badly by a lot of people. Like a lot of people see that as a, oh, you don't like me or you're being rude or whatever, because we're caught in this like immediate nature of social media, like this immediacy, this like immediate gratification and this like quick action. And you get a notification, you have to, open your phone, you get a DM, you have to reply to it, and you have to be constantly available. And, you can't have a private life, you can't have privacy, or you're weird, you're a hermit, right? But like, we're not meant to be, like, our brains aren't like capable of handling this. Like living in this world where you're subjected to like this never-ending stream of videos and images and this constant comparison and like seeing what other people are doing, it fucks us up. It really does. And like here I am where I want to create content that helps you. I want to help you. I want to connect with you. That's why I'm doing this. But I see how toxic this can be, and I don't want to be part of that. And so I have to say, is the content that I'm making, is it actually of value, or am I just contributing to your doom scrolling? Am I contributing to you feeling this disconnect in your life and this dissonance between what you want and how you're living? Am I contributing to you being to like a lack of presence in your life where you're just like off in some world of like memes and whatever bullshit, and you're missing all the precious moments that you have that are right here, right now? I don't want to do that. I don't want to be part of that. You do matter to me, and I am here for you, and I'm going to be making a lot more videos, and I don't want this to be my online diary. I want this to be about you and helping you. That's why I'm doing this. And I think I lost my way a bit. I think I got kind of caught up in all the stuff that was happening in my life. I mean, understandably, there's a lot of sad stuff that happened, a lot of stressful stuff, but I forgot my reason for doing this. I forgot my why, and it really is to be there for you. So I'm doing what I can to get myself in a good place so that I can really be there for you. So yeah, I hope you're well, and we'll chat more soon. Our flight had been delayed for hours. When that plane finally took off, my mom and I were totally exhausted, but super excited. We had booked a tour in Egypt. This was a lifelong dream for both of us, and finally it was happening. This was November in 2010. We had just left Vancouver and we were heading to London. From there, we'd fly to Cairo for the start of our tour. About a half an hour into the flight, there was this massive bang, and the whole plane started shuddering. The cabin filled with smoke. Everyone was freaking out. The flight attendants were losing their shit. They had no idea what to do. It was the most terrifying experience of my life. So no one was telling us anything. My mom and I were just looking at each other, petrified. We finally just held hands and stared straight ahead at the seat in front of us, just waiting. We all thought we were gonna die. We had no idea what was going on. We all thought, we're fucking dead. All I could picture was the plane smashing on the Rockies, little bits of plane and bodies everywhere. This is all I could think about. The question in my head was, would I ever see my 5-year-old again? I'd never been away from my kid overnight before. This was the first time. And leaving the airport that day was really, really challenging. It was a teary goodbye. And I'm thinking, is this the last time I'm ever going to see my kid? So I'm sitting there with my mom, trying not to throw up from fear for what felt like hours. And then finally, the captain came on the intercom and he said something like, we're experiencing some difficulties. We've blown a motor, but we have 3 more. So we'll probably be fine. But we're going to have to dump fuel for the next while before we can safely land back in Vancouver at the airport. So for safety's sake, we had to fly around in circles, dropping fuel. So here we are, stuck on this plane, thinking, okay, we're probably fine, but none of us on that plane felt safe until that plane landed. So, and I remember looking at the plane when we got off. It was a British Airways flight, and on the side of the plane it said Dream Flight. Like, fucking nightmare. So we missed our tour and we rebooked it for a week later. And then a week later, we had to face this fear now of getting back on a plane. That experience actually turned into a phobia that persisted for me for about 9 years. I'll talk about that more later in this episode, and some other stuff that I've gone through, some other fears that I've faced. But what I've learned is, despite all the motivational posts online about fighting fear and getting rid of fear and all that, that's all bullshit. You cannot overcome fear. You cannot beat fear. You cannot kill fear. But the thing is, you don't actually have to. And fear often points us in the direction we need to go. So the big problem here is that fear holds us back from growing, from challenging ourselves, from self-actualizing, if that's something that you're interested in. And so we avoid doing things out of fear, right? But avoiding fear or something that brings up that fear response is really smart when it's actually a threat, right? But most often it's not actually a threat. We just get this fear response anyway. And our brain can't tell the difference between something that's actually a threat and something that's not that big of a deal. You know, whether it's a real threat or we're just imagining it to be, our brain can't tell the difference. And so what happens is we have this part of our brain, our amygdala, it's also known as our lizard brain, our reptilian brain. It's a really primitive part of our brain. And that part of our brain, it's there for survival, and it generates this fear response when it perceives a threat in our environment, right? So it's there to keep us alive. And so it's quick and reactive. It perceives a threat, and then you get this fear response, which stops you from, being in that situation and gets you out of that situation for survival. And, way back when, the way human beings used to live, that makes total sense. You're living in nature, you've got something chasing you, there's a real threat there. You get that fear response, you're gonna listen, right? But with our modern lifestyle, often, not always, but often that fear is kind of irrational. It comes up in situations that aren't a real threat to our survival. So what this part of our brain also does, though, is it protects us from making mistakes and from looking stupid. Because you think back to, again, way back when, the way humans used to live, if you did something stupid or foolish or whatever, like you could get kicked out of the group. If you did something that pissed people off, you could get kicked out of the group, and that would pose a very real threat to your survival, because then you're on your own in nature. Without the, that safety net of being in a group, being part of a community, you don't have other people helping keep you safe, right? Being in a community is a good survival mechanism, right? It's really smart for survival when you're living out in nature. So standing out, looking stupid, doing something dumb, pissing people off, that is a threat in that type of context. Nowadays, it's not really, but we still have this primitive part of our brain that's activated in certain situations. Our lizard brain tends to be activated when there's any kind of struggle, so like a fight or flight kind of situation, when there's attention on us. We don't like to stand out, right? When there's attention on you, you get that fear response. It also comes up when there's any kind of uncertainty, and also when there's any change, when there's something new that you're facing. So this can be, result in procrastination, right? Procrastination is about this part of our brain. Anytime there's a change, uncertainty, whatever, we procrastinate, and that comes from fear. That comes from our amygdala, right? So we tend to stay in our comfort zone to avoid that fear response, right? So we avoid struggle and uncertainty and having attention on us and change in our life, right? But we know that those are the things that help us grow. You want to make a change in your life, you want to do something new and exciting, you want to challenge yourself, but you get this fear response because it's based in this primitive part of our brain. And the downside then, of course, is we lose out on opportunities because of this fear. So for example, in a modern context, it could be, having this fear response come up and then you don't compete in martial arts. You're scared to compete, so you don't do it. You avoid it because you don't like that fear response. Or you don't perform at a belt test. You don't want to do a belt test because of that fear. Or maybe you don't start martial arts at all, right? Maybe it holds you back from starting a podcast or a YouTube channel. Maybe it stops you from getting on an airplane, right? So that fear can stop us from doing things that we actually want to do. And what happens is we have this fear response and we don't like the fear, so we avoid the thing that triggers the fear. But what this actually does is send a message to that part of our brain, our lizard brain, saying, we need to avoid this thing. So our lizard brain is kind of this like vicious cycle. Our lizard brain says, oh, here's an uncertain situation. I'm going to trigger this fear response, which is rooted in survival from way back when. And you feel that fear and think, oh, this must be something I should avoid. So you avoid it. And that sends a signal back to your lizard brain, oh, well, it's worth avoiding. I better keep pumping out this fear response when they face this kind of situation. And then you get in this cycle of avoiding fear and that fear getting stronger and stronger. Okay, so the benefit of facing this and doing something about it and working on it is you will get more confident, you will feel braver, you will get stronger, right? You'll get better at handling every fear that comes up. So if you can face any fear, a particular fear, a certain situation, like face your fear of starting martial arts, then, and you can work through that, then the next fear that comes up, you'll have evidence from before that, oh, I could actually face a fear and work through it. And then over time, you get more and more confident and you build up that skill, right? And then you get to do the things that you really want to do, and fear will no longer hold you back in your life. Some objections you may have about this is, well, people are going to laugh at me if I start a martial art in my 40s or whatever it is. I'm going to look stupid. I'm going to make mistakes or screw up. That could be at a tournament or a belt test. You don't want to stand out and look dumb. Everyone will know that I'm bad at this. You know, I'll upset people. I'll let people down. Maybe I'll lose. Maybe I'll fail. Or maybe, you know, it's actually a threat. Sorry, my cat is walking around my camera here. Maybe it's actually a threat and something bad will happen, like in the case of me getting on an airplane, right? So getting back to my personal experiences, I'm going to get back to the flight thing again. But first of all, with karate, I never would have started karate if I hadn't faced that fear and that doubt about, oh, I'm starting karate at age 41. I'm scared. I feel nervous. It's something new. I'm going to look stupid. I'm going to make mistakes. People are going to pay attention to me. I'm going to have that attention on me, right? But I faced that fear and it was fine. And I got through it. Another one is I wouldn't have started the karate shrimp if I hadn't faced fear, if I hadn't faced that imposter syndrome, if I hadn't faced all those doubts in my head that I'm not good enough, that people will judge me, you know, that I'll stand out in a negative way, all those things. I would never have started making videos if I hadn't faced my fears around being the center of attention. I've never been comfortable being, you know, the center of attention, and I had to face my fear around that. So back to the flights. So I did the trip to Egypt. It was great. It was right before everything went to shit with the revolution that was 2011, January, I think. So it was a good time to go to Egypt. But then I was actually fine that next flight, when we rebooked our trip. And it didn't really hit me until 9 years later. 9 years later, I didn't book a flight for 9 years, and I wasn't conscious of any kind of fear around flying. I think it was so subconscious. And you know, I'm not a big traveler anyway, but I just like, no, I just don't want to fly. It's fine. And then we had a tournament we were going to be going to in Vegas. It was the Ozawa Cup, and it was Easter weekend in 2019. And I started feeling really, really anxious. I had this fear response coming up. And I didn't even think about that flying experience. I didn't even think about it. It didn't occur to me that that's what the fear was, because there was other stuff going on. The sparring division I was going to be in, for whatever reason, like every tournament I had been in up to that point, we all wore helmets, or most people did, you know, but there was no rule around wearing helmets. Like if you wanted to wear a helmet in sparring, you could, and that's what we all did. That, you know, everyone that I trained with, we all wore helmets. We all wanted to protect our head. And this one tournament in Vegas, there was this weird rule that we weren't allowed to wear a helmet in the adult division. And this freaked me out because, like, I'm thinking, okay, I'm flying somewhere, I'm on a trip. If I get injured in the States, and I'm from Canada, I guess it's going to suck. I don't want this, right? And so I was really worrying about this and getting really stressed. Sorry, my cat is being a dork. Anyway, she's in a bag. It's fine. So so I had all this fear come up, but I attributed it to not being able to wear a helmet. And it wasn't until I got to the airport that I realized, oh shit, that's what it is. It's about the flight. But I had this denial, right? And then I got on the flight and I was freaked out. I I had to do a lot of mental work and breathing work and everything to get through that first flight. Like I was shaking, stressed out, but I did it. And like I wanted to go on this trip. I wanted to go compete at this tournament. So I faced it. And then it was fine. And the flight back at the end of the weekend was totally fine. And I realized during that weekend that a lot of it was about, yeah, it was like, phobia I had developed that I wasn't even aware of, but it was also anxiety. It amplified my anxiety around competing without a helmet. And by facing it, that fear started to go away, right? And then a few months later, I think we went on another trip, family trip to West Edmonton Mall. And I was totally fine. I was totally fine. That is the last time that I've flown. And I mean, COVID pandemic could be a factor there, but I'm not a big flyer anyway. And I'm sure every time that I get on a plane, I'm going to have that fear come up again, because that's the thing, is you can't get rid of it. You can't stop that fear response from coming up. That's rooted in biology. You can't stop that. But I've learned to face it and manage it, right? My kitty. Yeah, so there's applesauce on the couch behind me and beans in a bag on the floor. This is fine. So anyway, just a note here, I am not a therapist, and for me, the way that I handle stuff, I like to work through things on my own. And I've worked through some phobias. I'll mention another one in a minute here, another phobia that I've worked through. I'm really stubborn about doing things on my own, but I've also never experienced anything that was so debilitating that I needed help with it. Even back when I had disordered eating, I worked through it on my own. It was really important to me to do that. And by the time I actually thought maybe I should go to a counselor for this, I was actually fine. And I did one session with this great counselor. And at the end of it, I said to her in full honesty, you know what? I'm actually good. I'm actually good. I had worked through it so much on my own, but I thought I should go to therapy for it. But by then I was totally fine. So that's the way I do things. Doesn't mean it's the way that you should do it. If you're struggling with something, absolutely talk to a professional if you've got any phobias or PTSD or anything like that. This is what I did. So this is not advice at all. So this other phobia that I worked through, it was around elevators, and I didn't realize where it came from. It took me a long, long time to figure it out. And it kind of snuck up on me. And at first I would just feel a little nervous in elevators, and then it grew to the point where I would avoid elevators as much as possible. Anytime I had to go in one, I would feel claustrophobic. I'd get really sweaty. I'd be staring straight ahead, didn't want to talk to anybody. I feel a little bit nauseous and panicky until I got off the elevator. Okay, so if I had to ride an elevator, I would do it, but I avoided it as much as possible. And then this was like also, this really got pronounced, I think it was in my early 20s. And during that time, I was really getting into fitness and, starting to go to the gym and that kind of thing. And so I convinced myself that it was, I'm just being healthy. I'm taking the stairs instead of the elevator. It's for health. It's for my fitness, right? And so I would always say, like, someone would want to ride the elevator, and I'd say, oh no, I'm going to take the stairs. It's good for my heart, right? But it really was just, I'd freak out in an elevator, and I couldn't figure out where this came from. And then one day it hit me, like, this was so buried in my subconscious, I couldn't even remember it. So there was this one day where my sister and we got trapped in an elevator, and we were visiting family friends, and I can't remember how it went. I think we were up in their apartment. It was this really old apartment building in Vancouver, a really, really funky place. And we went down, I think we went to the car to grab something. I can't remember how it went. And then my sister and I were alone getting into this elevator. And it was one of those really cool cage elevators where, you get in and you close the cage doors, and then the outer doors close out on the outside. And so we went to press whatever floor they were on, second floor, third floor, I can't remember. And the elevator took us down to the basement. And the outer doors opened, and we were still in this cage. The cage doors were closed, and you could see through the cage. And the basement was all dark and dirty and dusty, and there was no one there. So no one had called the elevator down, and the elevator got stuck. We got stuck in the basement, outer doors open, in this cage, looking out into the dusty darkness. And this went on for, I don't know how long we were stuck down there. And finally, we got the elevator going again after frantically pushing the buttons. and we got to go back upstairs and everything was fine. And I didn't think twice about it though at the time. And I don't remember feeling scared of getting back on that elevator. But it was years later that this came up where I started getting a little panicky when I'd go in an elevator, right? Once I realized this, it hit me one day like, oh, that's what it is. I have a phobia because of that experience. So I'm worried about getting trapped in an elevator and having this elevator go down to the basement. And like, I was really into horror novels and horror movies and stuff. And so, but that, like the, you know, actually doing that, having that happen in real life, facing those fears in real life, a real life horror story, I didn't want to experience that, right? So that I had fears around getting stuck and fears around all the dusty, dark, evil things in the basement, right? So I'm like, okay, well, I want to get over this. I don't want to be avoiding elevators the rest of my life. I don't want to be having this fear response every time I step into an elevator. So one day I decided I'm going to face this. I'm going to work on it. And I'm going to do this like exposure therapy, which again, I'm not a therapist. I don't recommend doing this on your own. You know, if you need help with this kind of thing, talk to a professional. But for me, I knew it would be okay. I wasn't having like a full-blown panic attack or anything. Either way, I knew I'd be fine. Like, okay, I just need to be on this elevator as long as possible until the fear goes away. So that's what I did. I'm like, I'm going to ride an elevator and stay on it, up and down. People are pressing whatever buttons I'm moving up and down the floors. I'm going to stay on this elevator as long as I need to until that fear dissipates. And that's what I did. And that's how I got over it. It sucked. It was terrifying. I just wanted to die or like get off that elevator at the very next stop. But I did it. It took, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes. I can't even remember, but it worked. And ever since then, I still get a little fear. I still get a little, it doesn't feel like fear. Fear doesn't always feel like fear. Sometimes it's just, oh, I'm a little uncomfortable. But it is a fear response. And I would get that coming up. I still get it coming up when I go on an elevator, but I know what it is now. And I know it's not, there's no threat there. I'm not going to get, maybe the elevator will get stuck, but it'll be fine. There's nothing evil that's going to come at me from the basement. You know, it'll be fine. So I face it and I work through it and it goes away. So the fear response comes up. I do the thing anyway, and then it goes away because it's not a real threat. How to solve this, how to work through this. Awareness is the most important thing, and it's the first step. You need to develop an awareness that the fear is present and an awareness that fear is what is causing that avoidance, right? Bring that into your conscious awareness. Take it out of your subconscious that you're avoiding the thing because of fear. And maybe you're telling yourself, like maybe you have a fear around starting karate, and you tell yourself that it's not about fear when it actually is about fear. It's that fear response. It's your primitive brain, it's your lizard brain speaking up saying, hey, this is a new situation. This is an uncertain situation. This is a change in your life. You're going to have attention on you. There's going to be struggle involved because it's martial arts. Okay. And it's a struggle because you're trying something new and difficult and challenging. Don't do it. Right. So this fear response comes up. You convince yourself, I didn't really want to do it anyway. Right. That's denial. And that's, so bringing that awareness to the reality that it's fear causing that avoidance. You're avoiding starting the new thing because you're afraid. And then look closely at what you're actually avoiding, right? And develop an accurate perception of the situation. Fear is normal. So bringing your awareness to that fear is totally normal. And that it comes up in these situations where there's uncertainty, newness, that kind of thing. And what it means there's nothing wrong with you. It's not your fault. You're not a fuck up. You know, you're not broken. Fear, that response that comes up, it shows that you're actually normal and your brain is working properly. That's what your brain does. You get this fear response. It's rooted in biology. You can't do anything about that. You can't stop it from happening. What you can do, however, is manage it, and you can manage your response to that fear, right? So awareness, look at what you're avoiding. Figure out why it is you're avoiding it. Okay, you have a fear around looking stupid, a fear around standing out, whatever it is. And then figure out a way to manage it, right? So you're shifting your perspective and kind of zooming out and saying, well, okay, am I actually in danger? Like in a situation where, okay, I'm getting on an airplane and, you know, I have this fear, like that. This is a tricky one because yeah, there's a possibility that the next flight I got on, a motor could have blown again. I could have gone through the same thing. But the chances of that happening are so slim. The chance of it happening in the first place was so slim, right? So what are the odds? Pretty fucking low. Am I gonna, for me, I think, well, am I gonna avoid planes forever and never get to go on these trips, never get to compete at these tournaments, never get to do all these things? Like, it's not really worth it for me to, like, based on that slim chance that something bad could happen. So I'm looking at it, I'm zooming out and saying, am I actually in danger? Is this actually a threat? Is this actually likely to happen again? And for me, it's no, right? In some situations, fear is a really good thing and it keeps you safe and it prevents you from doing dumb things that could put you in real danger. So sometimes it's important to, like, it is important to analyze this and say, well, is there actually a threat? And what is the threat and how likely is it to happen, right? But in most cases, it's going to be not a big deal. So you zoom out and realize there's no real threat here. Maybe I'll feel a little foolish. Maybe I'll feel a little stupid. Maybe I'll be judged. I'm trying something new. I'm standing out, drawing attention to myself. But ultimately, it's not a big deal, right? It's not a big deal. And then what you do, once you've brought that awareness to it and zoomed out and changed your perspective, is you do the thing you're scared of. If your lizard brain tells you to avoid something and it gets you to avoid it by triggering this, by pumping out this fear response, do the opposite of what your lizard brain tells you. So if it says, don't try martial arts, oh, it's scary, and then you convince yourself, well, I shouldn't do it because I have this fear, it must be important. The fear must indicate that it's important to avoid this thing. There must be a real threat. Do the thing anyway. Do the opposite of what your lizard brain wants. And then what that does is it signals your lizard brain that, oh, you did that thing anyway. You started martial arts even though you're afraid. Well, it must not be a threat then. If you're doing the thing, it's not a threat. If you're avoiding the thing, your lizard brain thinks, oh, it must be a threat, right? Because of that vicious cycle. So you're breaking the vicious cycle by doing the opposite of what that part of your brain wants you to do. Like, the more you give in to fear, the stronger that response becomes. And the more you just ignore the fear or just do the thing anyway, despite the fear, the weaker that response becomes, right? Your brain says, don't try karate. Your lizard brain says karate is scary, it's a threat, whatever. Do the opposite, try karate. Your lizard brain says, oh, don't compete, don't do your first competition. Do your first competition. That's what I did when I started karate. I think I was a week into it. There was a tournament coming up, I found out about it. My lizard brain says, holy shit, don't do it. That's scary. You're only a white belt. You're 41 years old. You're going to get hurt. You're going to look stupid. People are going to judge you or laugh at you. I knew I had to do the opposite of what my lizard brain wanted me to do. So I signed up for my first tournament, even though I was afraid. So your lizard brain says, hey, don't start YouTube. Do the opposite. Start a YouTube channel. Your lizard brain says, don't start a podcast. Do the opposite. Start a podcast. Face it. And then that fear, the fear response will come up, but then it'll start to get less and less and less as you give that different message back to your lizard brain that, okay, this is not actually a threat. Your lizard brain says, don't get on an airplane. Do the opposite. Get on the plane. That's what I did. With practice, this does get easier. And of course, it can be helpful to start small. Don't do something huge and scary at first, but start with something small where the risk is really low. And face that fear, work through it, do the thing anyway, and realize, oh, wow, I survived. It was totally fine. And that over time, you can build this up and try more and more challenging things and build that confidence and that skill along with it. And make note over time of your increased confidence and make note of how the fear does disappear for each individual thing when we do the thing that we're scared of. When we face it and do the opposite of what our lizard brain wants, that fear will start to get less and less and less. It will still come up, of course. You can't get rid of that part of your brain unless you get some surgery, but like you're going to have that fear response come up no matter what. But it's always going to be temporary. It's always going to be transitory. It's not something that has to rule your life or stop you from doing the things that you want to do. It won't last, right? It's just a knee-jerk response from your lizard brain. And try and reframe this then as an opportunity rather than a threat. Like, fear points you in the direction you need to go. If it's something you're scared of, you probably need to face it. And when you do so, you get so much stronger as a result. Also reframe this as, instead of an indication that there's something wrong with you, you're damaged or whatever, reframe it as my brain is functioning properly. It's doing what it's supposed to do. Thank fucking God. So build the skill of taking action even when that fear is present. And by doing so, that fear will become irrelevant. Ever since I experienced burnout last year, I've had a really hard time coming up with a routine for the karate shrimp that wouldn't lead to burnout again. I don't know if I've completely recovered from the burnout. I do feel a lot better, but I do have some days where it's a struggle to feel motivated. It's a struggle to get back on track with my filming. Other days I'm really excited about it and I love all of it. I do think that having an existential crisis every now and then is a normal part of being a creator. I hear this often on YouTube in particular. And I think just being an artistic person, a creative person, there is going to be that cycle. But I really don't want to burn out again, not completely. I do suspect I might need to take a break again sometime soon. But the burnout that I experienced, I've talked about it in another video. It wasn't about working too hard necessarily. It was more so that I had so much accumulated fatigue and stress and grief that I hadn't really been able to sit with and face and work through. And the burnout was kind of my body's way of saying, hey, pay attention. You got to just stop now and deal. And I'm really grateful for it, actually. It was tough at the time. I was in this really good routine with filming. I was producing a lot of videos. I felt really good about it. I had a pretty strict schedule for myself, but it was manageable. And I was creating a lot of videos that I was proud of. And then one day I just couldn't do it. I sat down to film a video and I couldn't do it. I just froze. And that's when I realized I need to take a break for however long. I took a partial break. I was still making, I think I was making YouTube shorts and reels, but I wasn't filming any new videos. I probably should have taken an actual period of time off, 1 month, 2 months, whatever it takes. That might be something I need to do sometime soon, as I said. But what it really was is just too much stuff happening in such a short period of time leading up until that point. And I think a lot of it was at the time, I wanted to take time to grieve and work through all that stuff, but because of circumstances, I couldn't. And that's something my kids and I have talked about, in particular with losing my mom. I think that was the biggest thing, and that's the thing that still is the hardest for me now. All the rest of it has kind of faded, but it's losing my mom and how we lost her that still hits the hardest. We didn't really have time to grieve until much, much later because of other things that were happening at the time. And again, my kids and I have said we feel kind of robbed of that we just wanted to sit and grieve and think about my mom. My kids were both really close to their Oma, and just remember her and go through photos. And we didn't get that opportunity because of all of the other bullshit that was happening. So quick recap for people who don't know my story. I started karate and it was March 2017. I'd never taken martial arts. Well, okay, I did take Tai Chi for 3 months in my early 20s. I don't count that, not because I don't see it as a martial art, but I wasn't really serious about it. It was just something I was trying. I was interested in martial arts, but I wanted to take something more aggressive, like kickboxing or something. A friend convinced me to try Tai Chi. I did enjoy it. And then I went on a big road trip and didn't have any money when I got back, so I couldn't afford to get back into Tai Chi. But I consider the start of my journey at age 41, March 2017, because that's when I really took it seriously. So before that, it was 2016 in April, my mom got diagnosed with multiple myeloma, which is a cancer of the blood that occurs in the bone marrow. And this was my biggest fear, was losing my mom. And of course, everyone dies, I knew it was coming at some point, but, it was really hard to face the reality of losing someone to cancer. And because when I was 10, my dad died horribly. He was walking our dog and they got hit by a car. And after that, I was just terrified of losing my mom. And my mom and I had this really close relationship. She struggled a lot after losing my dad and really leaned heavily on me to kind of take care of her emotional needs. And yeah, there was, codependent relationship. I don't fault her that though. Later she told me that she was actually suicidal at the time and having a really hard time and wished she had taken us to therapy. But again, like she was an amazing woman and I don't fault her any of that and blame her for any of that. And I was grateful to have that time with her and help her as much as I could. But I did have this kind of caretaker role with her, and my sister had moved out. So it's just me and my mom, and I knew I had to toughen up and take care of her. And I had people around me saying the same thing. Sabrina, you have to be strong for your mom. Your mom's having a hard time. You need to be there for her. And so that's what I did. So I pushed my feelings down, didn't think about it, didn't talk about it. Well, I did think about it. When I'd be alone at night in bed, I'd think about my dad. And what really got me through all of that, it felt so surreal to me losing him, because he would get up early, walk the dog, and then come home in time to get me up for school. And that one day, it was grade 5, November, he didn't come home. And I slept in, and my mom came into my room like, where's your dad? Why aren't you up? We had to wait until the police came. And it was a kid who was speeding, driving his dad's car, and he had a driving record, killed my dad and the dog, our dog Charlie. And, judge felt sorry for him. He got off, and it was a whole horrible thing. But what got me through that, I needed it to be real, and it didn't feel real, is I started to visualize, to imagine what it was like, what my dad went through, to visualize the accident. Horrible as it sounds, that's what got me through it. I was filled with rage. I wanted that guy dead. I was so angry. 10 years old, I felt betrayed by the universe. At the time, I was raised Catholic. I was still religious. I still believed in God at the time. Don't anymore. No judgment for me. I respect anyone's beliefs, but as long as you're not an asshole, I respect your beliefs. But for me, at the time, I was still religious, but I felt betrayed by God. Like, how could you take my dad like that? And so angry at this guy for killing my dad, and not seeming all that remorseful over it. And so what got me through it was imagining this horrible scenario. And over time, I realized I had forgiven this guy, because if I could imagine this horrible thing that happened, he had to live with it. And he had to live with the fact that he had done this to a human being. He had done this to a father. He had done this to a husband. So I eventually healed from that. And then my mom getting cancer, it kind of threw me right back into that anger and that grief and that caretaking role with her, where I was kind of like her counselor. And I've always had that kind of role with my mom, well, ever since my dad died, for sure. And so I was right back in that, and just struggling so much. Like, I have to be strong for my mom, and I can't show weakness. I can't cry in front of anybody. And that's something that had happened after my dad died. I couldn't show any feelings. I couldn't say I love you to anyone. I couldn't do any of that. I just had to put so many walls around myself and protect myself from losing people. And then I eventually healed from that years and years later. And then my mom got diagnosed, and I was right back there. And karate was so pivotal in helping me through that, and helping me get out of that, and helping me face those feelings and work through those feelings. And I used all of that anger and grief and sadness as fuel for my training. And it wasn't that I would go to the dojo angry or sad or anything. Like, I'd laugh so much. I started laughing again. I found my sense of humor again. I found my childlike spirit again. And I'm quite a goofy person and silly person, and I always have been ever since I was young. And that karate brought that out of me again. And I'd still have really tough days and, feel angry and sad and cry a lot. But I just felt this release through it. And I felt like, I can handle this. I can be strong for her, and I can also be vulnerable, and it's okay. So karate was so important to me for helping me through that. And then I started 2 other martial arts at the dojo, Japanese Jiu-Jitsu and Kobudo. I joined a tournament team later on. I got hired as a senpai working at the dojo. It was awesome. I loved it. And then 2021, everything went to shit. Well, it was already difficult before that. I had separated end of 2019, 2020. Pandemic started, COVID, dojo shut down, schools closed. I started building my website and creating the Karate Shrimp. And originally I wanted to be a blogger and make videos to drive traffic to my blog. And I quickly realized when launching in November 2020 that I really just wanted to be a YouTuber and a video creator. And I really love writing, but I love writing for video. And so that's been a really exciting process for me, starting from scratch, starting from zero, knowing nothing about video production, nothing about blogging, nothing about how to build a website, a WordPress site, nothing about, using social media for a business, none of that. I knew nothing. And I've done so much research and I've learned so much along the way by making so many mistakes. And it's been wonderful. It's been a wonderful process. So 2020 was exciting. Yes, I was going through the separation and divorce process, but I had this hope and I knew who I was. I had found karate. I had found this path, through with martial arts and wanting to be a blogger and all of that and doing things that scared me and feeling excited about that. And I had all this hope. And then 2021 was devastating and difficult. And at the beginning of the year, my ex kicked the kids out. They've been with me full time. Shortly after that, my mom's cancer got worse and worse and worse. She started collapsing in parking lots, needing one blood transfusion after another. Nothing helped. Then in that summer, I started dealing with one of the students at the dojo started harassing me and stalking me. And then my mom ended up in emergency with a stomach rupture. Turns out she had stage 4 stomach cancer, completely unrelated to the probably stage 3 multiple myeloma. And multiple myeloma only goes to stage 3. So she had 2 terminal cancers now. She was given maybe a month or 2. She lasted 5 weeks, 2 weeks in hospital, 3 weeks in hospice. The most horrifying, awful, heart-wrenching time of my life. During that time, dealing with lawyers, divorce lawyers, dealing with all of this he said, she said around my ex kicking the kids out, all sorts of bullshit, dealing with a stalker at the dojo. There was a couple of weeks there where my mom was in hospice dying. I knew she was dying. I knew she was dying, from emergency room on. And I had to run the dojo while my sensei at the time was away, driving back and forth however many hours a day with my kids to visit my mom in hospice, spend time with her, my kids watching her die, but wanting to be there with their Oma. They draw pictures for her, hold her hand, tell her stories. Then I have to drive all the way back to the city I live in, open up the dojo, go there with my kids, run the dojo, and then the next day do the same thing again. Meanwhile, there's a student at the dojo harassing me, lurking on my oldest on their social media accounts, a minor, lurking on a minor's social media accounts, texting a teenager at the dojo, all sorts of bullshit, creeping me out. And then September 4th, my mom died. And we just wanted to grieve, right? This is what I was talking about earlier. We just wanted to grieve, take time, think about her, plan the funeral, be with family and cherish those memories, right? And just process, because it had been so exhausting. The whole process of, just grieving for someone when they're still alive from the day she got diagnosed to the very end. And then it just, progressing so quickly near the end, and all of her friends and family, all of her loved ones were all shocked at how quickly it went, how horribly it went. There was a lot of different things, possible medical malpractice, treated poorly in hospice. They'd take meals away while she was sleeping, so she wasn't even eating, all sorts of bullshit that we had to deal with. And I had so much anger, right? So much anger, that anger as part of grief, that was coming up more and more, and angry at the stalker and anger at all this bullshit. And so we just wanted to grieve. And then this funeral home director, we had arrangements with a funeral home for my mom, and they would, arrange for transport to have her picked up from hospice and brought to the funeral home. And we were already planning the funeral. And then this other funeral home director took her body without authorization, held on to her for a week, demanding money for the transport. And apparently, we heard from the funeral home we were using, they had done this before. This was a thing they did to try and get money. I had an argument with the director, the horrible director, over the phone. He was awful to me. He was telling me all this horrible stuff that my mom would have been ashamed of me and all this stuff. Here's someone who makes his money, makes his living off of people who are grieving and is taking advantage of those people. Taking advantage. So of course, I'm sure he gets many people that, he gets their loved one without authorization, swoops them up, takes them to his funeral home. By this point, they're like, oh, okay, I guess you know, I guess we'll just go with this funeral home. They're already there. And then he gets the business, right? Total bullshit. We had to get consumer protection involved. A friend of mine who's a lawyer helped out, and we finally got her back. But I was so angry during that week. And then we still had to, plan the funeral, finish planning the funeral. I did the eulogy. It was awful. Like, we just wanted to cry, but we couldn't because we had all this bullshit to deal with. And the stalker situation was getting worse and worse during that time as well. My sensei at the time, ever since COVID, he got weird. I don't know. I know a lot of people have struggled. A lot of business owners have struggled mentally with their mental health because of COVID. I totally see that and get that. But I took the brunt of a lot of it at the dojo because I was the other adult working there that was continuing to work there. There were other people I love, people I care about, who used to go to that dojo who got fucked over big time too. So toxic leadership big time. I'm really glad to be out of that. I've had a number of people ask me, would you ever go back? Do you regret leaving? All that stuff. I feel for a while, I think I had this subconscious hope that he would reach out and apologize for how he had treated me, and maybe I could train there again. Now I know that is totally done. That is totally gone. He blocked me after, blocked my kid after, just a whole bunch of bullshit. But anyway, he was treating me horribly. Treated me horribly about this stalker situation. He took the stalker side of it, saw me as the problem. The stalker was a student who everyone had been uncomfortable with when he started training at the dojo. Even the sensei had been uncomfortable with him, and he wasn't sure if he'd let him continue to train. He became, a tolerated part of the group. We started to see him as harmless, but there were a lot of little things that were off about him. We went on a big tournament trip to Vegas. He got detained at the airport. Turns out he had a criminal record. So this guy stalking me, criminal record, sensei knew about it, had him as a volunteer at the dojo helping teach kids. So he was doing all this stuff. I had to talk with my sensei. I haven't talked about this in too much detail, but I'll just give a little bit more today. But he talked to the guy, and then he comes back to me. The sensei came back to me and said, yeah, this guy's batshit crazy. We're going to keep an eye on him. One false move and he's gone. I didn't like that he was going to be staying at the dojo, but I'm not the owner, right? It's not up to me. And so I'm like, okay. And then the next day I show up back at work to teach, and the stalker guy is there, still has his volunteer role at the dojo, still helping teach children in class. Has a criminal record, stalking me. Sensei knows it. Sensei isn't comfortable with it. He let him stay and teach kids. Okay. End of that night, I'm like, what the fuck do I do? Next day, I was so stressed out. I had the shakes. I didn't know what to do with myself. I wasn't scheduled to work that day. I was just going to be going in to train with or without my kid. Well, my oldest was still training there. My youngest had already quit the year before. My oldest was volunteering at the dojo for, I think, 3 years. My oldest volunteered at the dojo. All of those volunteer hours were working towards high school credit. After all this stuff happened, as I said earlier, the sensei blocked my kid as well as me on social media, so my kid never got the credit for high school for all the 3 years of 3 days a week of volunteer work at the dojo, which was bullshit. But hey, that's what happens when you deal with someone like that. So I didn't know what to do. I was stressed out the next day thinking, I can't have this guy around my kids. He's still volunteering at the dojo. He's still going to be there. This guy was the only other person at the dojo who trained as much as I did, which was every single day it was open. So any days I wasn't scheduled to work, I was there training. The days I was scheduled to work, I still trained, right? It was just, I was there all the time. And he and I were both, the stalker and I, training in all 3 martial arts, both on the tournament team, both had senpai roles, although I had a paid role, he had a volunteer role. And he was going to be there all the frickin' time, staring at me, being creepy with me, saying all this weird stuff about me being engaged and married and impregnated by this other person at the dojo who I wasn't with. This guy was married. It's just a whole bunch of weird delusional shit was coming out of this stalker's mouth. And he was all over all of my social media accounts, commenting everywhere, saying things everywhere, saying he had feelings for me, all this stuff. He would call there was one black belt test and meeting, and all the senseis in the organization were there, and he was calling the senseis up and texting them and saying all this stuff about me and my, like how he wanted to be with me, but he was happy that I was engaged to this other married man at the dojo and congratulating. So all this weird shit, this delusional shit. Anyway, I didn't feel comfortable, didn't know what to do, texted the sensei and said, hey, I don't know how to navigate this. I don't know what to do. I don't feel comfortable around him. I don't feel comfortable with him being around my kids. I don't know what to do. So the sensei, he said, okay, I'll deal with it. And then later he texted me and said, okay, he's gone. I kicked him out. I'm like, oh, I was actually surprised because of how he was kind of like hesitant to really deal with it before that. And so I'm like, oh, okay, thanks. And he's like, well, it had to be done. I'm like, okay. So the next day then, after that, I showed up at the dojo. Stalker's gone. The sensei was incredibly aloof and hostile with me the whole night, being really weird with me. I didn't know what the fuck was up. At the end of the night, I brought it up. I'm like, so, hey, what's, how did it go? He's like, oh, that was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. The stalker guy was in his 40s, not quite right, lived with his parents. His dad was there. He's like, oh, it was the hardest thing I ever had to do. He was crying. His dad was there. Oh, it was horrible. I'm like, well, you said it had to be done, right? They said, yeah, but it was so awful. And so he was so rude to me about it. It's like, and I was shocked. Like, this guy was harassing me. And he was also texting a 14-year-old at the dojo who she was on the tournament team. And I said, oh, so have you talked to this girl yet about, like, give her a heads up that, this guy's not okay. He's not safe, like, to stop texting with him. And the sensei said, oh, I have no evidence that he's a child molester or whatever. I'm like, well, just give her a heads up for safety. And he was so mad at me. He ripped my head off over it. So I walked out. And then later he texted me that night and said, okay, I talked to her about it. Now let's just drop it. So he was so angry and hostile towards me. Like it was my fault that one of the students was unhinged and doing inappropriate things. It was my fault. And over the next month, he treated me more and more hostilely. He blocked me from our one tournament team Facebook group for asking about the schedule because he kept changing the schedule. Blocked me from the group. He kept fucking around, my shifts and everything. And he would have one of the underage girls open the dojo instead of me. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's illegal. So all of this stuff was happening. It was just fucking me around. And then I went in, I decided I was going to quit the job. And I talked to my oldest and said, hey, like my oldest had their brown belt, would have been, eligible for black belt tests sometime in the next few months. I said, hey, what do you want to do? I'm going to go in and quit. If it goes badly, I may have to quit all of it. I'm hoping to just quit the job and salvage everything else. And my kid said, if you're leaving, I'm leaving too. I'm like, are you sure? Because I'm fine with whatever you want. Nope, if you're going, I'm going. So I'm like, okay, hopefully it doesn't go that way. I went in to quit the job. The conversation went so badly. He was so rude to me, so toxic. It turns out he saw, when I admitted to him that, hey, I was uncomfortable, didn't know how to navigate, didn't know what to do. This guy at the dojo all the time, I just didn't know what to do. He took that as an ultimatum that I was saying either he goes or I go. And that's why he was angry with me. I'm like, no, like he was a liability. And he's like, well, I know that now, but you were giving me an ultimatum. So clearly that sensei was dealing with his own mental health stuff, having some weird paranoid thing going on, saw me as the problem, or is just a flat out misogynist. There are other signs that he probably was. There were another girl who used to work at the dojo. She got fucked over big time. Got told to leave because she was uncomfortable at the height of COVID, tying little kids' belts and helping them adjust their masks. And that could have easily been handled by giving me her shifts, and she could have gotten the older kids who didn't need help with all that stuff, and she could have still kept her distance and protected herself from COVID. But she got kicked out, of work because of that, and she ended up quitting everything. And there were more people after me who got fucked over too, really important people who had been at the dojo for years, been on the team, lovely, lovely people that he fucked over. And there's more. There was a lot of stuff. I heard a lot of stuff. I heard a lot of shit talking about people. I heard a lot of shit talking about other people in the organization, about other dojos. I heard a lot of nasty stuff come out of that person's mouth. So I am incredibly grateful to be out of there. Incredibly grateful. I know a number of people who are still training there. I don't begrudge them that. Everyone has to make their own choice. I think for a long time I didn't want to talk about this because I worried about burning a bridge. I had hopes again, like subconsciously that I could fix it with him, or hopes that maybe I would train at a different dojo in the same organization. For example, if I ever moved to a different city and I could actually attend one of those dojos. Now, though, I don't know. I didn't get any support from anyone for all of that. Other people who got fucked over didn't get any support from anyone in the organization. So I don't want to train within an organization that doesn't stand up for its students. So I'm really happy to be out. I'm training on my own. I haven't found another dojo yet, but I actually stopped looking, and I'm really enjoying being a parent, spending lots of time with my kids, training on my own terms, doing what I want when I want, doing karate shrimp stuff as well as other work I do, and I'm really enjoying that balance now. So for people who have asked, again, I don't miss it anymore. There were some good times, and I'm grateful for those. I'm grateful for what I learned. I kind of think sometimes some people come into our lives and it's supposed to be temporary. It's supposed to be brief. So I had, those few good years there, 4 years that were great. And then it just got really shitty, and the shittiness didn't really make up for the great stuff. So yeah, I would never go back. But anyway, so I went in, we had this horrible conversation. I ended up quitting all of it, grabbing our weapons, left, and then he lashed out after that. I heard some shit talking that was happening behind my back, of course. He blocked me online. He blocked my teenager online who had been volunteering there, as I said. I thought that was just the most cowardly shit ever. So yeah, I'm glad to be out. The stalker thing, I still have a police file going, but whatever. It hasn't been much of a concern. If anything comes up, I deal with it. So I'm not all that concerned. But the grieving for my mom, that was the part that sucked, that we couldn't just sit and grieve for someone who was so beautiful and so important in our lives because of this stalker, because of the sensei, because of that funeral home director. I think sometimes, it's funny, I wonder about this. I don't know if you've ever had this. It's like when you're going through a hard time, it's like there are people in your life who need the attention. And it's like, I have this, stuff like this has happened to me before where, okay, we lost my mom. We went through this horrible thing, and it was like, that's the time. I don't know if it's any coincidence that that's the time the stalker guy started acting the way he did. That's the time my sensei started acting the way he did. It's like people see your need, your vulnerability, and just want that attention on themselves or something. Like I've had this thought more than once that it's no coincidence, I think, that some people, narcissists in particular, they really need that attention on themselves. And especially if you're hurting. Yeah, and people who hurt you when you're hurting, or like you're a victim of something and then they treat you horribly, they attack you for it. Like that's the most cowardly shit. So that's what I'm most angry about, is that we didn't get that time to grieve, to think about this beautiful person. And it took months and months and months before we could. And then the following year, so that was 2021, really rough winter, really rough Christmas, thinking about my mom. And then 2022, kids and I got COVID. Well, they tested positive. I never did, but I was already isolating with them when I got symptoms, so I'm sure it was COVID. Took months and months for me to get my energy back. So 2022 kind of sucked for that. And then I also had divorce mediation, which was awful, and the finalization of my divorce, which, big relief, but it was also a real shit show. It was a really stressful time. And so 2022 was exhausting. And so again, like all the divorce stuff, I didn't have that time to grieve because I had all this stress about the divorce and all the back and forth and bullshit. And then 2023, burnout for me. So no fucking wonder, right? So looking back, it totally makes sense to me. It was coming. And then ever since then, I've been feeling a lot better, but, and yeah, my kids are so much better. And I think, I talk about this stuff and people say, holy crap, like you went through so much. And I think about my kids, and they went through all of that and worse. They went through all of that. They were so close to my mom. They knew everything that was happening. They didn't feel safe. with all the stalker stuff. They didn't feel safe at the dojo. They didn't feel safe for a while at home. Like, what if he came here? Or they didn't feel safe. And also worrying like they lost my mom and that, well, maybe they'll lose me too. And they had been kicked out of their dad's house. So they felt betrayed by him. It's like, well, who do they have to take care of them? So my oldest struggled with like panic attacks for a long time. And my youngest is still struggling with like school avoidance anxiety and social anxiety. And they're both so much better now. But, just having more time to rest and spending more time with loved ones and taking it easy and having some chill time, that is so important. I can see that. Like we're still kind of in recovery mode, all three of us. Like life doesn't have to be that exciting anymore. And it's funny because my oldest got in a bit of an argument with their dad the other day because my oldest is turning 19 soon and doesn't want to do anything all that exciting for their birthday, just wants a chill night with, me and their sister and their partner, and we'll probably just like order in sushi and watch movies or whatever. And their dad is all up in arms about this. Oh, wow, it's your 19th birthday. You should make it exciting. It's like, nah, no, we've gone through so much excitement, and I totally get that. We've gone through far too much stressful, awful excitement. We don't need any more of that right now, and that'll come. Parties will happen again and all of that, but if my kids want to lay low, I totally respect that and I totally honor that. So yeah, my youngest is a lot better, but will probably be full-time homeschooling in the fall, which, it'll be a challenge, but I think it'll be really, really good too. So it's everything I went through, my kids went through that and more and worse. Their feelings of safety and security and who can they count on, like all of that was just, called into question. So the kids are the most important thing, and that's been my focus. And I'm so grateful to be at home, be able to work at home, work from home, and be there with them and have this time with them. And it's really cool. So yeah, my oldest just finished first year of culinary arts, is going to go on to become a chef one day is the plan. Either, regular chef or pastry chef, not sure yet. My youngest, who knows? She's hilarious and awesome, and we'll have a lot of fun together. So there has been a lot of healing over the last while, for sure. Then I've had all this weird stuff, like my karate shrimp journey has changed a lot. I had been, so up until end of 2023, I had YouTube, podcast, which I started in 2022, I think, and then my blog. End of December, I realized this is just too much. Doing all that, all the social media. I never want to hire someone. It's a solo venture. It's going to be for me. I don't want to be a manager. I want to be a creator. But I need this to be, I want to be able to enjoy all the different pieces. And there are certain things I wasn't enjoying anymore. So I realized I needed to unload some things so I could spend more time doing what I loved, which is making videos. So I deleted my whole blog December. I think it was just after Christmas. And changed my website, made it a lot simpler. And, a website I had taken 5 months to build back in 2020. So that hurt. It did hurt. But then I felt this relief, like, okay, I can focus on what I love, which is video. And then, but I still didn't know how I wanted it to look. So here's where I'm at. Beginning of November, I think I had just gotten to the point where I was almost decided on taking a break from all of my social media for the Karate Shrimp, apart from just uploading on YouTube and podcasts. So just YouTube and podcasts, no more blog, take a break from Instagram, Facebook, all of it. And like I've set up the Karate Shrimp accounts on various platforms, partly to secure the name, partly to, as another way to reach people. I don't love all of them. There's certain apps I would be happy to get rid of, but I figure, well, I'm already on there. So if I'm going to make, a YouTube short, it's easy enough to turn it into a reel, into a TikTok, into whatever. So I've been continuing with those, but I felt really stretched thin and not enjoying anything, and thought, okay, this is going to lead to burnout again. So I have to choose. So I'm going to just focus on YouTube and podcast, get really good at that, double down on video. And then I had a reel go viral on Instagram, and I've talked about this, and it was a goofy video. I almost didn't upload it because it's very cheeky. I did this influencer video, showing my butt on camera, totally different from any other content I had created. I've certainly shown my sense of humor in other videos, but this was the most cheeky video. And it took off, went viral, and my growth ever since then on Instagram, Facebook, now it's starting a bit on TikTok and on YouTube has been like ever since then I've seen growth. And ever since then because of that, I was able to fully monetize on YouTube. Because of that, I got the collab opportunity with Matthew Page, Master Ken. Totally grateful for that. Awesome experience. I never would have had that opportunity if I hadn't have stayed on Instagram and blown up on there and, made the videos that I had ever since then. So it's good that I stayed, but it's been really overwhelming and I don't know what to do still. I think, anyway, so I had this video blow up. Going viral is, a dream of a lot of creators, and it was something it'd be so cool to go viral. It was incredibly stressful though, incredibly stressful. And having gone from, like my notifications being fairly quiet all the time, and I had a pretty good sense of who my audience was. It was a very small audience, but they were into martial arts, into motivational stuff, that kind of thing. And now my audience, I don't even know, like it's on Instagram now I have just over 20K followers. I'm sure most of them are not in martial arts. I don't know, maybe they are, but I think my audience is so different now. What I also did during this process is I realized I wasn't enjoying posting on these apps anymore. And part of it was feeling stretched thin, but I think part of it too was I didn't feel like I could be myself. I felt like I was showing who I am more on YouTube and on all the other apps. It felt a little dry to me. It felt like I was just, kind of playing a role of what a karate YouTuber should be. And so it was more serious stuff and I wasn't enjoying it. I was doing all my goofing around, shit posting, that kind of thing on my personal social media accounts and having a lot more fun doing that. And part of me posting that booty reel that went viral was thinking, well, maybe I should, instead of doing the fun stuff just on my personal accounts, I should do it on the Karate Shrimp and just see. I knew I would get some people unfollowing me. I knew I would get, the more serious martial artists saying, holy shit, I don't want to be here anymore. This is not what I signed up for. But I was feeling like kind of still burnt out and wanting to quit, those social apps anyway for a while. So I thought, fuck it, I'll just do this. And then it's taken off. And ever since then, I've done a lot more light stuff, a lot more lighthearted, goofy stuff, show my sense of humor more. Some of it has nothing to do with karate, but that's been kind of the way since the start. My channel has always been a variety channel, not just karate. I wanted it to be about all the different things around our training that affects our training. Now, my sense of humor is a huge part of what's helped me cope with all of the bullshit. And I've realized that it's okay to show that in my content. It's okay to show that on Instagram and Facebook. And people are responding to that. And I'm having people say to me, your sense of humor is part of what helps keep me sane. Like it's your goofy stuff. It helps me laugh. I have people say, you know what? My day is plenty serious and stressful. I have a stressful job. When I come home at the end of the day, I don't want more serious stuff online. I want to kick back, relax, laugh, see some goofy stuff. So even if they're serious martial artists, some of those people are like, I appreciate the goofy shit. I appreciate the shit posting because I don't want to be serious all the time. So I'm so grateful that I seem to be reaching people. And so part of this is I decided to just be me on camera, just be me on these apps and not try to be the Karate Shrimp as I had presented myself up until that point. Just use my sense of humor and be authentic and vulnerable too. And people are responding to that. And recently this week, I shared my story about all the stuff we have gone through over the past few years. And I've had so many people reach out and tell me their stories and tell me stuff that they're struggling with. And it's like, I'm realizing, okay, even though, YouTube is where my heart is and YouTube is where I will, if I'm going to be able to make a full-time income doing this, it's going to be YouTube. YouTube is going to be a core part of that. I don't see Instagram or Facebook as being, something I could make a living off of, like a full-time living off of. And it's not something that I want from those apps. I see them more as, especially Instagram. I really like Instagram. It's my favorite. It's been a great place to build a community, to kick back and laugh and be goofy, do my shit posting, share some stuff. I share recipes. I share all sorts of shit on there and people like it, so that's been a lot more fun. I've been having more fun with it, but then I'm like, it's been tricky because the bulk of my audience now is on Instagram, and I do have people coming over gradually to YouTube, but the bulk of them are there, and I don't want to neglect those people because they're important to me. And I have so many good conversations on there too, and I have people interacting in the comments. It's really cool to see. So I think that's going to be the best place to continue to build a community. But then it's like finding that balance between being on there and being on YouTube. And so that's something that I've got to figure out right now. And I haven't made a podcast episode in months. So this is my first one back. It's unscripted, unplanned. I'm just talking at you right now, but I think I really needed to get off my butt and just do this and make this episode and then get back into a regular routine with it. Because I do miss that. So I think, confusion and angst and all of that, not knowing what I'm doing or where I'm going with this is going to be a normal part of the process because it is a creative process. I am a creator and there's no playbook for this stuff. There's no manual for creating an online venture like this. And but I do find, I've had the most growth on all the platforms since I decided to just do this instinctively, organically, follow my gut. What do I feel like posting today? What do I feel like talking about? And I just kind of go with it. And that's how my creativity works. It's like I need some structure for sure for uploading so that I don't neglect the podcast for 3 months. So I don't, burn out, that kind of thing. But I also need a lot of time and space just to let, my mind wander and to brainstorm. I find I do my the best brainstorming when I'm not working, like when I'm just, I'm going for a walk or I'm running on my treadmill or doing a workout or just sitting and giving myself time and space to think. And then I come up with all of these ideas and it looks like I'm not working, but it's like, oh my gosh, I use Notion to write down all of my video ideas. And then I, use Word to make my notes and scripts and that kind of thing. And I have so many ideas in Notion, so many different things that I'm going to do and I want to do. And I'm going to take all of my old blog articles. I still have those, even though I deleted the blog off my website, and I'm going to refilm those. Some of them I did turn into videos. They're not very good anymore. That was a long time ago, much poorer video production. So I want to redo a lot of those and turn all those into podcast episodes. So I have a lot of stuff planned, a lot of stuff I want to do. But it's, I do need that time though. Every day, every week to just sit or just walk and think and, give myself space. So I'm still trying to figure that out. What would be a good schedule, where I want to go with this. It'll change probably again and often, but so that's where I'm at. So thank you for listening to me ramble here. After this was my get back into it, my step back into it. It really something that, people talk about how to get motivation. Sorry, my elbow or my shoulder cracked there. How to get motivation. I need motivation in order to get back into working out, get back into karate, whatever it is. We build up motivation by taking action first. So this is my action that I'm taking to build up that motivation again to upload regularly. So that's what this is. And I feel really good about it. Although I did film, so this is my second day of attempting this. I filmed yesterday and I forgot I didn't have a pop screen or wind filter or anything on pop filter or windscreen on my mic. Audio was shit and I had something on my face too. So I had to refilm. So, but that's good. It's good that those mistakes can teach us, right? They can help us. And it was a frustrating day, but I feel so much more motivated now to get back into this and get used to doing this and get comfortable filming my podcast episodes and doing these, creating a lot more videos to help you. I have a lot of stuff upcoming to help you. It's not just going to be about me. So thank you for listening to all that. And for anyone new here, I hope that gives you a sense of who I am and what I'm about and why I make the content that I make, why I'm sometimes goofy on camera. It's funny because I do get people saying, I get a lot of hate thrown my way online, a lot of misogynistic stuff, a lot of people, like if I make a sex joke or whatever, I'm fully clothed in all my videos. Like I haven't done anything raunchy, but I have a raunchy sense of humor, right? So I have no problem making videos like that, but I get people calling me a whore, calling me a slut, saying all sorts of awful stuff. Like, whatever, it's not going to stop me from being me. I get martial artists telling me I'm an embarrassment to the discipline of martial arts. I'm disrespectful because, if I make a video, I did one where I did Seiyunchin and I did middle fingers and I thought it was funny. A lot of people have responded to that video. A lot of martial artists think it's really funny. And not just, people in other disciplines, but people who practice karate say that's really funny. So, there's always going to be someone who dislikes what we're doing, who doesn't approve of what we're doing, who throws hate our way, but they don't matter. They really don't, and I've known from the beginning that I'm not going to appeal to everyone. I'm not going to appeal to everyone who's in karate. I'm not going to appeal to everyone who's in martial arts. I'm going to appeal to people who are out, who don't even train. But I'm going to appeal to people who, are into the stuff I talk about and are into me and feel comfortable with me. And that might end up being a very small group, but that's cool. And it's important to me to build my tribe, and when you build your tribe, you have haters, it's us versus them. And yeah, there's negative things about that mentality, but that's how we're wired. That's the way humans are. And when you build your tribe, you're going to have people who aren't in your tribe. And, that saying, if you want to reach everyone, you're going to reach nobody. If you try to reach everyone, you'll end up reaching nobody. But if you're just yourself and you be clear on who you are and what you value and what your boundaries are, you'll find your people. And that's what I'm finding. And the last several months, for sure, I'm finding my people. And some of those people, it's surprising. They're like, I've never been interested in martial arts and I'm still not, but there's something about the stuff you're saying and you being vulnerable and opening up about stuff, or your sense of humor, that really resonates with me. It's helped me. I have people saying they've started uploading martial arts stuff on social media only because of me. Now they feel comfortable doing it. They were scared to do it, but because of me, it helped them feel braver. And all sorts of wonderful stories I'm hearing where I'm not even trying to get those results. I'm not encouraging people, to do things the way I did. Sometimes I do. I say, hey, share your stories, open up about this stuff, make content if you feel comfortable doing so. Don't worry about haters, but I don't push anyone to do something they don't want to do. I never say, hey, there's one way to do it and this is the way you should do it. I just respect people for their choices. And, I'm comfortable being vulnerable and being open about who I am, and people know that they're safe with me. And that's paying off. That's paying off. Not that it's maybe not paying off financially yet, but it's paying off in building a community and building a tribe online, which I'm super, super grateful for. Even though a lot of that was, me showing my butt on camera, and that's what kickstarted that. I'm grateful for that too. We should be grateful for our butts and all the benefits they can provide. So anyway, I'm stuffed up. Sorry, allergies or sick. I don't know. I need to stop now. I have to take my kid to the dentist, but I will be back probably next week. I'm going to try and do weekly uploads again. But again, I'm not going to be too rigid with myself. Shit happens, life happens, but that's my aim. Hopefully it works out. But if not, I will be back in another way too, making more goofy videos. There's possibly another collab in the works soon, possibly with Master Ken. You didn't hear it from me though. It's a big secret probably. So anyway, I hope you're good, and thanks for being here. Thanks for tuning in. Have a great day. How to get through the tough stuff when life is crappy. I've had a number of people reach out to me, ask me, how did I get through all of that horrible stuff that I went through over the last few years? They're struggling with something. They've lost people, lost their jobs, are going through some other life stress. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to handle it. They don't know how to get through the day. And they're saying, hey, you went through all this awful stuff. What did you do to get through it? I didn't set out with any idea of what to do to get through it. I didn't do this intentionally. What I did do though, it worked for me. It helped me. This isn't going to work for everybody. Not everyone is going to like the idea of this, but this is what got me through it. In the beginning, I had this idea that things would hopefully get better. I wanted them to get better. I wanted things to work out. I didn't want my mom to die. I didn't want all these awful things to happen. I clung to this hope that things would get better. I've always been kind of an optimist, a realist, but always thinking, well, things are going to kind of work out okay. And I always had a belief in my capacity to handle it. And I've always had a really strong sense of humor, been able to laugh at myself and laugh at a situation. So all of that kind of helped me through much of my life. When things got really awful, I still had that kind of mindset, like things are going to be okay. They usually are. I can handle this. Trying to find the humor in any little situation to help me through it, making little jokes, not making light of the serious stuff. That's not what I mean, but just finding joy and humor in things just to get me through the day. That was okay for a bit, but I think as things got worse, it didn't work anymore. It stopped working. And I started to realize that things were going to get worse before they would get better, and they were going to get really, really bad. And I had this feeling of dread for a long time before, I think it was end of 2019. I had this feeling of dread that shit's going down. And I better be ready. When the shit goes down. It's my Cypress Hill reference. Anyway, don't ever ask me to sing again, because I won't do it. But I knew shit was going down, and I had to be ready. And I had to accept it somehow. And hope was not getting me through it. Clinging to hope that it would get better, having people reach out, well-meaning people reaching out saying, hey, you deserve better, things are going to get better, it's going to get easier, I know it, or look on the bright side, or other people have it worse than you, or it could be worse, that kind of thing, that toxic positivity, that shit, I hate it. Again, well-intentioned as those people were, that doesn't work for me. And I'd have people reach out like that, and I'd think, fuck, it's gonna get worse. It's bad now, it's gonna get worse. And if I cling to that hope that things are gonna get better, or if I engage in this mental gymnastics trying to convince myself that things weren't so bad, it was just denial, and it was gonna prolong the pain I was gonna experience. It was gonna make the grieving process even harder, because I was never really accepting that, no, things just suck. No, I'm losing my mom. I'm losing this. I'm losing that. Horrible stuff. I have to sit and accept that without trying to, convince myself that things are actually okay, or they're not so bad, or it could be worse. Or no, I had to accept it. I had to accept, no, I'm losing people. I'm losing very important people. My life is changing drastically, and it's going to keep changing, and I have no idea where I'm going to end up. I have no idea what's going to be at the end of this process. None at all. And it's scary, and it's exhausting, and it's heart-wrenching, and I don't know what to do. But clinging to hope, that wasn't it. When I'd cling to hope that things were going to get better, it was fine, as long as things stayed the same or maybe got better. But as soon as they got worse, which they did, it would plummet me down into depression. It's like, fuck, wow, I thought I was going to get better. I had this hope. The hope was supposed to save me, and it didn't. It made it worse. So hope wasn't it for me. Toxic positivity was not it for me. And my sense of humor for a while wasn't it either. I lost that for a while. It was just tough. I did get it back. But when things got really bad, I think it was just letting go of hope, letting go of illusions, accepting that things just suck sometimes without trying to put some positive spin on it. And then saying, okay, now what? Things suck. Now what? Well, I have to get through it. Checking out for me has never been an option. I've never seen that as an option. I've never wanted that for myself. Maybe I'm just really fucking stubborn, but I would never do that. I would never check out. And all evidence, from my life shows me that I have the capacity to handle it. I've gotten through everything up until this point. I'm still here. I haven't checked out. That's evidence to me that I can handle things, because I have. So maybe I can handle whatever's next. It might suck, but I'll get through it, because checking out isn't an option. So the only option is getting through it. So that's part of it too. So letting go of hope, believing in my capacity to get through it because I had to. I gave myself no choice but to get through it. So I was in survival mode, I think, a lot of the time. I did lose hope. I did let go of hope. I didn't feel happy. I didn't feel excited. I at times probably felt depressed. I think more often than not, I felt just kind of numb and empty and dead inside. I just, like, life sucks. I just got to get through it one day at a time, one foot in front of the other. I just got to get shit done. And then eventually, my sense of humor came back. Eventually, my capacity for joy kind of increased again. I see happiness as any other emotion, happiness, anger, sadness, any of that. It's transitory. It's great when we experience some of those emotions. It sucks when we experience others of those emotions, but clinging to any of those things, clinging to happiness or having happiness as a goal just seems ludicrous to me. Clinging to anger is another thing, or pushing anger away. Like, they're just feelings. They come and they go. They can be really helpful indicators of stuff that we need to address, stuff that we need to face, but on their own, they're just feelings. They're transitory. So I've never wanted to make happiness a goal in my life. If I feel happy, great. If I don't, that's fine. I'll probably experience it at, however many times in my life. It's a feeling. It'll come up again. So will anger, so will sadness, but so what? So accepting the reality and not clinging to any feelings that come up because of it, letting myself feel those feelings, absolutely, but not clinging to them or pushing them away. Like, just accepting them. Like, sometimes I'm going to feel happy, sometimes I'm going to feel sad, sometimes I need to cry, sometimes I need to yell. That's just life. That's just the way I am. Another thing that really helped is knowing when to sit with those feelings and when to not. So it's kind of like, you have a box and you put your feelings in there, the tough stuff. When you can't deal with it, you can't always sit and feel your feelings or you'll go crazy. You can't always sit with grief and sit with anger and sit with all those things, because you'll go fucking crazy, or you'll just never get anything done, or you'll stop getting out of bed in the morning, or you'll get into fights all day. So I would just kind of put those feelings in a box. No lock, no key, nothing like that. I'm not locking it away. I'm not putting walls around my feelings. I'm not denying that they exist. I'm just saying right now is not the time. I have shit I have to do. I have to be a mom. I have to be, productive at times. I have to get shit done. I have to get off my ass to feel good about myself too. Right now is not the time to be sitting with those feelings, but I'm not going to push them away forever. I'm just putting them in this box right now, put it on my hip. When I have time, space, energy, I will sit with it, open the box, feel the feelings, deal with it. Okay, so it's not denial. It's also not dwelling. Like, I think therapy can work for people. For me, it never, ever has. Therapy has never worked. I've gone to counselors. I went to a counselor. I used to have disordered eating. I didn't see a counselor until I was pretty much healed from my eating disorder. I worked through it all on my own. I'm really stubborn like that. I have to do things myself. That's part of it. I think stubbornness gets me through a lot of this stuff too. So there's another thing. But by the time I saw a counselor, I sat down with her and she told me all this stuff, and we talked about stuff and worked through stuff and did exercises. And I was thinking, the whole time I was thinking, none of this is new. I have done so much reading. I have done so much research, so much work on myself and gotten through this. And I realized by the end of that session, I'm like, even partway through that session, I realized, holy shit, actually, no, I'm healed and I don't need counseling for this. And I told her that. And of course she was disappointed. Cha-ching, she lost her sale, she lost her money, her potential client. And let's face it, counselors and therapists can be awesome and really helpful, but they make money. This is their business, right? They make money off of that. So having, if everyone was fine all the time and didn't, was okay with feeling their, experiencing their ups and downs and experiencing sadness and experiencing anger and, could manage it okay, they wouldn't feel the need to go to counselors or therapists, and then these people wouldn't make money off of us. So anyway, not bashing the industry. I think it could be really helpful for some things, absolutely. And at different points, it has helped me in certain ways. The counseling that has helped me the most, I think, is more like forward thinking. Okay, what are you going to do now? Let's problem solve. Let's solution brainstorm. Let's come up with solutions. What are some things you can do now to move forward from this, rather than dwelling on the past, regurgitating old stuff or sitting with our feelings forever. That does not work for me. For some people, I think, but for me, I can let my feelings out. I can face my feelings. I can talk about this stuff. I can be vulnerable and open. So I don't have that need. I think some people really don't have anyone they can do that with or don't do that on their own, and a therapist can really help them through that. For me, it's never helped though. It's never helped because I do all that work on my own anyway. The only therapy I think that's been the most effective is not really therapy. It's the therapist we have now for my kids and their dad. He's more of a referee and a mediator and a coach, kind of helping them through all the struggles that they went through in their relationships. And yeah, playing referee, I think he's really helpful for that. But no deep dives into feelings, talking about feelings, acknowledging the past for sure, but not dwelling. And I think that's the thing, dwelling on this stuff. You make it your focus, then it becomes a problem. It becomes more of a problem than it would be. So I could have sat there and said, okay, my grief over my mom, all the shit she went through and losing my mom to cancer, I could, push it away or focus on it or do all that mental gymnastics around it and make it a problem for myself. But instead I decided, no, I'm gonna, when I need to cry, I'll cry. When I need to talk about it, I'll talk about it. When I need to just put it in that little box and carry on with my day, I'll do that too. And that got me through it. And accepting that it was gonna suck too, accepting that too. I'm experiencing stress or I'm experiencing anxiety. I've experienced anxiety at so many times in my life. I've had panic attacks. I had a couple of years where I had there was a year for sure where I had multiple daily panic attacks over some stuff that had happened. And it was like, okay, I could go to therapy for this and, maybe get diagnosed with something or maybe get medication or do all sorts of, work on myself. I found a good book and it helped me. I found a good book. It was cognitive behavior therapy. It had some exercises in it. I went through, tried the different exercises, found a couple that really, really worked for me, and I stopped having panic attacks. I did that work on my own. Okay, not everyone can do that. I did it though. I think more of us than we think though, we realize can do that work on our own. And the big thing was the exercises that helped were not focusing on it, not making it a problem, not making it an issue. It was actually making light of it, making jokes about it, finding the humor in the situation, making it absurd and ridiculous. I'm having a panic attack, so fucking what? And I would come up with some crazy visualization of worst case scenario. Okay, I have this panic attack. And I'm thinking to myself, it means there's something wrong with me. That was the thought always in my head. There's something wrong with me because I have all these, breathing symptoms, heart symptoms, all this stuff that goes along with a panic attack. There must be something wrong with me. So I created this crazy visualization of worst case scenario. Okay, what if all the things I'm worrying about are true, and make it totally fucking ridiculous? So that then I would do this visualization when I was having a panic attack. I'm like, okay, it's actually ridiculous. All the things I'm scared of are completely ridiculous when I create this insane, super creative, totally out there visualization for it, right? So focusing on it, but not dwelling on it, challenging it for sure, shedding light on it, taking a lighthearted approach to it. There's all different things that we can do with this stuff. I think sitting with it and feeling it and then moving on with our day is really helpful, rather than thinking about it. There's a difference between feeling your feelings, sitting with sadness and feeling it, or sitting with anger and feeling it and then coming up with a solution. Okay, I'm angry because something pissed me off and I need to address this because I feel, angry for someone on someone's behalf, or something was done to me. I need to make some changes. I feel angry because someone crossed a boundary with me, or something similar to that. If I just, dwell on the anger and focus on the anger and I'm going to end up feeding the anger, and it becomes the anger becomes the problem, or looking at it oh my God, I'm angry. That's a horrible thing, because some people hate being angry and they think there's something wrong with being angry, and they'll do anything they can to prevent feeling angry or deny that they feel angry. I think that's fucked up shit. I was married to someone like that. he has anger issues, but total denial and like, oh my God, it's this horrible thing that I feel angry. I think it's better just to like, if you're angry, sit with it. Go like, yeah, I'm angry. Now what? How can I use that to help me? So then moving forward from that, problem solving from that point, rather than just dwelling on the feeling like, oh my God, I'm feeling angry. I don't like this feeling, or I love this feeling, holding on to it, pushing it away, all that mental gymnastics. It's like, it's just, we're putting so much energy into something that doesn't warrant it. Like you're giving so much attention to something that becomes the problem. It becomes your focus. Like I've done this before where I've, when I had eating disorder type behavior, disordered eating back in my 20s, I made, like, it started off as like innocent desire to lose some weight that I had gained, and then it became this all-consuming obsession with taking up as little space in the world as possible. And it became this really like restrictive thing, and like hating myself, like body dysmorphia and all of that. And the more weight I lost, the more I hated myself, and the more I like thought I needed to change. Like I need to lose more, I need to lose more. And the skinnier I got, the fatter I looked in the mirror, and it was all this weird shit going on. So something that was just like a simple thing became an obsession because I was focusing on it. I was focusing everything, all of my energy and attention into this thing, this goal, this pursuit of disappearing, right? It's like, I hate myself. I want to be skinny. So I'm going to track everything I eat. Back then, there was no smartphones or anything like that, no apps. So I had to write everything down on paper, calculate everything from like nutrition books, look up nutrition facts, and doing all of this mental gymnastics to achieve a goal. And then it became this all-consuming thing, and I was putting so much focus on it that like it just took over. And then later on, when I tried to get out of that and I tried to heal from it, at first I thought the way to solve it was to really focus on the problem. Like the problem is that I have disordered eating. It actually wasn't. The problem was I was using the disordered eating as a way to like all of that, control over my diet and that kind of thing, control over my body. I was trying to find some sense of control in my life when other things were going shitty. And it became a distraction for me, a way to feel in control when other aspects of my life felt off. And then it became the issue all on its own and the source of all of my stress. And at first I thought focusing on the problem of the eating is the problem, the dieting is the problem, focusing on that would help me solve it. But then it became this thing where like any little thing would trigger me. Getting on a scale would trigger me. Looking at a scale would trigger me. Thinking about nutrition would trigger me. And eventually I realized I had to just stop focusing on it. I had to just live my life. I did this one program, it was called Now What? It was a mentoring program. It was amazing, where I was a mentor for a teenager with anorexia. And I love this. It was a volunteer situation. And the girl who ran it, she was doing, I think, her practicum for becoming a psychologist. Amazing program. I loved it. But it was like, okay, all these teens who are in hospital, they were in Children's Hospital in Vancouver, all had eating disorders. And the purpose of the program was to match them up with a mentor, someone who had experienced disordered eating in their past and had got through it. And just to hang out together however many hours a week and ask themselves the really important question of, okay, now what? Like they have identified as this eating disorder, like I am an anorexic, I am a bulimic, or whatever it is. But now what? Like what else are you going to do with your life? And it was a way to remind themselves that they were more than their eating disorder, that there was more to them, that they had this whole other world out there, this whole other life, right, beyond that identity, that they had gotten so like become all, so consumed by this identity and this focus, and focusing so much on their eating and their body, which is what I did, focusing so much on that. But okay, now what? So it's a way to kind of step back and say, yeah, I can totally dwell on this. I can dwell on my body, on, all these problems I see with my body. I can dwell on all these feelings I don't want to be feeling. I can dwell on how horrible the situation is. Maybe I lost my job. Maybe someone's dying. Maybe whatever is happening. Maybe we're going through a pandemic. Maybe, we're all caught up in the matrix and, whatever. World's on fire. Who knows? Whatever it is. Now what? Now what? You still have to live your life. You can focus on all those things, or you can just say, okay, yeah, it sucks. It sucks. Sometimes you need to cry about it. Sometimes you need to sit with it. And sometimes you just need to say, fuck that, I'm just going to live my life. So now what? So if you're having a hard time, now what? You can focus on those things that are awful and depressing and upsetting, or you can just say, now what? I feel depressed. So, no big deal. Now what? Rather than making it a thing, rather than making your whole identity this feeling that you're dealing with. Feeling depressed, having body dysmorphia, grieving for someone who's gone. Those things are they're valid, right? These are valid feelings, valid experiences, but dwelling on it doesn't help us. Now what? I lost my mom. Yeah, and I think about her every day, and that's good. I want to think about her every day, but sitting and dwelling and crying all day and feeling numb and, not facing now and my life now and looking towards the future, well, that's not going to help me. Now what? I still have to live. I'm still here. Or back when I had body dysmorphia and disordered eating, it's well, yeah, I could dwell on that. I could dwell on my body all the time and look at all the imperfections and, scrutinize myself in the mirror and analyze every little thing and, track every little thing I eat and be completely fucking miserable. Or I could say, well, yeah, I don't love my body, or I don't like this thing about my body, or I want to change my body, but so what? Now what? What am I going to do? How am I going to live my life? You can accept the negative stuff, the negative feelings, the negative situation, and accept it and say, okay, I accept it without getting overly caught up in it, without, kind of making it the end of the world because of it, and just say, yeah, okay, that's the way it is. Now what? So what? And now what? So that's a mental framework that has helped me. Letting go of hope when things are really bad and gonna get worse. And not as oh, that's such a sad thing, letting go of hope, but just accepting that, no, things are probably going to get worse and I have to be able to handle it. Not giving myself the option of checking out, not giving myself the option of giving up, because I have all this evidence from my whole life. So now, I'm turning 49 in a few months, almost 49 years of not giving up, not checking out. I got shit done somehow. I navigated all of those ups and downs somehow. So I can probably handle whatever comes next. And then trying to cultivate a sense of humor about it, trying to get some perspective. You get outside, you look up at the sky and you realize how fucking small we are and how small our problems are. And yeah, some people have it a lot worse. They do. And I don't like to focus on that as make myself feel better. Oh, well, some people have it worse, so I shouldn't be sad. It's no, your feelings are valid, but sit with them, face them when you need to, put them in a little box when you have to get shit done, and just go, okay, so what? Now what? I gotta live my life. I gotta live my life. And yeah, accepting the way things are is incredibly helpful for doing that. So hope this helps. Bit of a ramble, but gives you a sense of what goes on in this crazy little brain of mine. There is a downside, though, to, letting go of hope during tough times, is then you get to this point where I'm at now, I'm really cautious about dreaming big and putting, clinging to hope ever with anything. I do experience a lot of moments of joy, happiness, a lot of laughter, that kind of thing, but it's measured. And I do have this hesitation about getting too excited about the future. I don't know what's coming next. I try not to think too far into the future anymore. And I think that's just, I don't know, maybe that's fallout from all the shit that I went through. I just feel kind of cautious. I'm just cautious. So there is that, but I don't know, maybe it's easier then. When things do go to shit, and they will again, I'll be able to handle it again. I'll still be able to laugh. I'll be able to sit with those feelings when I need to, and I'll get shit done when I have to get shit done. So I think you can too. I think we are stronger than we think. We have greater capacity to handle stuff than we realize and we give ourselves credit for. And I think dwelling on stuff it's not the way. It's like overthinking doesn't help us solve our problems. I think just accepting them and then just moving on despite them, I think that's what does. Cardio is useless is a very popular fitness trend. I follow a lot of fitness accounts on YouTube and Instagram, and I hear this message all the time. Cardio is useless. You don't need cardio. Forget all the cardio. You can achieve your goals without it. I understand the reasoning behind this trend, but I think the way it's often presented is misleading and problematic. For someone who's already sufficiently active, watching a video like that, they can understand that there's a nuance to it. They can say, okay, I want to lose fat. I already do cardio. I already strength train. I already practice karate. Let's say we're talking about me here. Do I need to do extra cardio in order to lose weight, particularly body fat? Watches the video. Oh, the message is I don't have to. I can adjust my diet to lose fat. I don't need to add extra cardio on top of what I'm already doing or make that cardio more intense. My schedule is pretty full already, so that's good news. If I just adjust my diet, I can start losing fat. So for someone who's already active, hearing that cardio is useless, to achieve your goals, meaning adding extra cardio is useless, or, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. It's not that it's useless. It's just not necessary to achieve fat loss. Okay, that's understandable. For someone who's not active, hearing that cardio is useless, cardio isn't necessary, you don't need cardio to lose fat, they're already inactive. They don't need more encouragement to remain inactive. This is just another excuse to skip it. It's like, oh, well, this fitness expert told me I don't need cardio. My doctor tells me I should, but this fitness influencer said no. I'm just going to skip it. I can look as good as this person. I'm just going to stay sitting on the couch. So someone who's not active needs cardio more than anything else, more than any other type of exercise. That cardio is going to be the biggest benefit to their health and fitness. And hearing that cardio is useless, even if there's a caveat to that, it's just going to be further justification to be sedentary. So I think this trend caters to people who don't want to do cardio anyway. It appeals to those people and it justifies them not doing it. Oh, this person with this amazing body told me to not do it. I'm just going to keep sitting on the couch and eating my Cheetos. So people hear you don't need to do cardio and they ignore the rest of the statement. Some people will listen to the whole thing, but again, I think it's typically people who are already really active, already fitness oriented, and people who are not, they're going to hear the beginning part of the message, which is what they really want to hear, and it's going to justify continuing to skip the cardio they don't want to do anyway. But what about heart health? All the health advice out there for heart health, it's you need cardio and you need a lot more of it than many people get. We're a very sedentary society now. People are less active than ever. We do not need more encouragement to be sedentary, right? Or some of these videos, and a lot of the comments I read on these videos are really toxic too, and just people saying, oh good, I hate cardio, now I can just skip it, or oh, I just do my 2 15-minute sessions a week of cardio, I'm good then. That's less than guidelines just for basic health. That's so low. You're not going to get enough cardiovascular benefit from 2 15-minute sessions a week. That is piss poor, and it's horrible. It's horrible thinking that that's enough. So, and some people, I watch some influencers, well, I don't follow them anymore because I find they give this mixed messaging. There's one in particular, I really liked her videos, but when a personal trainer starts really pushing supplements, particularly supplements that really shouldn't be suggested unless you've gotten blood work done, like particular minerals, I stop listening. I think, you're just trying to make a buck and you really don't know what you're talking about. Only your doctor or dietitian should really be prescribing supplements like that. But anyway, her messaging is that, you don't need cardio to look good. And look at me, I used to do a lot of cardio. I was a cardio junkie. This is how my body looked. I stopped doing all the cardio. Now I just lift weights. Look how awesome I look. You can look like me even if you hate cardio. But then you read some of the captions on her videos and she talks about getting thousands and thousands of steps in every day because she works at her desk and her desk has a treadmill under it. So you don't need cardio, or you don't need cardio to look good. Well, a lot of these people who are really jacked, they do cardio as well. They just may not be selling that to you, or they may not admit it. They might do cardio in other ways. Maybe they do a lot of walking. That's still cardio. You don't have to run to get a good workout. So I think there's a lot of mixed messaging around this, and people hear, oh, you don't need cardio and I can look like her, I can look like him, but they're not telling you all of it, right? They're just telling you what you want to hear, which is that you want a shortcut. You want a shortcut to kicking ass and looking your best. There are no shortcuts. So, do you need cardio for fat loss? No, actually you don't. You don't need any exercise for fat loss. You can change your diet, create a calorie deficit by eating less, eating fewer calories, and you will start to lose fat. You don't need to do that through exercise. If you want to lose fat, hey, hypothetically, you could do this. You can go to the nearest hospital and get them to put you in a medically induced coma, and just make sure that they adjust your intake, your parenteral nutrition, what you get through IV, so that you get fewer calories than you need to maintain your weight. You will start to lose weight. You will start to lose fat. You'll also lose muscle. Your fitness will be shit. You won't look good by the end of it, but you will lose fat. It will happen. No activity required. You're just lying there in the hospital bed doing nothing, losing weight. Okay, so no activity. Cardio, it's not required for losing weight. You can adjust your diet and you can start losing weight. So strictly no, you do not need cardio to lose weight. It can certainly help though, and I'll talk about my personal experience with this. But do you need cardio to look good? That's another thing. They say you don't need cardio to improve your body composition, and certainly you don't need it. If your goal is just aesthetics, you can just lift weights but your diet has to be on point too. Diet is the big thing. If you want to lose fat, you really need to adjust your diet. You really need to make sure you're eating fewer calories so that you start burning fat, right? But you can do that just through diet and strength training. But if you're just strength training, strength training does have cardiovascular benefits for sure, but you do see, you see these people at the gym who, particularly people who are like really, really big, enhanced, and they're huffing and puffing up a flight of stairs. They're out of breath when they're talking because their their muscle mass is so big that it taxes their cardiovascular system. And that's not true fitness. That's not, like, if that's your goal, if your goal is just aesthetics, okay, that's fine. You don't need cardio, but it would certainly help you. It's so much easier to push yourself when you're lifting weights, when your cardiovascular fitness is good. Absolutely. So cardio will help you even with that, even as just as a supplement to help you achieve that goal. But you don't need it. But honestly, lifting weights is a lot harder than cardio. I don't know why. So for someone who's sedentary, telling them you just need to lift weights, you don't need to do cardio. Cardio is actually the easier first step for getting into fitness. Starting with a brisk walk is so much easier than lifting weights. So it's kind of a strange thing for getting people active. It's a strange message to be giving them. So does this mean you shouldn't do cardio? It depends on your goal, right? It depends on your goal. If you just want to lose fat, you don't need to do any exercise at all. It can certainly help though. Exercise helps a lot and it has other benefits. You don't have to if you just want to look good. You don't have to, but how good are you going to feel? How healthy are you going to be? How fit are you going to be if you don't do cardio? So for me, personal experience, and this kind of goes against what people say about cardio. So typically with cardio, the story is, the more cardio you do, or cardio boosts your appetite. So if you do a lot of running, for example, you're going to be hungrier, and that's going to offset the calories that you burn. So cardio may not be ideal for losing weight because you're hungrier and you eat more. My personal experience is the opposite of this. I always lose fat when I do cardio. When I do a lot of cardio, the more cardio I do, the more fat I lose. I've tried this at different times in my life. Some times in my life, some periods I've only done cardio. Some periods I've only done strength training. Right now I'm doing both. That's my preference, but I've tried this too, just as like experiment or based on preference, and paid attention to the results to see, does this make a difference? When I'm just doing cardio, I'm doing a lot, sufficient cardio, I will lose weight. Absolutely. When I'm just lifting weights and not doing cardio, I gain fat. Every time. So what's going on here? Lifting weights doesn't boost your appetite in the same way that cardio does. That's for sure, even in my experience. But I always carry more body fat when I just lift weights, and I always carry less body fat when I just do cardio. So what happens is that if I'm just doing cardio, there's a period of time where I was just running all the time, and I was losing fat. I did lose muscle at a certain point, though. I do need to say that when I'm doing a lot of running, my leg muscle does decrease in size because, if you're doing endurance running, that's what I was doing. You don't need as much weight. And when you're carrying that extra muscle, it just slows you down, right? If you're sprinting, it's a different story. But I was doing endurance running, and so my thighs did get smaller, and I didn't really like that. I like to have a bit of thick going on with my legs. So I cut back on the running and, balanced it out with more strength training and HIIT. And I started to get that muscle back pretty quickly, but losing fat for sure. I do that when I'm running a lot. So what happens for me is it does boost my appetite to do that cardio. And you burn a lot of calories, like running in particular burns a shitload of calories. At first though, if I do a long run, after the run for several hours, I don't feel very hungry at all. It really does suppress my appetite at first. Later in the day, it catches up to me and I start getting hungry. But what I find is I don't feel like grazing. I don't feel like just munching out of boredom or stress. Cardio has such an amazing effect on my mood. It decreases my stress level. I feel so much better physically, mentally, all of it, emotionally, that I don't engage in overeating. I don't engage in that emotional eating, which is something that I do when I don't do cardio, when I'm just lifting weights. So it has nothing to do with how many calories I'm burning or appetite. The appetite boost from cardio, like that doesn't seem to be a factor. For me, it's all about when I do a lot of cardio, I feel better, I feel less stressed, I feel happier. I want to eat real food and real meals and satisfying meals. I don't want to graze. I don't want to eat out of boredom. I don't feel bored. I don't feel stressed or sad. I don't overeat because of it. So it helps me cut down on my overeating. So I do eat extra to make up for the calories I'm burning, but overall I'm eating relatively less than I would if I didn't do cardio, so I start losing weight. When I'm just lifting weights, I don't get that mood boosting to the same degree. I do feel really good when I'm lifting weights, but the rest of the day, I don't have that same, mental clarity and like good mood that I get from cardio. I don't have that same boosted energy that I get from cardio. And I tend to feel restless and bored and kind of lazy, kind of sluggish, and I eat more, I pick more, I eat more garbage. And so I have a tendency to gain fat in those cases. So for me, it's the opposite of what a lot of people experience, but I think then this message around, don't do cardio or you don't need cardio for losing fat, it ignores all the people like me who do engage in emotional eating, who do overeat when they're stressed, who do overeat when they're bored, who do overeat when they're not doing enough, when they're not active enough. When I'm really active, the more active I am, the less I even think about eating unless I'm hungry. When I'm not very active, food is on my mind a lot more, right? If I'm doing a lot of sitting, I think about food more often. That just happens. So people like me, cardio is absolutely useful, absolutely helpful for losing fat, absolutely can help. And, so if we change the message here, maybe like cardio is useless. Like, I don't know, I think just get rid of that entirely as a message, but just really think about who you're talking to. And, not everyone is a robot and could just say, oh, well, I want to lose weight, so I'm just going to cut down on my calories and I'm fine. Like some of us, like we overeat. Some of us, we love food. Some of us use food to soothe our feelings. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it can become an issue, right? And if we have no outlet for that stress and boredom and sadness, then food becomes it, right? And some of us really need the exercise to balance that out. Some of us really need the cardio, and we all need the cardio, right? We all need cardio. We all have cardiovascular systems, so we need cardio exercise. But some of us, it can be really helpful for achieving those goals of fat loss and body composition changes, because it cuts back on that overeating and it helps to normalize our eating and improve our moods. So how about we just stop encouraging people to hate cardio, to dislike cardio, because that's really what's happening. It's like, oh, you hate cardio? I do too. I'm a fitness influencer. I look great. I don't do cardio. You don't have to. It's a horrible message. Stop feeding into and justifying people's desire to be sedentary. Stop feeding into people's laziness around cardio. Stop telling them it's not necessary, despite reams of research to the contrary, showing how vastly important it is, how greatly important it is for our health and well-being, how greatly important it is for our heart. If you have a heart and it's beating, you need cardio, period. And also, how about we normalize cardio being enjoyable? It's not a slog. It doesn't have to be, on a treadmill either. Like, I like running on a treadmill. I used to do a lot of running outside. It started to hurt my knees because I was running on concrete. So now I do it all on a treadmill. I run 6 days a week. I love it. For some people, it's boring. For me, it's a great opportunity. I like having those moments where I feel bored, but I'm doing some kind of mindless activity, because it really frees me to do some of my best creative thinking and my brainstorming and problem solving and just figuring out, planning and figuring out my day and figuring out stuff that's going on in my life. I talk to myself, a little chatter, out loud or mental chatter, and it really helps me to have that time where, it might seem boring, but it frees me creatively and mentally, and it sweeps away all my mental cobwebs. So for me, I like that. Not everyone likes that. That's totally fine. You don't need a machine to get your cardio in. You can go for a walk, you can go for a hike, you can ride a bike, you can go swimming, you can dance, you can fornicate, you can twerk in your mom's basement, even fapping. If you put in enough effort, can be a good cardio session. So there are a lot of options, and it's undeniably good for you. And I think the messaging really needs to change around that. Also, how about we change the focus from focusing on aesthetics? It's always so much on aesthetics. Like way back when, aesthetics has always been important to humans, right? We want to look good, but way back when, I think it's like a pendulum swinging, way back when all the cardio junkies, everyone was doing a lot of cardio, the aerobics era, and now we've gone the other way to just like building muscle, and that type of aesthetic. And the focus though is always on how we look. How about somewhere in the middle? Cardio is awesome for us. Lifting weights is awesome for us. Karate is awesome for us if that's what you're into. I am. Hopefully you are too. But somewhere in the middle where we have all of it, a balance of all of it, and not focusing so much on how we look. Because I think, when you get all that stuff in order, when you do your cardio and do your strength training and you pay attention to your diet, body composition improves as a natural consequence of that. You don't even need to make it a goal. And certainly some people have it as a goal. They have aesthetics goals. They compete in bodybuilding or something, or they're elite athletes. And in those cases, absolutely dialing it in, being really precise with that stuff is really going to be important. But for most of us, we don't need to worry about that stuff. And I think we focus far too much on how we look. And, okay, if you want to lose fat, that can be a goal, but you don't need to stress about it. You don't need to, how about just like move more and eat less? And yeah, that's oversimplified, but really focus on the movement. I want to get better at running. I want to get better at karate. I want to get better at cooking nutritious meals and focus on that. And as a consequence of that, your body composition will take care of itself. It will improve along the way without having to obsess about just how you look. Also, I think, just like looking good, but not being functional, not being able to go up a flight of stairs without getting winded, that's sad shit. I've seen martial artists like this whose cardiovascular fitness was far less than it should be. And like as a martial artist, if you can't fight your way out of a paper bag because your cardio shit, that is sad. No matter how good your technical ability is, like unless that fight is over in the first little bit, if it lasts any length of time, you need good cardio. You absolutely do, right? Or how about not being able to run away in a dangerous situation? Sometimes you need to run. And if you can't because you hate cardio, it's like, well, you're fucked, right? Is that what you want? Oh, I lost fat and I look beautiful, but that fight or flight situation back there, oh yeah, I died, but damn, does my ass look good. Like, I don't know, it's just not good enough. I think we've lost touch with nature and survival and what it means to be an animal to the point that we've forgotten how incredibly important it is to be physically fit in a total body sense. If you have a heart and it's beating, you need cardio. To be able to run at the sign of danger, that's so important. To be able to kick ass when needed, that is so important. Sure, looking good naked might get you laid and help you propagate the species, but you can't fuck if you're dead. There may be exceptions to that, but please let's not even think about that or discuss that. But what about, also if that booty call you want is on a time limit, your bae calls you up and says, hey, I'm free, but you got 2 minutes to run your ass over here. Otherwise time's up, and you don't have the stamina to run your horny ass over there, well, you're out of luck. And what about the stamina when you're there at that booty call? You do need good cardio. Martial artists, we understand the importance of being able to fight. That's what we do. It's what we train for, but not every martial artist has the cardiovascular fitness to even help them in a fight. Or maybe they have good enough fitness that they can, fight for the first few minutes, but then they're fucked. Or what about, they have the, just enough to get them so that they can fight, the technical ability, the expertise, they've been doing this long enough, they're black belts, etc., but they don't have the fitness to run when needed because sometimes fighting won't save you. Sometimes you just need to run the fuck away. Why do people hate cardio? I think it's because they don't do it. If you don't do it, it's difficult. Running for me was very difficult for a long time in the beginning because I didn't do it. I didn't run, not since I was a kid. I started running regularly in my 20s and it was hard as fuck. I did a walk-run program and yeah, it sucked. It sucked. Every step is an act of will when you run, and it was difficult and I didn't like it, and it took years and years for me to get to a point where I actually would get my second wind when I was running, and I felt good when I was running, and I really earlier than that, I liked running, but I knew it took a long time for me to feel good when I was running. I may have liked it or wanted to do it or felt driven by that challenge of getting comfortable running, but it took, so long for me to feel good when I was running. Now I can do it as a recovery workout. Now I can do it and just chatter to myself, on my treadmill as I'm running is really enjoyable. And now the thought of doing a challenging run doesn't overwhelm me. In the beginning, when you're not good at it, the thought of a challenging workout is incredibly mentally taxing. But once you're good at it, it's not. It's the same with lifting weights. In the beginning, it's hard. I mean, it's always hard if you're challenging yourself, but the thought of it, it's mentally difficult in the beginning because you've never done it. And as you get better at it, even a tough workout, you can do it. You can do it. So it just takes doing it. People hate it if they haven't done it, right? But I honestly think, people who hate cardio is so much easier than lifting weights. So why not start there? It's so much easier, and good cardio makes every other activity easier. It makes carrying your groceries easier. It makes everything easier. So why not do it? And the benefits of cardio go beyond just heart health, which should be reason enough to do it. And, a couple of short sessions a week aren't going to cut it for heart health. But, cardio, it boosts your mood. It gives you that high. It helps, in my case, for sure, suppressing overeating. I can help with, like just decreasing your stress and thus helping with overeating, but decreasing your stress is reason enough. It improves your cognitive function and your focus, and I totally find that when I do a lot of cardio, my brain is just ding, 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 like super focused, super productive. It boosts your immune system. Too much cardio, too much of anything, of course, is an issue, but too much cardio, doing a lot, can suppress your immune functioning. But, follow guidelines or do what feels good or listen to your body, and yeah, you're gonna be healthier because of it. Also, it keeps you alive in a fight or flight situation, and damn, isn't that a good thing? Isn't that a good thing? We are animals, and we need to be fit enough and strong enough to survive. Otherwise, what fun will that be? So yeah, if you hate cardio, ask yourself, do you like being alive? Do you want to stay that way? Because cardio is sure necessary for that. I think it's challenging because there's so much noise online, so much information, and it gets filtered down, and then we hear these like short messages when maybe the big picture and the research behind it is a lot more complicated and nuanced, but we get this, diluted message that can be incredibly confusing sometimes and misleading and problematic. For me, I don't want to be beautiful but otherwise useless. I don't want just to look good, but not be able to walk up a flight of stairs or run away at the sign of danger. I don't want any obstacles in my life. I don't want anything holding me back. And of course, there's certain limitations that we can't help. We might have physical limitations, we might have genetic limitations, there's illness, disease, all sorts of things that are beyond our control. I'm not talking about that. But what I'm talking about is anything that we can control. That's what I want to control. I don't want anything to become problematic. I don't want something that I can control, like my cardiovascular fitness. I don't want that to become a problem to the point that it's a limitation in my life, right? So my cardiovascular fitness, I don't want it to be a limitation. My strength or lack thereof, my flexibility, my mobility, my lifestyle habits, I don't want any of that to be a limitation. I don't want anything holding me back from feeling my best and doing whatever the hell I want to do in my life. Cardiovascular fitness is a big part of that. Cardio isn't useless. It just might be hard if you're not used to it, but it gets easier the more you do it. And the more you do it, the more benefits you get, right? And, think about it. If you're a martial artist, which you might be if you listen to this, we like difficult things as martial artists. We really, really do. We love those challenges. And adding cardio, if you're not already doing it, hey, just consider it a challenge, just like striving for your black belt. And honestly, cardio is going to be one of those amazing things that helps us perform better in everything, right? And we don't want anything to stop us from performing our best in life and martial arts, cardio included. So get your cardio in. You'll be healthier and fitter and more awesome for it. Thanks for listening. I quit caffeine and I actually survived. I've been a daily caffeine consumer for well over 30 years, and just under a couple of months ago, I quit caffeine completely. So I'm going to talk about why I decided to quit caffeine, how I did it, what that experience was like for me, and how I'm doing now. What are the results of this? I am in no way, shape, or form suggesting that you should quit caffeine if you consume caffeine. I'm not saying anything at all about what you should do if you have a good relationship with caffeine, if it's working for you, if the benefits outweigh the negatives, that's awesome. If you're struggling with it and want to quit, perhaps this video can help you. But you do you. I have nothing against caffeine. It's not a moral issue. I was just finding that the benefits weren't outweighing the negatives anymore. So I started drinking caffeine every day. In probably late elementary school, my mom would drink black tea in the morning, and she started making me a cup in the morning because I wanted to drink it. I'm sure she made it pretty weak at the time, but I didn't have much more than that really weak cup of tea in the morning every day, and maybe occasionally a pop with caffeine in it. But that was my daily intake, was pretty weak tea for elementary school, and all through high school I continued that. It wasn't until university that I started drinking coffee. And the reason for that, I actually didn't like coffee. I never liked the flavor of coffee. I liked the smell, but the taste didn't do it for me. But when I started university, I'd go to stop at the coffee shop on campus to buy some tea, and the tea was always really shitty. So I started drinking coffee because of that. I'd smell the caffeine or the coffee brewing. The tea wasn't very good, so I started buying coffee because it just smelled that much better. And that's how I switched to coffee. And what I find is that I would want to drink tea, but as soon as I'd smell coffee, I'd want coffee instead. So like I was in a long relationship. I was married to someone who drank coffee every day. And there were certain periods of time where I'd try to switch back to tea in the morning, but then I'd smell the coffee brewing and I'd have to have coffee. It's something about it. It's the scent of it is kind of addictive for me. So I switched to coffee every day. I kept it to no more than 1 cup for a very long time. There's a certain period of time I was working in a hospital, and there was one department I was in where they'd have coffee on all the time. It was right there by my desk. And so I started drinking more and more coffee while I worked in that department. And then I found that it wasn't working for me. I was getting the jitters. I also started getting urinary infections from it. So that was a really very effective way to get me to reduce my caffeine intake. It was like, I don't want bladder infections. So I cut back to 1 cup a day, and then I was fine once I did that. So that was out of like, this is not worth it for me. 1 cup is fine. And I stuck with that for a very long time. There were a couple of times I tried to quit caffeine cold turkey. Don't recommend that. That didn't work for me. I had super bad headaches both times I tried it. Lasted a few days and said, fuck this. This isn't worth it. And went back to drinking coffee and tea. So then I think I was totally fine for a long time with just the 1 cup. And over time I started to drink more and more. And this is what initiated this decision to quit this summer. Is over time I was drinking more and more, and it was such a gradual process that I adjusted to it. I didn't have any bladder issues anymore. So, there weren't those obvious negatives, right? To say, hey, you're drinking too much. So I drink coffee in the morning, and then I started drinking tea at lunch. Stuck with that for a long time. And then I noticed, I think over the last year or two, I started to drink more and more. So sometimes that morning cup of coffee wouldn't be enough, so I'd have more. And what I realized this summer is one day I was like, I'm not sleeping well. I haven't slept well in a really, really long time. And I'm not an easy sleeper and haven't been for my entire adult life. But I was finding that my sleep was getting worse and worse, and I wanted to improve it. And then I realized one day, I wonder how much caffeine I'm actually consuming every day, because what I realized is that the mugs I was drinking out of were much larger than what I originally was drinking way back when I was just drinking 1 cup of coffee a day. So I went into the kitchen and I measured to figure out how much coffee I was actually drinking every day, how much tea I was drinking every day, and it was way more than I thought I was actually drinking. And that was kind of that wake up call, like, oh no, okay, this is why my sleep is shit. I'm drinking so much more caffeine than I realize, and I'm not a big person. I'm 5'2", 115 pounds most of the time, and that I can't handle a lot of caffeine at the best of times. So this was just way too much. I'd get the jitters. I'd feel anxious all day. My sleep was shit, as I mentioned. So I realized, no, I have to cut back. But what I was finding is I was drinking more and more because it wasn't working anymore. I was feeling tired all the time. My sleep was not very good. So I'd wake up exhausted. That first cup wasn't enough. So I'd have more and more and larger mugs over time. And it just wasn't giving me that, stimulation that I was looking for. And I just ended up feeling jittery and anxious, and my sleep was bad. So I was in this cycle of not sleeping well because I was overly caffeinated, and then trying to make up for it with more caffeine, which, endless cycle doesn't work, right? So I had this dependency. And so the first thing I did, so I weaned over 2 months, about 2 months, because I didn't want the headaches. I knew if I had the negative withdrawal symptoms, the side effects, I would go back to caffeine right away. I knew it wouldn't work. So I wanted to do this very, very gradually. So I started off by just eliminating all of the extra. So first thing I did was cut down to just 1 cup in the morning, of coffee and 1 cup of tea at around lunchtime is when I used to have it. Kept to the same size mugs, the same strength of coffee, the same strength of tea. Over time also I was gravitating towards stronger brews and steeping my tea for longer to get more caffeine out of that tea. So I just kept that the same, but cut out any extra cups. And I kept to that for about a few days to a week just to adjust to that. That was actually totally fine. I didn't notice any difference. I think the extra caffeine, because I was drinking, multiple cups around the same time, a couple times a day, it was just too much caffeine at once. If I'd had it spread quite evenly throughout the day, it might have been harder. I might have noticed some fatigue and that kind of thing, but I didn't notice any changes at all. So that was totally easy. Then the next step is I cut out, so that was about a week. Next step, I cut out my midday cup of tea and got down to just the 1 cup of coffee in the morning. Big mug for sure, but just that. That wasn't bad, actually. I did feel more tired, no headaches. So this whole weaning process, I didn't have any headaches associated with cutting back on caffeine. I did have a headache or two, but it wasn't, the timing of it didn't indicate that it was related to the caffeine withdrawal or anything like that. It was totally separate, probably a virus or something, or I slept funny on my pillow. So I didn't have any headaches. I did feel more tired. So every time I'd cut down on my caffeine intake for the next few days, I would feel more tired. Absolutely. I would feel kind of, like groggy in the morning. I'd feel maybe a little bit irritable, not terribly so, but no headaches, which is great. So I was expecting that though, and every time I cut back on caffeine, I made sure that I didn't plan too much, do it over a weekend or do it during a few days when I didn't have much to do, so I could lay low a bit, maybe have a nap, that kind of thing, get outside, get, sunlight, that kind of thing. So I wouldn't feel so tired. So I managed it okay. So I was totally fine getting down to 1 cup a day. The hardest part was actually cutting down from 1 cup of coffee to half a cup. And what I did there is I stuck with 1 cup a day only for about, I think 2 to 3 weeks. I wanted to do it super slow. So, give myself that first few days of feeling tired and then adjust to it, see how I felt, and then wait until I was totally used to it before cutting back again. So then what I did is I bought a batch of decaf coffee and I mixed it half and half with regular coffee. So I had half calf coffee. So then that was I was a month in to this weaning process. I switched to half calf coffee. So 1 cup of half calf coffee in the morning, equivalent to half a cup of coffee. That was the hardest part. That's when I really noticed, I was really, really, really tired from that in the first few days of that. And I'm thinking it's because I hadn't drank that little caffeine in over 30 years. I'd been drinking at least 1 cup of full strength coffee every day for 30 years or so. And this is the first time in 30 years that I'd cut back to just half a cup. So I really, really felt it that first few days. I was really, really tired. And then I was fine. And then I started to notice, so it was the hardest cut back for feeling tired, but it was the most noticeable one for seeing the benefits of reducing my caffeine. All of a sudden, my energy throughout the day was so much more even. I didn't have that afternoon slump anymore. I'd always have that afternoon slump. Full cup of coffee in the morning. After lunch, I'd feel tired. I'd feel like I needed a nap. I'd be slapping myself to stay awake. Or that's often when I would reach for a cup of tea or another cup of coffee to try and feel more awake. I didn't have that anymore once I cut down to the half calf or 1 half cup of coffee. So that was great. My energy level was so much more even throughout the day. That's when I started sleeping better. I noticed I didn't necessarily at first fall asleep quicker, but I fell asleep easier if I ever woke up in the night, and my sleep just felt so much deeper. And over the next month, I kept up with the half a cup a day until the batch ran out. And it took about a month. I had a lot of coffee. And I noticed my sleep was getting better and better. And then I decided that by the end of that, at first I thought, well, I'll see how it goes. If I, decide to, I will cut back again. So I'm drinking a quarter cup of coffee a day. But once I was, getting near the end of it, I realized, I'm feeling so good. My energy is so good throughout the day. I don't feel nearly as tired. My sleep is so much better. I'm just going to finish this batch and then go to decaf completely. And the timing was, at first it was kind of shitty timing, but it turned out to be perfect timing. My kids perform at anime conventions. They're in a dance group and an idol group. And we had this big 3-day convention we were going to, which involved a lot of driving, about 3 to 4 hours of driving a day. And I'm always tired of these conventions. My kids are always tired of these conventions. It always takes us a few days after the convention to recover. We're always slugs for a few days the following week. It's just exhausting walking around. They're performing. There's all the prep for their performances, a lot of driving, a lot of juggling, that kind of thing. So I knew I was going to be tired. And at these conventions, I'm always buying coffee, buying tea, wanting caffeine. But I thought, you know what, my coffee was going to be running out that weekend, and it turns out it ran out. So the second day of the convention, I didn't have any caffeinated coffee anymore. So that was going to be my first day of drinking just decaf. And it turned out to be great because I realized, well, I'm going to be tired no matter what. At this convention, I'm going to be exhausted. We're going to be zombies by the end of the 3 days walking around. So it doesn't really make a difference if I have caffeine or not. I'm still going to be tired. So that's a good weekend to quit, right? And so the result was, yes, I was tired. I didn't have any headaches. I felt pretty much how I usually feel at these conventions, and it was totally fine. And then the following week, as expected, we all had to recover from the convention. We were all feeling kind of sleepy. And then I was good. So ever since then, it's been almost 2 months. I've occasionally had a bit of caffeine unintentionally, like maybe in baking or in something. My oldest likes to bake and sometimes puts coffee or tea and cookies and cake and stuff like that. Anytime I've had a bit of caffeine, it hasn't felt that great. I didn't like it. But I haven't had anything, I haven't needed caffeine to wake me up in the morning. So I feel totally good about this. And for me, it was worth it to quit. I think low doses, if I'd stuck with the 1 cup a day, I probably would have been fine, maybe, but I've never really experienced adult life without caffeine every day. So I was really curious to see what that would be like. And I've always been kind of a light sleeper. And I wanted to see if I could change that, because over time I've realized, the I can sleep when I'm dead attitude, it isn't really working for me anymore. And I haven't prioritized sleep as much as I want to. And so now I want to eliminate anything that's going to interfere with my sleep. And caffeine was definitely one of them. My sleep is so much better. I sleep so much deeper. And this is having been a light sleeper all of my adult life. I fall asleep really quickly in the evening now, which I never have as an adult, ever. And I do wake up sometimes in the night. I have cats. They wake me up. Sometimes I have to get up and pee, or I'm thirsty, or I hear a noise outside. I fall asleep pretty quickly after. There's been the odd time that I've stayed awake for a while, couldn't fall asleep. But almost every other night, most nights, I can pass out really quickly. And no matter what my sleep is, sometimes I might be woken up a little earlier than normal, but I feel so much better even if I get a poor night's sleep, even if I don't get a long sleep. I think my sleep is so much deeper now, whereas when I was drinking coffee and tea every day, it was lighter. I wasn't getting all of that deep sleep, so I feel so much better. I am slow to wake up in the morning, but that's been a lifelong thing for me. Even as a kid, before I started drinking tea, I was slow to wake up in the morning. I remember weekend upon weekend, my dad would come in, rip off my blankets, rip open the blinds, get up, Sabrina, stop sleeping in. We're going for a hike. We're going skiing. We're doing something, sleep is for wimps. Let's get out and live our lives. And I always wanted to sleep in, always wanted to stay in bed, always had a hard time waking up in the morning. So I think that's just me. I like being up in the morning. I find I can't sleep in ever, really, unless I'm sick. But it takes a long time for me to get moving in the morning. So Caffeine, I think, masked that for a long time, where I started to think, maybe I'm really, really a morning person. You know, I have a lot of energy in the morning because I'm drinking coffee, but without it, it does take me a bit to get moving. I do like the morning though. I do like getting up, but I have more energy in the evening. I think that's probably a better time for me to do more active stuff and do more of my thinking and that kind of thing. So having accepted that though, I accept that it's going to take me a bit in the morning to get moving. That's just the way my body is. Then it's okay. I don't need that caffeine to kickstart me. So I do feel better. I am sleeping better. My energy level throughout the day has stayed really, really good. I don't get the afternoon slump unless I'm sleep deprived or I'm getting sick or that kind of thing. Then of course I will notice that. But otherwise, like I can just kind of go all day. I don't feel this. I was feeling this low level anxiety all the time. I don't feel that anymore, which is great. I don't necessarily feel like caffeine can be really fun because you can get that hyperactivity, that manic thing going, and I don't have that now, so I kind of miss that. So there is that. There is a downside there. Caffeine can have its uses, right? And you know, if it's working for you, great. For me, it wasn't working for me anymore, so I decided to quit. This isn't to say that I won't ever have caffeine again or ever drink it in the morning again, but for now it's working really well for me, and I really want to do everything I can to sleep well at night because it's such an important recovery exercise or activity. And my sleep was shit for so long. My sleep was shit, and the anxiety throughout the day, it's just not worth it for me. So for me, this is how I did it. It's worked well for me, and we'll see how it goes. But I'm open-minded about this stuff. You know, there's no rigid, there's no all or nothing. I tried it out. It was an experiment. I like the result of it. So I'm going to keep going caffeine free. So thank you for listening to this. If it's not working for you, I definitely recommend a slow weaning process. Drag it out as long as you can because the headache sucks, the withdrawal sucks, and there definitely is withdrawal symptoms. And one thing I did notice is initially when I cut back, before I cut down to half a cup a day, as I was cutting back, my sleep did get worse for a while. I felt like it was really hard to fall asleep at night. My sleep felt really light throughout the night, like way worse than it had been, and it wasn't good before. And it wasn't until I got to a really low intake every day that my sleep got like noticeably better. So, and apparently that's a side effect, that can be a withdrawal symptom, is having shitty sleep temporarily. So something else to consider if you're considering quitting. You may feel more tired for a while. You may have shittier sleep at first. So all the benefits you're hoping for, it'll take a bit until it's out of your system. I think once you're completely caffeine free, it only takes up to 10 days, I believe, 9 or 10 days to get it totally out of your system, and then you're fine, you're reset. So for me, it worked for me. If you want to do it, great. If you don't, if caffeine's working for you, that's totally cool. Whatever works best for you. And I do encourage you to experiment though, to figure out what actually is good for you. What amount of caffeine, a little bit, a lot, none, try it out and see the results. So thank you for listening. I'm back to podcasting weekly. Let's hope I stick with this. But it's been a tumultuous ride the last couple of years, but I think I'm back. So thanks for watching and listening. Have an awesome day. If we want to perform our best in life and martial arts, recovery needs to be an important part of that. So what is recovery? Why is it important? And what counts as recovery? Recovery really is about doing less, not doing more. And this can be really hard for some of us to understand. This was something that was hard for me to understand for a long, long time. We get caught up in this hustle culture, this grind mentality where the focus is on doing as much as possible. Time management, productivity, efficiency. Time management really is about squeezing as much out of our day as possible, being as efficient and productive as possible, right? And when we live this way, it can leave very little time and space for healing and rest and recovery to actually occur. So it really comes down to doing less, giving ourselves time and space in our day to do less so that we can create states of deep relaxation, so we can create a deep recovery so we can perform better the next time we train or go to work or whatever it is. So we have to get over this idea that that's laziness. And there's so much commentary out there on, kicking back, resting, sleeping lots. It's laziness. We should be willing to sacrifice our sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead. You should be willing to get up really early every day to get more done. Yeah, I mean, if you love that, that's fine. But if you want to perform really well, if you want to improve, let's say at karate or another martial art, if you want to improve in any area of your life, giving yourself time and space to rest is going to get you so much further than cutting back on the things that actually allow you to heal and recover, right? Cutting back on sleep it's a step backwards. It's not going to help you. So think about building muscle. Now, we know that with building muscle, when you lift weights, that's a stimulus for muscle growth, right? It's a stimulus, it's a sign to your body, hey, we need more muscle. You're going to have to build some muscle to be able to lift this heavy weight. It's not during the actual lifting that we build muscle though, right? It's after, when we rest, when we recover, in between sessions for training a particular muscle group, when we rest, when we eat lots of protein, when we get lots of sleep, that's when we get stronger. That's when we build muscle, right? And you need that time and space. Otherwise, you're not going to make the gains that you want to make. You're just going to grind yourself down until you're kind of broken. You're not going to improve. So we need that time and space in between, right? Until that particular muscle group is ready to go again. And then we can push ourselves hard again and perform our best. The same goes with training. And I had a really hard time understanding this for a long time with my karate training. I was really driven to train all the time. Part of it was karate was an outlet for me for stress and grief. So I just had to go to the dojo. I had to do all this stuff. I also really loved it. And I just wanted to do it all the time. I wanted to train. I also really wanted to improve at karate. So I was driven to train all the time. But what I didn't realize, I didn't look at it in terms of muscle building, where, the lifting provides the stimulus. The rest in between, though, is when you actually get the gains. My training was a stimulus for improvement, a stimulus for getting fitter and stronger and better at karate, but it was, rest and recovery in between would have actually helped me improve so much faster, get stronger, get better. I didn't look at it that way. I looked at it as training is the only thing that matters, right? The training, I knew, I need sleep, I need to eat well, that kind of thing. But I didn't focus on that, on the sleep and the rest in particular enough. I didn't want to miss a class. I didn't want to take breaks. I'd have to be flat on my back from an illness or an injury to take a break. I didn't take breaks and recover unless my body forced me to. I'd go to a tournament, and the very next class at the dojo, I'd be there training, right? Even if I was tired, even if I was run down, even if I was injured, because I loved it so much. It was complicated. It was complicated, driven by grief, driven by stress, driven by a passion for it, but also wanting to improve. I know so much more now, or so much better now, that that's not the way to go. I trained that way for a long time, and eventually I just felt so run down that I had these aches and pains all the time. It was hard to recover from injuries that I had accumulated through sparring, through tournaments. And because I didn't give myself time to rest, I was then forced to. So really, it's the time and space in between, pushing ourselves hard. That's when we can grow and heal and improve. So I see it so much differently now. So, and you think about, think about when you're sick and you're forced to stay home from work. You're forced to lie on the couch. You're feeling crummy. You can't get up. You're tired. You have a fever, whatever. Eventually, you get to a point where you start to feel better. And you start to get this restless energy, you know what I'm talking about? And you start to feel kind of like you have this cabin fever, and you're almost looking forward to going back to work again and doing all, the normal stuff again, because you're so crawling out of your skin from boredom. That's a sign that you're recovering or recovered, right? With our training, I would often, I would go to training, do my training no matter what. And I hated waiting until I felt that crawling out of my skin, ready to go. But sometimes that can be really helpful. If you go to a tournament and you compete, tournaments are really exhausting mentally, physically. If you go back into training right away, like I always did, and don't give yourself time to feel restless and bored and ready to go, it's hard to recover from that, right? It's hard on your body. It's hard mentally. It's stressful. We don't like to wait until we're restless and ready to go again. We like to just go, go, go. Or, if you're like me, you do, right? But really that can be so helpful. So if you're struggling, for example, with getting to the dojo right now, and you're like, wow, I just don't feel motivated, or like I get home from work and I'm tired, maybe, okay, it could be that you haven't had enough time or space to recover from your last training session. But if maybe it's been, it's been a while since you've been to the dojo and you're like, oh, I just can't get there. Maybe you haven't recovered from all of the stress in your life, because that's really important, is looking at all of the stress in your life, not just your training. All of it impacts your ability to recover. And the higher the total stress, the more recovery you'll need, right? So if you're feeling like I just can't get to the dojo, but like you don't want to get off the couch, like you feel like you should, but you don't want to, maybe you haven't recovered from all of that total stress in your life, and it might be worthwhile to just leave it a bit until you're crawling out of your skin, ready to go again, giving yourself some nights off, giving yourself some time just to flake out, watch TV, read books, whatever it is you want to do for relaxation, until you get to a point where you're bored and you really miss going to the dojo, you're crawling out of your skin to train again. Then you've recovered. Then you're ready to go. So sometimes taking some time for what seems like laziness, right, some self-imposed kind of forced relaxation, can help us get back to a point where we're actually recovered and ready to go again, right? Because it is the sum total of all the stress in our life. We have to recover from that. And being bored, feeling restless, being like, having that cabin fever, feeling really excited and eager to go back to our training, that's a sure sign that you've recovered, right? So that it can be helpful to wait until we feel that way. And I always struggled with that. Now I'm so much better at that. I take deload weeks now with my lifting and my karate and all of that. So I get to a point then where I'm bored and I'm excited to go back, because I know if I don't do that, I will train hard until I break. That's just the way I am. I will train hard until I break. So I force myself to deload. I force myself to take rests. I don't have to force myself so much anymore because I'm getting used to it. But, on the weekend, my kids and I like to spend an afternoon usually just playing video games, watching, binge watching Netflix. And we do this to a point where, like, maybe we're tired from the week, we've done a lot of stuff, or, and I've done a lot of stuff, I've done a lot of training too, and working and all that, watch some mindless TV for a while, play video games, and we do that to the point where we feel bored and restless and we're fucking done with it and we just want to get back to doing stuff again. That's incredibly helpful, and versus in the past I would see that as, oh, I'm being lazy, spending a Saturday afternoon playing video games, I should be getting something productive done. But it's actually so much more helpful to do that until then I'm ready to go for the next day. I'm like, okay, Sunday, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to get back into my training. I'm ready to get back to work. I'm ready to work hard and push myself, because I took some time to do basically fuck all, to the point that I felt bored, crawling out of my skin, like, okay, I'm done with this. Now I want to do stuff again. So it can be really helpful to do that, to just do less. Do less. And do that without guilt. Do that without giving ourselves this label. We're lazy, we should do more. It's actually really, really helpful, right? So, and also, we want to be feeling our best when we're doing the thing that's important to us. So you want to feel your best when you're training, right? And by giving yourself some time in between for rest and recovery, you will be able to feel good for your next training session. Wait until you're bored, wait until you're restless, wait until you're healed and ready to go again, right? Just like with lifting weights, wait until a particular muscle group is ready to go again, then you lift weights for that, you do that particular exercise again, because you're ready to go, you're ready to perform your best, and you're going to get so much more out of it because of that. So if you are in that position where you're having a hard time doing the thing, getting to class, doing your training, I do want to encourage you to cut yourself some slack, give yourself a break, like be kind to yourself. You're going through a hard time. You're going through a lot of stuff right now. And things you can do are, look at, okay, what can you take away? What stressful things can you take away if possible? Are there extra things you're doing that you can do without, like driving across town for something? Maybe you do all of your errands on a day where there's lots of traffic. Can you do it a little bit differently so you reduce your total stress load? Can you take some time off social media, or at least stop, going and watching, stressful videos, or arguing in, stressful forums or that kind of thing? How can you bring your total stress load down if possible? And then what types of recovery activities can you engage in to balance that out, right? To really bring down your stress level, to really help relax you. Give yourself time to sleep. Give yourself time to kick back and watch mindless TV, to read a good book, listen to some nice music, chill with friends or family, engage in activities that help you rest and recover and bring that stress level way down. When that happens, when you give yourself time and space for that, that's when you will get your energy back. That's when you'll get your motivation back. That's when you'll start to feel bored and restless and ready to go again. That's a sure sign that you've recovered and that you then will be able to perform well once you get back to the dojo. It's not about being lazy. It's about being smart so you can perform your best once more in your training. Thanks for listening. Is self-help content wasting your time? Now, this is a question being posed by a self-help junkie. I have loved self-help books, articles, podcasts, videos. I love self-help content. I have been obsessed with this kind of content for years and years and years. I've wondered often if I'm wasting my time by consuming this sort of content, and I change the way I do things now. So self-help content, it can be helpful. It can be helpful. The problem is that many of us will consume this type of content and not do anything with it. It just becomes an act of consuming content, and we get that dopamine hit from consuming this sort of content, and we feel like we're doing something with our life. We're making positive changes. We're being a go-getter. We're prioritizing our health and well-being and self-actualization and all these lovely things. But ultimately, it makes us feel like we're doing something when we're really doing nothing at all. Not if we don't apply it. And that's often what happens. Is there's so much information out there. There's this ocean of information, and it gets really overwhelming. And so it's so easy to fall into this shiny object syndrome, where we have a plan, we try something, we're sticking to something, but then we see something else, something new, a new book, a new idea, a new trend, and we think, oh, that's probably better. That's probably better, especially if our intention is to optimize our lives, our performance. We think there must be something better out there, and chances are there probably is, but nothing out there is going to help us if we don't take action. No optimal program will help us if we're not consistently taking action. And this self-help content, so much of it out there, it really just encourages this binging and getting dopamine hit after dopamine hit from just consuming it and not actually applying it. So I think a lot of it has to do with procrastination. We have this fear of failure, this fear of making mistakes, and we think we need all the right information first before we take action. And there's so much information out there that it's so easy to continue to procrastinate, to continue to gather more and more information, to read more and more of these books and articles and watch these videos and listen to these podcasts. And again, feel like we're doing something because we're gathering information. But if we're not doing something with that, it really just is procrastination. And I do think a lot of that has to do with fear. We don't want to look stupid. We don't want to make mistakes. We want to do it right the first time. But we're losing all of this opportunity to actually improve in real time by putting it off in the pursuit of more knowledge and more information. And it becomes this whole exhausting process of overthinking every little thing, every little piece of self-help content. It's like, well, maybe I need some more, I need something new, I need something better. And I engage in this often, this overthinking. And I've done this with so many different things, and I'll talk about that today. But I think it's really about self-improvement is a great thing, and it's a lovely goal, and I have it myself, and it's a lot of what I talk about on this channel and in this podcast. But ultimately, self-improvement is about waiting for our lives to have X, Y, or Z in it first, for X, Y, and Z to happen first before we live our lives. We're waiting for something better to happen, waiting for our lives to be better, waiting for us to be better before we live our life. And our life is so much better if we actually live it, and improvement happens along the way in the process of taking action and doing the things. When we're sitting and learning and reading and absorbing information, we're not living our life. We're not. And it's taken me a long time to realize that all of those self-help books sitting on my shelf, they're preventing me from living my life. Yeah, life is about living it, getting dirty, getting in there, making mistakes, looking stupid, fucking up. When we absorb all of this self-help content, we consume all of that. The problem with that is that we're wanting life to not be messy. We're wanting to get it right the first time. We're wanting to be new and improved now rather than doing all the work that's actually required to get there. And it is messy. You know, your martial arts journey is undoubtedly messy and complicated and challenging and difficult. And that's the way it is. That's the way life is it's supposed to be tough and messy and difficult. But I think all this self-help content, it seems like a way to skip all of that, to, jump ahead of all of that and get to the good stuff. But the good stuff really comes from doing all the messy stuff first. I really believe that. So I've done this with so many different things. And here's another thing, maybe this resonates with you. Feeling like you're not good enough and you need more information, that also can happen with education. And I've done this so much. A lot of the education that I've gotten has been valuable, and I'm totally appreciative of it. And it's really helped me to figure out what I'm interested in, what I'm about, what types of things I want to pursue in my life. But some of it has been procrastination, feeling like I'm not good enough and I need more and more courses or certifications or programs. I need to do more and more of that first before I can do the thing. So I have a BA in English. I mean, back then I wanted to pursue English, go on into English Lit. I realized that wasn't the right fit for me. And then I got into dietetics. I have a degree in dietetics. I wanted to be a dietitian. That wasn't the right fit for me either. I love nutrition. I love fitness. I love that stuff. Like that's my bag. But telling people what to eat, and most of the jobs are in hospital, and there's all these things around being a dietitian. Dietitians are great. Not knocking dietitians. It wasn't the right fit for me though. It wasn't what I wanted out of it. So it wasn't really procrastination. It was just, okay, this isn't the right fit. I thought it was. And then I went on and I've done other certifications, personal trainer cert, nutrition coaching, which was more about behavior change. So that was really helpful. But I've accumulated so many of these now, and I'm not really doing anything specific with those things other than I'm using all of that to help inform my content on here and my own life. A lot of it is just I want to know more about the body and personal training and that kind of thing. I want to know more about nutrition. I want to know more about behavior change and how to effectively create that in my life and others. And so a lot of that's been really useful for that. And it actually has helped me. I've taken action on a lot of that. But it's feeling like I need more and more of that before I can effectively teach you, or, it's that the imposter syndrome, feeling like you need to be an expert to teach anything, right? And feeling like you need more and more certifications, degrees, that kind of thing to be able to do that, to be taken seriously. So that's another way that we do that. It's kind of self-help content, but it's, education can be a form of procrastination if we never do anything with that learning. And really, is it learning if we haven't taken action, if we haven't transformed our life in some way? Is it actually learning? I think that involves taking action and making messes and making mistakes, right? So that's another thing that I've done. But in some ways, I think it is really helpful if we're looking for something specific. If we have a very specific question and then we seek out a certain type of self-help information for that, a book, an article, a video, whatever it is. I've done this so many times with my video production right from the start. I knew nothing about making videos. I knew nothing about YouTube. I knew nothing about starting a blog, building a website, all the things that I then did. And I wanted to learn all of that. So I was looking for technical knowledge, and I would watch videos and read articles to learn all of the little things. I didn't have anyone help me. I didn't have anyone come along and come to my home and help me set it all up, or set up my YouTube channel, or set up my, build my website. I did it all on my own through watching all of these videos and reading articles and acquiring that information. And then I took action on those things. That's the important thing. I took action. So that's different. If you want help with something, you want to improve your sleep, you want to improve your diet, you want to get jacked, whatever it is, and you look to a piece of content to help you answer a specific question in that regard, it's absolutely helpful, because your goal there is to take action. But you're missing a piece of information. But then there's other types of content or other ways of consuming that content that can be not so helpful. For instance, if I'm watching YouTube videos on how to grow my YouTube channel, there's so much content out there, and a lot of it is kind of bullshit. A lot of it is people peddling courses that aren't really all that helpful. And really, it's about doing the work, and doing the work consistently and learning along the way, rather than taking a shortcut and hearing someone else's advice in 5 minutes or less, or 8 minutes, so they get, the mid-roll ads. It can become this addictive process of watching more and more of those videos. And I've done that, watching more and more videos to help me be a better YouTuber, to help me be a better content creator. And none of it really helped me because I didn't take action from it, because there's something really addictive, and it's that dopamine rush you get from watching that type of content where you feel like you're doing something, but you're doing nothing at all. And really the technical videos, the technical questions I've had, and watching videos on that has been so much more helpful in helping me grow as a content creator, because it's really something specific, and then I take action on that thing and I do the work, right? Rather than what's the best way to do this? Well, there is no best way. I just have to do it and figure it out along the way, make all the mistakes and learn from them, right? So another thing I love is watching YouTube videos on fitness stuff. And my favorite channel is Dr. Mike Renaissance Periodization. I love his shit. He's so awesome. He's so knowledgeable, and he's so fucking funny. So I binge those videos because he's just so entertaining. But I learn a lot from them. But sometimes it can become this addictive thing where I just love his videos, and I get that dopamine hit from it, and it's super entertaining. And it's a fun distraction from whatever else I need to do in my day, but it's not really helping me if I'm not applying it. Especially when you get into the, what's the best strength training or weightlifting or hypertrophy program for me? Well, there is no best thing. I have to just pick one and try it and do the work for a while and see if I get results, right? And then change it if needed. And so it can become this self-help spiral where, you're like, and I've done this, just watching video after video after video, not taking action, or taking action but constantly changing my program, not knowing what's the best way, and really just needing to pick one and stick with it and be consistent with it and ignore all the noise, right? And that can be really difficult when there is so much noise out there. So, I'm kind of derailing a little bit here, but that's what I'm doing now with my lifting routine. Is I've picked something and I've been 100% consistent with it for the first time in my life. For the last 3 months or so, I have not missed a workout. I'm doing 6 days a week. I came up with a program. It's working for me. I'm incorporating progressive overload. Every week I'm doing more. Every week I'm stronger. I can see the results I'm tracking. I'm sticking with it. But I do have days where I start overthinking, and maybe there's a better program. Maybe I should switch it to this. Maybe this would get me faster results. But really, I just need to stick with what I'm doing for a long enough time. And once I stop getting gains, then think of doing a different program, right? So it's that shiny object syndrome again. Maybe this is better, maybe this is better. And that's the problem with consuming this type of content. It can be helpful, but once we pick something and stick with it, we should probably take a break from consuming that type of content, right? And just focus on what we need to do. And yes, I do acknowledge the irony in all this being a kind of a self-help, improve your performance channel and creator, but I really don't want to waste your time. I really don't. I don't want to just create garbage content or create content that's addictive, that you just want to keep watching one after another. And that is, advice on YouTube is create content that is bingeable. So people click to the next video and the next and the next. And yeah, that could certainly help me do better on YouTube, but I don't want to do that to you because I'd rather I give you something that's helpful that you can then apply in your life immediately. I'll make a video that's a tutorial video. Here's how to improve mobility in your shoulders, something you can take action and do it now. You're not going to necessarily binge watch and go and watch 10 other mobility videos. You'll probably just do that one, hopefully, and try it out for a while and, see if it works for you. Right? Same as this. If I'm talking about something to help you, I want you to take a nugget out of that that's going to help you in your life rather than just binge watch all my content or binge listen to my podcast. I don't mind that either if you want to, and thank you, I appreciate it. But I'd rather just help you. So yeah, there is the irony here of me being this type of creator, but I do see the problem with that too, and I do feel conflicted at times about that too, because I don't want to waste your time. And I know how much I personally have struggled with this trap of seeking out dopamine hit after dopamine hit, consuming this type of content. I have a stack of self-help books in my room. I'm addicted to, well, I don't know if it's really an addiction, but I love buying books on Amazon. I love it. I love buying shit on Amazon, period. For me, the dopamine hit comes from, it's that hunter instinct, right? And I've hunted in my life, so like I've shot deer and grouse, and I do have an instinct for it, and I do get that same satisfaction out of shopping online. Well, not the exact same as hunting a deer, but there's that same rush, right? Of finding something, it's a good deal, adding it to my cart. After that, the dopamine rush kind of ends. And often then I battle with do I actually need this? What I usually do is I put something in my cart on Amazon, and then I'll sometimes wait, or I'll save it for later. Sometimes I'll delete it if I think, this was just about dopamine. This was just me looking for something to, give me that rush shopping online. I don't actually need the thing. But so many times I've bought books on Amazon. I love new books. I love brand new books. I'll buy a book and it'll go on my shelf when it shows up because, the dopamine rush is gone after I've added it to my cart. It shows up at the house. I get a little bit of a hit. It's like, oh, new book. I'll put it on my shelf for later because I have a stack of other books I need to read first. I have so many books that I haven't read because of this, because it's about dopamine, right? It's this addictive thing for me, being addicted to self-help content that I may not ever get around to reading. So I'm trying to stop doing that and see that, and when I add it to my cart now, I do more often than not save for later. After, a week or two, I'll go back in and delete it because I see that it's just about this chemical rush, right? It's not something that I actually need. It'll end up being more of a distraction. It'll end up being just another book on my shelf, gathering dust, just another thing taking up space in my life and stopping me from doing what I need to do, right? I need to do what I need to do, and the books can be helpful in that regard for sure, but not if I'm not reading them, and also not if I'm reading them but then not doing anything with that. And how many times have you done that, read a self-help book and not taken action at the end of it? But you feel the satisfaction like, oh, I read this great book, and you feel this motivation and inspiration, and oh, I'm going to change my life. And then some time passes and you're on to the next one, and then the next one. You have to take action with this stuff or it's totally not useful, right? And again, it is fun to consume this type of content, but really, I think it's so much better to seek out this type of stuff when we have a very specific question we need answered. Find what you need, apply it in your life, and then move on. So I think ultimately the question shouldn't be, what self-help content should I consume in this situation? Maybe it should be, do I need to? Or what very specific question am I asking? What very specific thing do I want out of that piece of content? Right? And what I do now is when I do read a book or watch a video or listen to a podcast, what I try to do is pause after that and not immediately watch another one or read another one, not binge, but stop and say, okay, what have I learned from this? And what action can I take right now to improve myself? What action can I take right now to apply everything that I've just read or listened to or watched? So I encourage you to do that. If you do engage in this self-help content binging like I do, to pause every time you do that. Pause. If you watch a reel or a YouTube short, and these are super addictive, right? To scroll through one after another, stop after one. If you can, stop, put down your phone, walk away from the computer and say, okay, what did I just learn that was helpful, and how can I apply that in my life? Otherwise, it's just binging. You're just binging and you're wasting time. You're wasting time and you're wasting your life rather than picking out what you need, using it in your life, and really living your life. So I do want to help you. I don't want to waste your time. So I hope this wasn't a waste of your time. I hope it was helpful. This is something I have struggled with for a very long time. And I do want to be open about that stuff, that I struggle with this stuff. I want to be open with you and vulnerable and share that and hopefully help you with that too. So thank you so much for listening. I really appreciate you. If you're lost, if you're struggling, if you're feeling unmotivated, it can really help to dig deeper. Today, I'm going to talk about 3 different categories of questions you can ask yourself to help you when you're struggling. This will really help you uncover your true motivators, your value, and your purpose and priorities. This has really helped me when I've been struggling. So let's get into this now. The first one is, what is your why? And this, you can ask this question in general, just in your whole life, or you can ask in a very specific thing, like, what is your why in your martial arts training? Why do you train in martial arts? You could also ask this for your career or anything else. So it's really up to you how you want to do this. So let's say with martial arts, you love martial arts, you're training in martial arts, but you're going through a period of time where you're struggling, you're having a hard time getting motivated to train. Ask yourself why. Ask yourself, why do I train in martial arts? And when you answer that, ask why again. Whatever the answer is, why is that important to you? And keep asking why for every answer you give until you get to the deeper motivation. So maybe on the surface, you train in martial arts because, you really like the people that you're training with. It's a good social outlet for you. But when you dig really deep, it's actually that you're feeling incredibly lonely in your life right now. You don't have a lot of social support. Maybe, you're not close to anyone in your family. And having your martial arts community really helps you during difficult times. But you might not figure that out if you don't ask that question and go deep with it. Maybe on the surface, you train in martial arts for self-defense because you think that's important. But when you get down deep with it, you realize you want to be able to pass on those skills to your grandkids because you're really worried about them growing up in such a tumultuous, unsafe world, right? So digging deep can really, really help. So look at something that you're doing that's important to you, martial arts, your career, whatever it is, and ask yourself why. Ask yourself what pushes you to do this thing. Why is it important to you? Why do you value it? How would it change your life if you achieved a particular goal in that area? Maybe you want to get your black belt in martial arts. How would it change your life? And what would bother you about not achieving that goal? Or what would bother you about not having this thing in your life if you decided to quit martial arts because you're going through this period of struggling to get motivated? What would it be like for you to actually quit? What would bother you about that? That can really help you figure out your true motivation there. So my why for the karate shrimp, it's kind of complicated and it changes at times, but the underlying thing has always been connection with people. I love the challenge of trying to connect with you through video and audio. It's incredibly difficult, and I love that. And I want that. I want to be able to connect with you. I want to be able to, reach you in some way to help you feel seen and understood and heard. That's really important to me. And that's a big part of what drives me. And I think connection with people is a big part of what got me into martial arts in the first place. On the surface, it was I needed an outlet for all of the stress and pain and grief I was going through, but it was feeling less alone was a big part of that, right? I needed an outlet, but I needed to feel like there were people there who had my back, who understood me. I had this extended family. That social connection and support was incredibly helpful. And just, hanging out with people and having fun and doing something that, distracted me from all the stress, that was incredibly helpful too. So connecting with people, that's a big part of what I do, with a lot of what I do. And it's a big part of what drives me. And when my mom passed away, that was about just over 3 years ago, I did the eulogy at her funeral. I wrote the eulogy, and something I talked about in that was something that I had realized as she was dying is she stopped. Well, for my mom, people were always the most important thing to her. Her people were the most important thing, far more important than anything else. And it really became clear when she was dying, she cared much more about her people and how they were doing than she cared about herself. She was scared, and she was, she had a second cancer, unexpected stuff happening, horrible, horrible stuff she went through. But at the end, all she cared about was that we were all okay, right? And that really struck me. And, I realized how much that drives me as well, being, caring about my people and having connections with those people. And that's the only thing that matters, really. People are far more important to me than status or wealth or power, any of that bullshit. That doesn't matter to me. It's connection with people. And that's what drives me with a lot of what I do. So that can really help me when I'm struggling. When I'm struggling with the karate shrimp, and sometimes I think, well, maybe I'm not doing well with it. I'm not getting a lot of views or whatever it is. By certain measures of, success, it's not hitting those. But am I connecting with people? Am I reaching people? Am I helping people? Do people find value in this? Do people reach out and say, wow, this really helped me? Or wow, this thing really lightened my day. I was having a tough day. And often, well, it's yes to those questions. The answer is yes. And that reminds me of why I'm doing this. It's not about the views. It's not about, I want this to be a full-time thing. But ultimately, it's not about, getting rich doing it or anything like that. It's not about having influence over people. It's not being seen as a leader. It's nothing like that. It's, am I helping people? Am I connecting? Am I reaching people? That's what drives me. So, second thing. What are your top 3 priorities? And take some time with this. This is a really helpful framework for making the best use of your time and for figuring out when to say no to things, realizing, things that don't matter, we need to say no to those things, especially if it takes time away from what's important to us. So figure out your top 3 priorities. What are the 3 most important things to you? For me, my top 3 are, number 1, most important thing of all is my relationship with my kids. So being an active, present parent, super important to me, more important than anything else, more important than any of my ambitions or goals or any of that. None of that matters if I don't have a good relationship with my kids. So second one is my health, and specifically deep health is really important to me. So deep health is having, our health in all different areas of our life. So our physical well-being, our mental well-being, social, all of that stuff, spiritual, etc. Okay, so how healthy am I, and making sure I have time in my day to do things that nourish that. So physical fitness is really important to me. That's a big part of it. So make sure I have time every day for exercise, for training. Make sure I, give myself enough time for good quality sleep, and that I do things to support that. Make sure that I have focusing on my mental health, my social connections, stress management, all of that stuff. My diet, all of that stuff is really important to me. So carving out time in my day to make sure that those things are in place. And the third one for me is building the karate shrimp. And so what you do is you come up with your 3 priorities, and whatever they are, that's, it's personal to you. So it's not going to be the same necessarily as mine or anyone else's. And then you ask a question for each one. So when something comes up in your day and you're not sure if you should do this thing, or, if it's someone invites you to something, maybe it's an opportunity, whatever it is, and you're not sure what to say, ask yourself for each of those 3 priorities, will it help you in that area? So for me, for being, having a good relationship with my kids, the question would be, will this help me improve my relationship with my kids? Or I could ask, what will this help me be a more present parent? And the second one, my deep health priority, will this help me with my health, my well-being? That could be my fitness, my sleep, my social well-being, my mental health. Will it help me with that? And the third one, will this help me build the karate shrimp? Will this have a big impact on the karate shrimp? Okay, so something comes up, let's say someone invites you to a party, and you can say, well, for each of your 3 priorities, is it a yes or a no? Will this help you? Will going to that party help you in these 3 things? So for me, if it was a party where my kids were invited and they really wanted to go, it would be a yes. Well, it's going to help me improve my relationship with my kids. It'll help me be an active parent because I'm there with them, supporting them in something that's important to them. I'll have fun with them, right? And see them having fun. So yeah, that could be a yes. If it was a party that they're not invited to and I have to ditch them, but it's something that I really want to go to, it's like people I like, I'm going to have fun there, I'm going to kick back and relax, it'll be good for my mental health, that could be a yes. If it's a party I don't really feel excited about going to, I don't really know the people, or I don't feel comfortable with them, it's a vibe I'm not interested in, or if I just really need a night off and this is going to exhaust me, then that would be a no. Okay, so you can see where I'm going with this. Second one, for my health. Okay, going to this party, is this going to be good for my health? If I'm going to have fun there, I'm going to be able to relax and enjoy myself, I'll feel comfortable, it'll be a good outlet for stress and all that, then yeah, that could be a yes, I'll go to the party. If, however, it'll leave me feeling drained and exhausted, or I'll feel uncomfortable, then no, I'm not going to go. That should be a no. And then the third one, will this help me grow the karate shrimp? If there's going to be someone there who, maybe there's the possibility of doing an interesting video collab, or maybe someone who has a lot of technical knowledge and I can perhaps pick their brain over video production, then yeah, that might be worth going to that party. If, however, it's not going to provide that, or it's going to take away time that I could use for working on a video, then okay, that's going to be a no. So with this, you can ask yourself a question. For each of your 3 priorities, will this particular thing help me in those 3 areas? And if you get a yes for any one of those, even just one, then yeah, you can do that thing, right? If you want to. If it's a no for all 3, then it should be a no. So, time is precious. We can't say no to everything. And if we do, we can quickly, feel drained and pulled away from what's really important to us. If we say yes to everything else, we're saying no to us and we're saying no to our priorities. And when you have it written down like this, it can be a really helpful reminder, like, okay, I'm invited to this thing. Should I go? Maybe it's a good opportunity, or I feel obligated. Is it going to help me achieve whatever my goals are? Is it going to help me with my 3 priorities? Does it align with my 3 priorities? If it's a no for all 3, it should be a no. It's just going to take away from what's important to you. So I found this really, really helpful, and I use this often. Number 3, last one, this is probably the hardest one. It was the hardest one for me, is figuring out what are your 10 unique abilities. So 10 things about you that you're really, really good at, that you are like very unique to you, very unique to you. If you're struggling with this, like for me, doing this activity, it took me a long time to do it. It feels like bragging or something, and I don't know, I just don't feel really comfortable. And if you have a mean voice in your head, it can be really hard to figure this one out. You can reach out to someone you know, who you trust, who you feel comfortable with, who knows you really well, and say, hey, what are my unique abilities? You can ask more than one person in your life if that's an option. What am I good at, right? And that can be really helpful to see it from other people's perspective. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, you can do what I did, is I imagined someone else answering this for me. I imagined, some hypothetical person who cares about me and knows me really well. What would they say are 10 things that I'm uniquely good at? Okay, so my 10 unique abilities, and this is, I feel a little self-conscious sharing this, but just to give you, an idea of what I'm talking about here. This really helps me when I'm struggling, when I'm feeling lost, when I feel like, what's the point of all this? Am I making any headway? Am I doing anything of value? Looking at this list really reminds me of no, I am good at stuff and I am putting out something of value in the world. So here it is. So my 10 unique abilities. Number one, this is no particular order here, creating a safe space where people feel heard and understood. Number two is building rapport and gaining trust. Number three, operating with integrity and honesty. Number four, being real, approachable, and authentic. Number five, putting people first over profit, views, and my own self-interest. That's super important to me. Number six, helping others see things in a new way from a different perspective. Number seven, problem solving in a creative way. I get a little crazy with my creativity sometimes. Number eight, simplifying complicated issues, behaviors, and feelings and finding the root of the problem. Number nine, pushing through despite obstacles. The last few years really made that clear to me that I'm good at that. And number 10, behaving in a way that makes people feel that their feelings and lives matter, both to me and in the bigger picture. And that's, yeah, super important to me that I do that. And I think I'm good at that. I hate saying that. Like it's so hard to, yeah, it feels like bragging, but I think I am good at that. I have had a lot of people reach out and say that I do help. So I guess I can say that to my own horn. Toot toot. Anyway, I have had people, comment on some of my videos and say, yeah, you're just about the views, you just want attention. And that's really not it. It really is about connecting with people for me and helping them feel that they have value and that they matter and the things that they do matter. And, it's not about helping a whole bunch of people. It's about helping you at the other end of this camera, at the other end of, this audio. Like it really is about helping you and connecting with you and helping you feel seen and understood. So that for me, that's my why, my three priorities, top three priorities, and my unique abilities. And this really helps me to, just to figure out what's important to me, to remind myself of my purpose, to help me when I'm struggling with motivation, and to remind me of the importance of setting boundaries so that I can make things happen. So I can say yes to the things that are important to me and let go of the things that aren't. So try this activity, try those three things. It can help you so much when you're struggling. So thank you for listening, and I really hope this helps. Dealing with trolls in the comments. We all have dealt with this. I think it's worthwhile as a topic to discuss this because it is becoming a universal experience for people online. Whenever I have made a video on this, I've made a number of short videos, reels, I invariably get comments from people saying I shouldn't make a video on this, saying either from one end of it saying, just ignore them, don't let it get to you, don't let it affect your mental health, all the way to almost lippy comments from people saying that I'm ignoring my audience. Why am I paying attention to these haters? I should be focusing on the people who follow me and support me, and why am I wasting my time doing this? Couple things with this. First of all, I make videos. This is what I do when I experience some particularly vicious trolling. I think, hey, this is a worthwhile topic to make a video about. As a video creator, I'm always looking for ideas for videos, and if I experience something like that, I think to myself, hey, someone else has likely experienced the same thing. They can relate to this. It's worth talking about. Another reason I draw attention to this is sometimes I'll post something in my stories if I deal with a really nasty troll and I end up blocking them. When I deal with a troll, often what I'll do is I'll just delete the comment because I don't want that kind of negativity on my page or account. If it's really nasty, I will block the person. And in that case, I will sometimes share it in my stories because I want to show, well, a couple things, that this is what I'm doing. If someone is an asshole to me, I'm going to block them. So it's a warning. Don't be a prick. If you're a prick in the comments, this is the result. I don't like to name and shame, so I usually don't share their @ sometimes I will, depending. But the other part of it is I want to say, hey, it's okay to block people, and you should. You shouldn't just accept that kind of negativity on your page and your account, because everyone deals with this stuff all the time. There's so much advice online. Don't feed a troll. And a lot of that comes down to just ignoring it and leaving it. And some people even go to the extent of saying, this is really good for engagement. I leave all the troll comments because it's really great for my video. Fuck that. I don't want that. I would much rather have engagement from my audience, from people who are supportive, from people who like the videos I'm making. If someone doesn't like the video I'm making, that's fine, but why are they watching it and commenting on it? They should just go, right? So I'd rather not have them around than have them contributing to some negativity on a video. That kind of engagement, I don't know. It's like I'm not making videos just for engagement, just for views. I'm not creating divisive videos just to get a reaction. I want to build a community. So that community, I have to be selective about who is in that community. And I think of trolls, think about it in a real life context. Would you allow that kind of behavior in a dojo? Would you allow that kind of shit talking? Would you just say, oh, well, it's good for engagement, it's good for the dojo, it's good for our reputation? What? No, you wouldn't allow that in a dojo. Or if someone writes a nasty review online of your dojo, would you be cool with that if it was completely unwarranted? No, you wouldn't, right? Would you be cool with that in a workplace? No, because it creates a negative environment for everyone else. Would you allow that in a classroom setting? Hell no, right? It's not okay. So why are we allowing this online? Why are we so permissive? And when we say just ignore the trolls, we are essentially being permissive. We're saying it's okay, just leave it. It's not worth dealing with. Just ignore them, and we're allowing it to keep happening. There's so much of this shit online. There's so many unintelligent, angry people online. And particularly right now with all this world stress and election stress. And like I live in British Columbia, we just had an election. And there's been so much stress and tension online with people with the election. And the same thing's happening in the States, of course, and all over the world. There's so much stress. And you see it coming out in the comments, but like that shit's not okay. And for me to leave that stuff on my videos, it's saying that I'm cool with that. It's also saying that I just want a reaction out of people. That's why I'm doing this, and that's not it. And typically what happens is the comments on a video are pretty tame until my video gets pushed out and starts reaching a wider audience beyond the people who normally watch it. My followers are respectful. Sometimes like we goof around in the comments and there's some, people push the boundaries of their comments, but for the most part, I'm cool with that as long as it's respectful, right? But as soon as a video gets pushed out and I get more views, I don't even have to look at the numbers. I don't even have to look at the views to know that it's getting pushed out just from the nature of the comments. I start getting a lot of assholes, and particularly martial artists being assholes in the comments. It's really disappointing how many martial artists are assholes online. There's so many of them. So the bulk of the asshole comments on my videos are from martial artists. I have a video right now that's taking off on Facebook, and the bulk of the negativity is from martial artists saying nasty shit about me. And it's like, so this is what I do. I delete them. When they're toxic, I block them as well. At a certain point, when the video just starts getting so many views, I can't keep up with the comments. I just stop looking at the comments because I don't want to encourage that, but it's not worth my time anymore. There's so many comments coming in and a lot of them are negative. A lot of the newer comments that are from people who don't follow me, those are negative. I don't even want to read them anymore because I don't have time. I'm on to other videos. I'm on to other things. But I really don't want to encourage it. I really don't want to just sit back and say, this shit's fine. Don't feed it trolls. Like what I usually do is if it's particularly nasty, I will put them in their place because that shit is not okay. It's my page. It's my account. It's my channel. This is my space that I'm creating. That shit's not okay. That's not okay. Like I'm in charge. This is not, they're not in charge of my videos. It's me. I'm in charge. So I will shut them down and then I will block them. And I encourage you to do the same. Don't just sit back and say, oh, well, troll's a troll. We can't do anything about it. Absolutely, we can. We can call that bullshit out because it's not okay. In a physical setting, it would not be okay. In a dojo, it would not be okay. Don't allow it online. And also, when we get a lot of this stuff on a video, it's not just that it's bad for our own mental health, and it can be if we get enough of it, right? If you internalize that, it can be really challenging, but also that it can be really hard on the people in your community. If they're coming onto a video and they're reading all of this negativity, it affects them too. When I read shit talking on someone else's video, that has a negative effect on me. That affects me. I think like, wow, what an asshole. and it brings some negativity into my day, and I don't want that. So I don't want that for my followers either. I don't want them to go on a video and see all of this bullshit and say, oh, well, maybe she's allowing this, maybe she wants this, or, you know, it's just not cool. It's not cool to have that. I don't want that in my space. And the way I look at this is when we're building a community online, we're building a tribe, right? And here's the other part of it. When you're building a tribe, there are people who are in your tribe and people who are not. And we see this tribalism constantly in martial arts. We see that, you know, we are martial artists versus people who aren't martial artists. You get that exclusivity. We also get that within martial arts with all the different styles of martial arts. You get that in karate with sport karate versus traditional, and very strong arguments, you know, for and against, and you get two very distinct groups of people who we're not in the same tribe, right? You see a lot of that, and that's human nature. Some of it can get really nasty, and I don't like that part of it. I don't like the, you know, putting other people down, putting other groups down, putting other tribes down. I don't think that's cool, and that's not what I'm encouraging here. But when you create your tribe, you are going to have haters. You are going to have people who aren't in your group, who don't stand for what you stand for. So I do see that when we do start to build our tribe, we will get more of that bullshit online. So if you're a creator, if you make videos, if you make posts online, and you're trying to build something and you're dealing with hate and you're struggling with that, consider that you're making an impact. When you start getting the hate, it's that you're making an impact. You're reaching a wider audience. And you're going to start to get that bullshit. You're going to start getting that in the comments. And that's what I'm finding. In the beginning, no one was watching, no one was listening. The comments were, if I got any, they were all positive, right? There were people who actually, you know, they knew me. They really wanted to be there. And now when I get a video that gets pushed out, I get more and more of the negativity. People who don't know me, they don't know my story. They don't know what I stand for. They judge me based on one small, you know, piece of content, maybe a 10-second video, and they're judging all of me based on that. They think they know me and they think they can speak to that and say something about me, right? And that's often what will happen is your videos get pushed out, your content gets pushed out, you reach a wider audience beyond your community, and you start to reach the people who aren't in your tribe, right? And that's a sign that you're making an impact. It really is. And I'm really having to remind myself of that whenever I deal with this bullshit, and it doesn't bother me nearly as much anymore. I think more than anything, it's just kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. I don't internalize it. I don't take any of those comments as truth. You know, they're shit talking about me. I know my worth. That doesn't bother me. I do see it as a sign that I am building something. I am building something. I'm making an impact, and I'm touching a nerve with some people, you know, and there's going to be negative comments just because some people are assholes. Often I think it's being a woman online. I'm going to be dealing with a lot of that. Being a woman in martial arts, I'm going to be dealing with a lot of that. There's a lot of martial arts are still very much male dominated in real life, but also online. There's quite a, you know, heavy percentage of men watching these videos and creating these videos, and being a woman in that space, it could be challenging in that way. So I am going to be dealing with that, but I'm making an impact, right? So that's how I'm looking at it now. I do not put up with that bullshit. I delete, I block as necessary, and I also call it out so that other people know, hey, they can't do that to me. You know, it's a warning. Like, don't fuck with me in the comments because you'll get yeeted. If you want to be here, be respectful, right? And it's also saying, hey, this is my standard. This is my online dojo. This is my community. We're not going to put up with that bullshit, are we? We're not. And I don't want to do the naming and shaming because I think that can get out of hand. You know, making, like, you see a lot of people making reels. They pick a comment out that they don't like or that's negative, and they make a reel and they call the person out. I don't like doing that. I don't want to engage in this back and forth bullying. It's not my thing. But I'd rather just call it out and say, hey, fuck you, don't be a dick. Get the fuck off my feed, right? Get off my page, get out of my account, stop watching my videos. I'd rather just say, hey, this is my boundary. I'm not cool with that. Here are the rules. Be respectful. If you want to be here, it needs to be a safe space. We can goof around. Absolutely. I encourage that. I do a lot of that, but respect has to be number one. So that's my take on all of this. I'm curious what you think. I do find, though, it is really disappointing that there is so much arrogance in martial arts in particular, and we're seeing so much of it online. So I think it's challenging if you want to put yourself out there, or you are, in the martial arts space online, I'm sure you do struggle with this or deal with this a lot, dealing with trolls, dealing with people ripping into your technique, ripping into your rank, calling into all of that into question. And I get that constantly. And I've never, claimed to be an expert ever. I never will. That's not my intention with making videos. When I started making videos, I had a brown belt and I struggled a lot with imposter syndrome. I still do at times, but now I think I'm getting so used to dealing with trolls online. I'm getting so used to getting a lot of comments on some of my videos that it doesn't bother me anymore. I'm just doing my own thing. I don't really care what people think. I'm really grateful when people are supportive. I'm really grateful when I am making an impact and reaching people and people appreciate my content. That matters to me. The trolls, it's just shitty noise in the background. Sometimes it's nasty and I will block them, right? But I really just don't want to be permissive. I don't want to create an environment that's permissive for that kind of thing. And I don't want you, my follower, to feel like that's okay, or to enter a space where you're going to see that kind of thing. I don't want the arguing in the comments. I don't want the negativity. I don't want the bullying back and forth. I don't want to be, people attacking someone else and them attacking back. I don't want that bullshit. I don't want that. I don't want all of that in martial arts, and there's so much of that online. So I will never make a video that says, my martial art is better than this one, or putting down someone for their technique. I would never do that. I think everyone has the right to put themselves out there, and it doesn't have to be perfect. And a lot of what I do is far from perfect. I make a lot of mistakes, but I'm always going to put my content out there anyway. And I'd rather be real and authentic and show the real, how training actually looks, and it's not perfect. And then, I will deal, of course, with comments like, oh, your technique's bad, your stance is bad, whatever. And it's like, fuck off. How about you put yourself out there? You, this troll, put yourself out there and see what people say about you. Like, why do we have to put people down in the comments? Why do we have to do that? I would never go onto someone's video and rip into their technique. I would never do that, because I know how challenging it is to put yourself out there, to film it, filming itself, like filming something, and, thinking about all the aspects of video production. If you're, the camera, the lighting, the sound, all of it, the angles, making sure you're on camera and you're not like, you don't have your foot over here, right? How difficult that is. And to perform a kata or some other technique, and to do that well, and to kind of fall into that persona when you're performing in martial arts, how difficult it is to juggle all of that. And also thinking, okay, like, how much time do I have? And was there a sound outside and I have to edit that out? And what are people going to say about this? And right, like, did I have a script? There's so much that you juggle when you do that, when you make videos on this stuff, or if you're just doing it off the cuff. There's like nerves that are involved, like, oh my God, what are people going to say about me? It's very unlikely that it's going to be our best effort when we're just filming it and putting it online, right? Unless it's like footage from a tournament that you've worked really hard at, or a belt test and you've been training and busting your ass right up until that point, and it's your best performance ever. Apart from that, it's unlikely it's going to be your best effort if you're just filming it and setting it up, maybe in your basement, and there's interruptions and all this stuff you're dealing with. So I think people who comment, they don't think about all that. There's a real person behind that video. There's a real person who did that. They might have been nervous. They might have just been practicing, just doing their training. They weren't performing it. They weren't at a competition or a belt test. They're just, going through their katas, and they wanted to share it. And you're ripping into them. You, this troll, not you, because I know you wouldn't do that. You're not an asshole. But, this troll just rips into them because what? Because why? Like, I hate that shit. So I really do encourage people to put yourself out there. Like, put yourself out there. Make these videos. You're going to deal with trolls. You don't have to put up with it, though. You can delete them. You can block them. You don't have to allow that. It's not okay for people to do that. So tell them to fuck off and then get them out of there. And create that space for people who support you, because those are the keepers, right? And that's what I like, is I do have to deal with trolls, and it's a pain in the ass. It's almost more of a pain in the ass, though, when I get the comments that, oh, you should just ignore the trolls, and why are you making videos about trolls? Like, you know what? Because I want to. Because I think it's important to talk about. And, if you support me and you understand what I'm about, it would totally make sense to you that I make a video on this, because I'm not cool with this, and I'm very clear on what I stand for. And I think if you're going to be like that, if you're going to make videos, content where you're clear on who you are, on what you believe in, on what you stand for, on what you're not cool with, you're going to deal with hate. You absolutely are. And that's a sign that you're making an impact. That's a sign that your message is strong. That's a sign that you're projecting strength online as well, that you're like, hey, this is me. You can't fuck with me. You're going to get hate because of that. Absolutely. So that's something to keep in mind. It's not a sign that there's anything wrong with us, those of us who are making that content. It's a sign that someone else feels threatened by us. Someone else feels threatened by us. They're the ones with the problem, not us. So keep doing your thing. Put yourself out there. I'm going to keep putting myself out there. No matter how much bullshit I deal with, I'll just keep deleting their comments, blocking them, telling them to fuck off, calling them out occasionally, and doing my thing and building my tribe, because you guys are the most important thing. You, my tribe members. That's why I'm doing this, for you. Not for engagement, not for a reaction, not for divisiveness online. I really just want to create my tribe of awesome, awesome people. So thank you again for listening. Have an awesome weekend. This past week has been incredibly stressful for a lot of people. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world, and I want to take this time to remind you that you can take a break from it, and you probably should. No matter what side of any of the world events that are happening right now you're on, it's stressful. It affects us. It creates anxiety and stress in our lives. It creates tension. It's incredibly overwhelming. It can affect our sleep. It can affect our ability to relax. Whatever side of any situation you're on, it's hard on us, and we need to take a break from it. So I encourage you to take some time today, if you can, turn off any distractions, turn off all your screens, find a nice quiet place at home or wherever you are. You can set a timer for this for 10 minutes and just close your eyes and do nothing. Just sit, pay attention to your breathing, do nothing else. Don't listen to music, don't plan your next day, don't figure out what you're going to make for dinner, don't think about, the news and world events, don't answer the phone, don't do anything else. Just take some time to sit in stillness, focus on your breathing, and realize you're still here. You're still here, and it's going to be okay. If you're still breathing, there is more right in your life than there is wrong. It will be okay. Just take some time for yourself. That sea of information we're living in is incredibly overwhelming. It's really hard on us. I don't think we realize when we're in the midst of it, just, day to day on our feed, scrolling on social media, doom scrolling. I don't think we realize how much it actually affects us. And especially when there's negative stuff, when there's stressful stuff, when there's a lot of fear and anger and anxiety, that can absolutely affect us. So taking some time away from that can really, really help. And we need that. We need time to just decompress, to do nothing, to just sit and be. So you can take that time just to breathe. And when you're done and you feel a little more relaxed, then find something enjoyable to do. Read a good book or do some slow kata, some leisurely stretching, go for a walk, watch a nice movie, listen to music, do something that you enjoy that's just for you. I did that today. I took some time this morning before turning on my phone, before posting anything, before checking my notifications. I had my phone off. I just read my book, and then I did my workout. I felt really, really good at the end of that, knowing that everything in the world can wait. I need some time for me right now. So do that. Take some time for you. The world can wait for a few minutes. Take some time for you. So thank you so much for listening again and giving me that time. I realize, I'm saying shut off your phone, but hey, listen to me for a few minutes. I do appreciate the time that you give me, but really take some time to take a break. Just give yourself that time. You need it. It's important for your mental health, for your physical well-being, all of it. You need that time and you deserve it. So take that time today. Do nothing. The world can wait and it'll be okay. Thanks again for listening and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I've had a lot of conversations with martial artists who don't feel worthy, who don't feel good enough, who don't feel worthy as martial artists, who don't feel worthy of their rank. Maybe they have their black belts and they don't feel like they're actually a black belt, or they've lost that feeling of worth. Maybe they feel that they're not worthy of advancement. Some of them, they've never trained formally, they've never tested for a particular rank, and they feel that because they're training on their own, that that's not valid somehow, and that they don't count as martial artists because they don't attend an official dojo, they don't go to a formal school, they're just doing it on their own. And all of these people, what they have in common is that they're all hardworking, committed, dedicated martial artists who somehow feel that they're not good enough. I've gone through this at various points. When I started martial arts, I thought right away, I'm not good enough to start martial arts. I'm too old. I'm too out of shape. I'm too whatever. I'm not strong enough. I'm not tough enough. I'm too shy. I'm too scared. I'm too anxious to do this, right? And as soon as I started, I realized these are just thoughts in my head. And I had to challenge those thoughts by taking that scary step, despite those thoughts. I went through this again when I started the karate shrimp. I struggled with imposter syndrome. I only had a brown belt, and I thought, who's going to listen to me? Who's going to take me seriously? Rank is given so much emphasis in martial arts. And, online, the messaging is you have to be of a certain rank to be considered worthwhile. This is often what we see, and it's a shame because here I was, a brown belt. I'd gotten my brown belt. I'd worked really hard for that, and I was going to start making videos and blog articles and other content, and I thought that I wasn't good enough, and I worried that people would judge me for that and say, oh, you don't have enough expertise, you haven't done this long enough, why should we listen to you? This is what concerned me. Again, as soon as I took action, despite those thoughts in my head, I realized it doesn't matter. These are just thoughts in my head. These are just fears. These are insecurities. They're not real. And I had to take action to realize that, to come to that realization that these are just thoughts in my head. I went through this again after I quit the dojo I was at. I've talked about this in other episodes. I quit the dojo I had been training at 3 years ago. And I struggled for a while after that with feeling like, I'm not good enough. Am I actually a black belt? I'd achieved my black belt, but I didn't feel like I was one. Here I am training on my own, but struggling with motivation, feeling really, sad and alone, and going through this grieving process after losing my mom, leaving a dojo I loved. And back then it was really clear that I was worthy. I had been training in 3 martial arts. I had achieved my black belt in karate. I was working at a dojo. I was making a difference. I was I was on a tournament team, competing often, doing really well at tournaments. And I mattered. And I felt my worth during that time. But as soon as I quit that whole environment and I was on my own, I struggled with that worth, because here I am. I'm now out of that hierarchy. Do I count anymore? Do I count? Because the messaging online is if you train on your own, it's not good enough. It's not good enough. And I really internalized that and started to feel that I'm not good enough because of it. And I had to work through that and keep posting, keep continuing on with the karate shrimp, even though I felt like, am I an imposter? Here I am talking about karate and I don't even go to a dojo anymore. So I really struggled with that again. And it took, training despite those thoughts, just pushing through regardless, continuing with the karate shrimp despite what I had gone through. And I realized, no, I do have worth. And, other people are struggling with this too. So let's talk about this. I think the challenge with all of this is these are just thoughts in our head. These are thoughts about ourselves, opinions about ourselves. And the challenge is to not let that self-judgment become procrastination. And I think that's often what happens. It's this all or nothing thinking, where we think, okay, if I'm not, like for me, if I'm not training the way I was at a dojo and 3 martial arts and competing and all that, then it doesn't count. It either has to be all of that or it's not worthwhile. And then we can start to feel like, well, what's the point in training? What's the point? I may as well quit, or I may as well slack off. Or maybe you're going through a time where you can't train as much as you normally can. You train at a dojo or at home, however it looks, but you've got a stressful period of of your life right now and you can't train as much and you start to feel like I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy anymore as a martial artist, and then you can get into this all or nothing thinking, well, if I can't train at all, I'm not good enough, and I'm just going to give up. And many of us don't just give up, but there's still that thinking that it's not good enough if it isn't perfect, that can undermine all of our best intentions to improve ourselves in martial arts. And I think that's the problem, is that we think we're not worthy, and like our desire, our goal is to improve ourselves and to strive for mastery and all those things in martial arts, but we think we're not worthy. We think this, and that thinking can undermine all of our intentions to push harder and to improve, right? So your thinking is getting in the way of the thing that will help you achieve the thing that will change your thinking about yourself, okay? So I want to be worthwhile, or I want to be, better as a martial artist. I don't think I'm good enough. Thinking I'm not good enough makes me start to slack off in my training, because I start to think, well, what the hell? What's the point? And then, lo and behold, my training suffers, and I don't improve as much or at all. And then, it's the self-fulfilling prophecy that now I'm not as good enough. I'm not good enough anymore. I'm not as good as I used to be because of this thinking that interfered with my training. So instead of focusing on the actions that we would need to take to improve ourselves, to achieve mastery, to become better martial artists, we're getting in our own way. We're getting in our own way because we're getting caught up in those thoughts. And then we end up derailing ourselves each and every time. So all of these people I've talked to, and this isn't a judgment on my part because I do this too, but it's all of these people are derailing themselves. As soon as they start getting in this, thought pattern of I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy, they start getting in a rut. And it affects their training. Every single time it affects their training somehow. Maybe they train as often, but they don't put as much intensity into it. Maybe they've lost their passion, but that thinking is what's getting in the way. It's not anything about them. It's their thinking that is the problem. They're fine. They're worthwhile as martial artists, but they think they aren't, and that's fucking them up. So I think the challenge then is to stop thinking about it and start doing the things we need to do to improve ourselves, because that's the whole goal, right? And ultimately, we are not our thoughts. We're not our thoughts. And meditation, mindfulness practice can really help with this. When you meditate, you start to realize that our thoughts are this crazy jumble in our heads. They ricochet around. We cannot control them. They are all over the place. They're of all sorts of flavors, and some are positive, some are negative. We tend to dwell on the negative. We like to cling to negative thoughts. We also cling to positive thoughts that are really, really, good memories. We like to go over and over those in our head, but we do tend to dwell and cling to thoughts, and these thoughts aren't real. And when we sit down and we practice meditation or mindfulness during our activities, we start to see that we can detach from our thoughts with practice. And really what it comes down to is what we focus on, that becomes meaningful, that becomes significant. And if we focus on a particular thought, a thought comes through our head, I'm not worthy, and we focus on we start to give it meaning. We give it significance in our lives, and then it starts to become our identity. Versus if we practice mindfulness and see, well, wait a minute, that's just a thought. I don't need to get attached to that thought. This thought, I am not good enough as a martial artist, I can just let it pass through my mind and let it go without hanging on to it. And maybe that thought will come up multiple more times after this, but I can just keep practicing, sitting back, watching it, seeing it, recognizing it as a thought, and just letting it go. I don't have to get attached to it. I don't have to attach myself to that and turn that into my whole identity, because that's what we're doing when we're saying, I am not worthy, I am not good enough. It becomes our whole identity, and it derives from a single thought. That's it. It's just a thought in our head. So practicing mindfulness, practicing meditation, sitting and focusing on our breathing and letting our thoughts pass through without getting attached to them, this can really, really help us with something like this. Because then when we stop focusing on those thoughts, they lose meaning, they lose relevance, they lose significance, and we realize, well, we can just continue with our training regardless of these thoughts. They don't have to hold us back, and they don't have to derail us. You think about it in terms of a parent dealing with a kid having a tantrum. If you've ever had a toddler, I have 2 kids, I've experienced this often. Your kid has a tantrum. If you focus on it and feed into it, the tantrum gets worse. It doesn't stop. If you ignore it, as long as your kid is safe, right? Like ignoring a situation, maybe your kid's having a tantrum because of something serious, you need to pay attention to that. But if it's just, they want the candy at the store and you said no, they have a tantrum, if you give them attention, if you give them the candy, if you focus on it, it makes it worse. It won't stop. But if you ignore it and just continue doing your thing, the tantrum will stop. It's the same thing with the thoughts in our head. If we feed it, if we pay attention to it, if we hold on to it, if we engage with it, those thoughts get stronger and stronger like a tantrum. If we ignore them, pay attention to it. Say, okay, these are thoughts. This is a tantrum. See it for what it is, and then just carry on regardless. It loses momentum and it'll fade. Okay? Same thing as a tantrum. The thoughts in our head, it's our mind having a tantrum. We do not have to feed it. We do not have to give into it. But of course, it is useful to look at your thoughts first before you write them off, before you, just let them pass through without clinging to them. Maybe the thought is actually valuable. There's different types of thoughts you can have about your training in martial arts. You could have thoughts like, I suck at this, I'm not good enough, I'm not worthy. Those thoughts, those are self-judgment. That's an opinion. Those are thoughts that are worth letting go. Just ignoring them, letting go, not focusing on them because it's just going to derail you. Versus other thoughts you might have are, I need to work harder at this, or I'm not working hard enough. I haven't prepared enough for this test or tournament. I need to earn this. I need to push myself harder. These thoughts are valid. These thoughts are worth paying attention to. These are about actions that you can take or should be taking or wish you were taking in your training. So it is worth examining your thoughts first and seeing, is it a judgment? Are you judging yourself? Or is this a concern you have that could possibly be valid about some action you're taking or not taking in your training? Is this relating to something that you can do, something you can improve upon? So I do encourage you to look at your thoughts first. Is it valid? If it's valid, then you can pursue that and figure out a way to improve, a way to address that concern. If it's not valid, practice mindfulness, let the thought go. It's not worth your time. So when you have a thought, you can look at it then and reframe it into something concrete and helpful and useful. If it's, I'm not working hard enough, oh, okay, I want to work harder so that I can improve faster. Okay, what do I need to do? What would that look like? Would that be training more often? Would that be training with more intensity? Would that be being more deliberate with my practice? Would that be coming up with a plan of what I'm going to focus on, a goal I'm going to work towards? Turn it into something concrete and actionable that you can then act on, something that you can do so you can improve, okay? If it's something like, I'm not good enough, well, okay, I'm not good enough. What does that mean? What is that about? I'm not good enough. I'm not performing well enough at tournaments. I keep losing. Oh, okay, well, let's turn this into something concrete. I keep losing. So what are the skills I need to develop so that I can get better at competing, so that I can perform better in sparring matches? So you see where I'm going with this. If it's a judgment and it's not helpful, you can let that part go. But see first if you can turn it around into something concrete, some concrete behavior that you can work on so that you will feel better about yourself. Because the goal here is to improve, right? But being held back by our thoughts, that's not the way. Looking at how we can take those and transform them and reframe them into something useful, that will help us improve in martial arts. So you can do then come up with a list of 5-minute actions that you can take. You can say, well, I don't feel like I'm training hard enough, or I'm not training often enough. My life is crazy. I don't think I'm good enough at martial arts. I'm not worthy. But really what it comes down to is I'm not getting to class often enough because I'm putting out so many fires in my life right now. Okay, that's something that you can work with. Now, you can't get to the dojo, but you can train at home. Surely you can train at home. Even if your life is chaotic, you can find a few minutes here and there out of your day that you can train. So come up with a list of 5-minute actions that you can do. Maybe while you're cooking dinner and your dinner is cooking on the stove and you have a few minutes, you don't have to be standing there actively doing something at the stove. Take a few minutes and run through a kata. I do this often in my kitchen. I have a broom handle that I use and I'll practice my bow basics in the middle of cooking. I'll do some kata, I'll do some drills. I have a mirror, small mirror in my kitchen, and it's really, really useful. For that, I can just, practice some techniques, some blocks, some punches, and then get back to cooking. We can always fit in a few minutes here and there throughout our day. So come up with 5-minute actions you can do. Have a list of all of your kata, all of your techniques, different drills that you can do, and have it up somewhere in your kitchen, in your living room, in your office, at work. And whenever you have a few minutes break, you can do one of those things on the list. And the more of these things that you do, the more you're challenging this idea in your head that I'm not good enough, I'm not a martial artist, I'm not worthy. Well, look at how much martial arts I've done today. Here and there throughout my day, I'm normalizing practicing martial arts, and now I feel more and more worthwhile because of it. And then, being a martial artist becomes once again your identity, because look, you're doing martial arts all day. Throughout the day on your breaks, you're training in martial arts, you're practicing your katas, you're doing these things. It's proof to yourself that you are good enough, that you are worthy, that you are a hardworking martial artist. Worst case scenario though, let's go back to the not useful thoughts. If you cannot stop thinking these thoughts, a technique that I use that I have found really, really helpful is, I call it the brick wall technique. It's something I came up with. When I have a thought that I know is like I'm dwelling on it, it's plaguing me, I can't stop thinking about it, and I want to stop thinking about it, I do this technique consciously. So this isn't denial. This isn't me denying I have a thought. I say, okay, this thought is not helpful. I want to stop thinking about it. It's wasting my time. So what I do is I imagine a brick wall in my mind, and this brick wall is infinite. It's like I cannot see the top of it, the bottom of it, the sides of it. It goes on forever. And I have this brick wall a few inches away from my face. I can see all of the detail on the brick wall. The crumbling brick, the mortar, I can see everything. It's like perfectly clear in my head because I've practiced this so many times. And what I do is I take that thought and I put it behind that wall. So now I've got this brick wall in front of that thought. I know the thought is there. There's no denial here. I know the thought is there, but it's not useful. So it's kind of like I'm putting the thought in timeout. I'm putting it in timeout, like, there you go, sit in your corner. I don't want to pay any attention to you right now. And I picture that wall and I focus on the wall and all the details of the wall. This really, really helps me. And I've done this so many times now at various points in my life where when I'm aware, you have to bring awareness to the fact that the thought is plaguing you, that you're dwelling on it. Once you become aware that, I'm like paying way too much attention to this thought, then I will pop up this wall in my mind. Boom, the wall is there, the thought's behind it, and I'm ready to go. Sometimes I will dwell for a while before I remember that, oh, right, I can do the brick wall thing. And then right away, it helps me so quickly because I've done this so many times. So that can be a really, really useful technique. And you can come up with your own. Maybe it's, you put it in a little container and, I can deal with this thought later, and you visualize putting the thought in a container. Maybe you flush it down the toilet and you say bye-bye and watch it go down the drain. Come up with your own technique for this. And you practice this, you visualize this, make it really, really visual, really see all the detail. It can be really, really helpful when that thought is bugging you and you just can't let it go. The most blissful moments that I've experienced as a martial artist are when I get out of my head and I just experience the training, fully present, fully aware, just in the moment, focusing on the training rather than thinking about my training. So the same, I'm sure, goes for you. Anytime you've fallen into that blissful state of being totally present, you feel awesome. You don't think about your training. You're not judging yourself. You're not coming up with all these negative opinions about yourself because you're just doing the thing. And that bliss of just being and doing helps us realize that these thoughts about ourselves, they just don't matter at all. Thanks for listening. The long-awaited update on the plastic eggs and plastic babies. For those of you who don't know, my kids have this delightful game they play with me. They hide plastic eggs. They look like eggs that you eat, plastic eggs and plastic babies all over the house. There are still to this day some eggs and babies that we have not found. They started this last year as an April Fool's prank. They did it at Easter. They've done this all the way through last year, part of this year. They've now been banned from hiding any eggs and babies. We still haven't found them all, but I said usually what they do is they wait till I've found almost all of them and then they hide them all again just before I get that satisfaction of finding all of them. It's great. The ones that are missing now are somewhere in the kitchen and or the living room. We don't know where. We haven't been able to find them. But yeah, they're banned from hiding them. I've said if they hide them on me again, as soon as I find them, they're going in the garbage, because they do this to drive me crazy. They would set them all up, hide them in my film studio on filming day, in my home dojo right before I was going to film, and I'd have to, being the obsessive compulsive person I am, I couldn't start filming until I found all of the eggs and babies. So yeah, it's been really fun. What we're going to do now, the compromise we've come up with, is the eggs and babies aren't going to disappear. We're not going to get rid of them. They're going to stay as an important part of our household. They can't hide them anymore, but what we're going to do now is for Christmas, when we put up our Christmas tree, we're going to make decorations out of the eggs and the babies. So the eggs we're going to buy, or sorry, the babies, we're going to buy those plastic ornaments that you can fill. They're see-through plastic, and we're going to fill them with the babies and have those hanging as ornaments. And the eggs, we haven't decided, either we're going to get hooks and hang them up, or I think what we're going to do is make a nice big garland out of the eggs. Last year what happened is we decorated the Christmas tree, and then my oldest thought it would be really funny to put the plastic eggs, the white eggs, all over the tree, not secured in any way, just sitting on the branches. So all through the Christmas season with our tree up, I'd be woken in the night by the sound of ping, ping of these eggs falling on the floor. They sound like ping pong balls, as my cats discovered the eggs in the tree and started flicking them out onto the floor. Yeah, it was great. So they have to be secure this year. That is the deal. That is the deal. And they can become part of our Christmas decor as long as my kids never hide these things on me again. So that is the update. There are still some we have not found. I don't know if we'll ever find them. There's maybe 2 or 3 eggs left, and I don't know, 10, 15, 20 babies left to find, all different colors. It's great. It's delightful. It's festive. But yeah, they're going to become part of our Christmas tradition. So that's the update. A fun way to torment your parents for those of you who are living at home and want to do just that. So yeah, that's the update. Today is actually the anniversary of my dad's death. It's Thursday that I'm filming this, Thursday, November 21st. He died 39 years ago, 1985, on a Thursday. I miss him dearly. I've been kind of feeling a little off this week thinking about him and my mom. It's been just over 3 years. She passed away September 4th, 2021. It's been really hard with Christmas. I find it's really hard. I miss both of them so much. And a lot of the traditions that we normally engaged in, my kids and I have found it hard to continue with those because they remind us of my mom. But I think we're kind of getting back there and, starting new traditions, the eggs and the babies, and going to continue some of the old ones. One of them, the one family tradition, is my family's from Austria, and I always helped my mom when I was young make this liqueur. It's Eierlikör. It's a egg liqueur, German liqueur, with eggs and brandy. It's egg yolk, brandy, icing sugar, and vanilla sugar. And I've had a hard time making it since my mom passed away. I don't drink very often, but this has been a Christmas tradition my whole life. And my mom helped her mom make it her whole life. Her and her sisters would help their mom make this family recipe. So I'm gonna do that this year with my kids and make that. It's sort of fun, you make it with your kids, and then the kids get to inhale the fumes as you're mixing all the ingredients. My oldest is now an adult though and can legally partake. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna get back to doing that. And maybe one day, I've had a hard time pulling out all the photo albums and reminiscing over my mom. I think it's still too fresh for me. It's been over 3 years now, but it's still too fresh. And maybe this Christmas is the one to start doing that again. So thanks for listening again. I hope you're doing well. And yeah, eggs and babies. I highly recommend not letting your kids hide these because it will drive you crazy. But we have found a way to make it fun and a family thing. I think as decorations, it will be awesome. And maybe this will become the new thing. Maybe we'll collect other strange plastic items for our Christmas decor. Who needs to do the regular way, you know, the like red and tinsel and all that? No, no. Colorful babies and eggs and who knows what else. Maybe rubber ducks. Maybe we could get some of those and hang them on the tree. Or shrimp. Plastic shrimp. That would be great. Sticking with our training when life gets stressful. This is a challenge many of us have dealt with. I've dealt with this often. We have a period of time in our life where there's a lot more to do than normal. Maybe a lot of stressful events are happening. We feel overwhelmed. We feel too busy. We feel like there's not enough time in the day. Maybe we can't make time for a normal amount of training. And so we don't bother at all. We get into that all or nothing thinking. If I can't do a full session, it's not worth it. And this is a shame because that training is what can help us feel so much better and help us feel more in control of all the stuff happening in our lives, right? Like an intense training session, there's nothing like it for putting everything into perspective. It helps us feel stronger. It helps us feel more capable, right? But I totally get this. I've gone through this so many times, feeling like I just don't have time for that. I know it'll help me, but I can't do it right now. So what do we do? And this has been a struggle for me so many times, skipping workouts because I had too much important stuff to do. And I didn't prioritize my health and well-being enough. That's what was happening because we can always make time. We can absolutely always make time. And one thing that has really helped me, and I've talked about this in another episode, is making exercise one of my top priorities. So I have my top 3 priorities and my well-being, which includes, training, nutrition, all of that stuff, physical well-being, mental. That is one of my top 3 priorities that I have to make time for every day. And it helps me in other areas of my life so much. So that's something that I've found really, really helpful is making training a priority no matter what. One thing I do is I make it part of my work day. I consider it part of my work day. It's an important part of my work day. I do work at home and train at home, so it's feasible for me to do that, but I consider it as much of a priority as my work. And it does help me. It helps my productivity. I'm so much more efficient and focused when I'm working, when I get those training sessions in. So something that's helped me is I'm not a morning exerciser by nature. It's not when I perform my best. I get my best workouts in usually late afternoon, early evening, but those are the times of day when I'm more likely to be interrupted. I'm more likely to have distractions. I'm more likely to have someone call or knock on the door, need my help with something. So I can't always count on that time, without interruption. So I'm more likely to skip a workout if that's the only time of day that I'm going to train. So I've learned this a long time ago. I have to do that morning workout if I want to get it done. I'd rather not. It's not my favorite time of day for training, but that way I get it done. So first thing in the morning, I won't get any interruptions. I won't get any phone calls if I, get up early enough. And one thing I do is so I've made that a solid part of my day. It's non-negotiable. And because I do that, I feel so much more confident the rest of the day. Like, look, I started off my day with my training. I made time for it, and it makes everything else easier and makes everything else easier to handle. So first thing in the morning, a lot of people do this. Some people, some of us don't love it, but that's really often the best time to do it. Another method I have tried, and this works for me, I work from home, so I can do this, but depending on what your work is like, you might be able to do this too. If you can't do this for work, you can do this in other times of your day. But what I do is I set timers on my phone, and I'll set a timer for 45 minutes. I find that 45 minutes is a good amount of time for getting some deep work done when I'm working on videos and that kind of thing. Timer for 45. At the end of the 45 minutes, the alarm goes off, and I do 15 minutes of exercise. Whatever I feel like, I'll go into my home dojo down the hall, and I'll do some kata, I'll do some jumping jacks, push-ups, stretching, whatever I feel like. And then I have a timer goes off at the end of that 15 minutes and I get back to work for another 45. And I do this cycle of 45 of work, 15 minutes of some kind of training, back and forth through my work day. And this works really, really well. I find that doing this, I'm so much more focused when I'm working, and then I get that break. I'm not sitting for too long, but I have a long enough period of time to actually get work done. There's the, what is it, Pomodoro technique or whatever it's called, where it's like 20 minutes on. I find that way too short. So for me, 45 minutes is a good balance, and I stop no matter what I'm doing. I could be mid-sentence, I could be, in the middle of editing and feeling really into it. I stop when I'm still eager to work. I take that exercise break and I get back to it and I still feel ready to go, ready to work. And I've had that nice physical break. So I find this works really, really well for me when I do this. Sometimes I forget to do this technique, but whenever I have done this, it's been a really helpful way for sneaking in exercise through my day. And those 15-minute sessions really add up. And because I'm not sitting for long, long periods of time, I don't really need a warm up during those 15 minutes. So I can just go and do whatever and then get back to it and sit down and get more work done. So that's something that really helps. If you can't do this during work, you can do it during other times of day, maybe on a day off. Maybe, you're doing housework, errands, you're running errands, you're working on hobbies at home, and you can set timers like this and take 15-minute activity breaks. Or maybe you're having a day you just want to play video games, binge watch your favorite show on Netflix. You can do this too at the end of every episode or at the end of every round of whatever game you're playing. Take a short break, get some exercise in, and then you can get back to it. So you can always make time this way. It's amazing how much training you can sneak in by doing this. So really what this comes down to is creating systems and setting boundaries, because distractions and interruptions are a part of life. And so creating systems, having a schedule, and setting boundaries, like eliminating distractions, that can be really, really helpful so that we can stick with our training when life gets crazy. So a really helpful thing is looking at your phone and figuring out how much of your day you spend on your phone, on certain apps. Look at how many hours of your day you spend doom scrolling. Just, you go on to check one thing. The next thing you know, you've gone from this app to this app to this app. It's a huge time suck, right? And this is something that I have found where a lot of the work I do involves my phone, but I have to be really careful about using it for productivity and not time wasting, because that can suck up all that time of my day where I'd rather be training, I'd rather be doing other things, right? So the phone is the biggest distraction for a lot of us. So you can put your phone on Do Not Disturb, you can put it on focus mode. This is something I do during my training sessions. My phone is on focus mode, no one can interrupt me. I'm busy training, it's a priority. So again, doing your training at a time when you're not going to be interrupted, and then when you're doing that training, making sure that no one will interrupt you if it's not serious, right? If someone just wants to chat, it's not serious, it's not that important. So your training is much more important in that case. So use that, your digital wellness on your phone to figure out how much time you're wasting, and then set boundaries there. Focus mode, do not disturb. You can set timers on your apps where the app will shut off for the day once you've reached a certain time, maybe only 10 minutes on Instagram or 10 minutes on TikTok, whatever it is, and then it shuts off. Another thing that really helps is using grayscale on your phone, where it makes everything shades of black, white, and gray. It makes it so much less appealing to go on your phone. Try going on Instagram when it's all gray and black and white. It's so unappealing. You don't realize how much dopamine you get from the colors, from the notifications, the red hearts, all of that. There's so much dopamine from that. And when there's no color, it's not nearly as appealing. So it's so much easier to put that phone away and get your training in. So that's something that's helpful. Focus mode, do not disturb, grayscale, timers on your apps. And what we're basically doing with this is we're making the desired behavior easier. So we're making our training easier to do by creating systems and schedules, and we're making the undesirable behaviors which interrupt our training or prevent our training from happening, we're making those harder to do. So I'm looking at things that we can control, like how much time we waste on apps, watching TV, that kind of thing, and setting boundaries there and making it less appealing to do those things so we can make time for our training. Of course, there's going to be other stuff in your life if you're going through a stressful period where, you don't have a choice, it's not within your control, that stuff you can't control, right? Like if there's a lot of crazy stuff happening, a lot of stressful stuff, you cannot control that. So look at the things you can control. Look at your social media consumption. Look at how what you're doing during the day that maybe you don't need to do right now so you can get some more training in. Look at the things that you can control and eliminate those distractions so you can make time for what's important, specifically your training. So another thing on the other side of this is making the training easier. So making the desirable behavior, the training, easier to do, keeping your gear out somewhere where you can see it. We're a visual animal. When we see something, we're more likely to do it or engage with it. If you have your gear out, you're more likely to train. Another thing is having your workout clothes, whatever you train in, whether it's your martial arts uniform or gym clothes, whatever it is, put those on. Even if you don't really feel like training, put them on. You're more likely to do your training if you're already wearing the clothes. I do this in the morning. I get up, I get out of my pajamas, and I put on my workout clothes. I'm more likely to do the training because I'm already wearing the clothes. It's one less obstacle to overcome. I don't have to overthink it. It's like, well, okay, I'm wearing these sweaty workout clothes from yesterday. Maybe I should just do my training rather than just jumping in the shower and getting going with my day, right? So make it easier. Make the training easier to do. Eliminate obstacles. So make the desirable behavior easier to do. You're more likely to train if you're wearing the clothes. You're more likely to train if you see the gear. You're more likely to pick it up and use it. Also, create a space for training in your home if you don't already have one, or be creative with it. I've talked about training in my kitchen in the middle of cooking tasks. I'll take little breaks and I'll do some training. I have a broom handle. I'll often bring it into the kitchen with me, have it sitting in the corner by the door. In the middle of my cooking tasks, when I have a break, I'll grab that broom handle and I'll do some bow basics. And then I'll put it back and I'll do some more cooking, right? And I can easily sneak in training while I'm standing at the stove doing nothing, right? So think about ways that you can be creative. If you don't have a dedicated space, find a space where you can just sneak in that exercise, sneak in that training. You could, while you're watching TV, you could have some gear there on the floor, and on commercial breaks or ad breaks, you go down, pick up your nunchucks, go through a kata or whatever it is, do some jumping jacks, right? There's so many ways you can sneak in training like this. You could have a set of kettlebells. If you have stairs in your home, have the kettlebells at the top of the stairs. Every time you go down the stairs, grab the kettlebells, carry them to the bottom, put them down at the bottom, go about doing whatever you're doing. On the way back up, grab the kettlebells, bring them up, place them at the top. Easy ways that you can sneak in training. You just have to be creative. Be creative, think of ways that you can, place weights wherever, have a set of nunchucks on your kitchen table, have a broom handle ready to do some bow basics. There's so many ways that you can sneak in training like this throughout your day, and it doesn't take up any more time. You're going down the stairs anyway. You're standing in the kitchen waiting to flip your pancakes anyway. You're sitting on the couch waiting for the ad to be finished while you're watching your favorite YouTube video anyway. You may as well do some training in that time. So this is an easy way you can add training in your day, and it adds up. Those, a few minutes here and there, it adds up. And if you're not training right now anyway, it's absolutely worth it to do that. So don't get caught up in thinking it's not good enough because it's not a half hour or an hour straight. It absolutely is good enough. It's the difference between not doing it at all and doing little bits here and there, which is better. Not doing it at all, but having this ideal in your head, well, it should be this, it should be an hour, but I can't, so I'm going to sit on my ass and not do it. Or sneaking in a little bit here and there because you can, and then you're normalizing doing the thing. You're normalizing it, and because you're getting in those little short bursts of training through your day, you feel so much more confident, and you start to feel like that martial artist or whatever it is you do. You start to feel that way again. You start to feel like, no, that is my identity. That is who I am. Look at me. I snuck in some kata while I was cooking. I did some kettlebell stuff in the middle of, my work day. I got my training in. I'm a martial artist, right? I'm a gym goer, whatever it is you are. I'm a fit person. I'm an active person. It's proof to yourself that you can do the thing, and you're fitting it in because it's important to you. So that can be really helpful, sneaking it in. Another thing, if you're really, really struggling, follow the dopamine. And this is the Tiny Habits method by BJ Fogg. you take a habit that you want to build, which would be your training, and you break it down into the smallest action you can. So it could be just doing one punch, just doing one kick, doing one jumping jack, that kind of thing, one block. And as soon as you've done the action, you celebrate. You do a little woohoo, or you give yourself a fist bump, or, high five or something like that. And then you get a release of dopamine when you do that. When we celebrate like that, we get that hit of dopamine, and that gets us wanting to do the action again. And you can tie it to something else, like every time you flip a pancake, you do one jumping jack, and then you give yourself a woohoo, right? A little celebration. That can help solidify that habit. So you can practice this. Say, okay, every time I walk in the front door when I come home, I'm going to do one punch, and then I'm going to celebrate. And then you'll find if you do this every time, it becomes a habit, and you're more likely to continue training. Well, I've done one punch, I may as well do another. Maybe I'll do a block. Maybe I'll do some kicks, right? Or every time I, go into my living room to pick up the remote control, I'll do one kata or something. You can build up easily that way. Follow the dopamine. It's really, really helpful for building habits like that. So you'll feel silly, when you do this, to not continue your training. Like if you do one punch, you'll feel silly just to stop there. So this is a really easy way to build up a habit again. But don't fall into the this thinking of, well, I've done one punch, I have to do 2 hours next time. Don't rush this, especially if your life is crazy. Just keep it as small as possible. One jumping jack, one push-up, one punch, until that becomes effortless. And once you get to there, because that's the hardest part, right? Overcoming, going from nothing to something, that's the hardest part. Once you overcome that obstacle, then you can slowly build it up. Okay, I'll do 2 punches. Okay, I'll do 3. I'll do 3 jumping jacks. I'll do 4 push-ups, and slowly build it up without rushing it, because you have to honor that your life is stressful and crazy and difficult, and you weren't doing any training not too long ago. So honor that and do it slowly, build it up, and it won't take long at all before you feel like, well, I did this much, I'm just going to do a full training session again. So this is an easy way to do that, following the dopamine. So you're setting aside time in your day, you're sneaking in exercise sessions, you're making your gear visible and accessible, you're creating space in your home to do your training, or at work, or whatever it is, wherever it is you can sneak in training, making space for it, wearing clothing that signifies, hey, it's time to train right now, and then breaking it down into really, really small actions so it's easy to do. And it seems dumb to not do it. It seems dumb to not do it when it's just one push-up or just one punch, right? But when we tell ourselves it has to be an hour, my life is too crazy. Well, you can't fit in that hour. You can't. But you can fit in one punch. You can fit in one block. Absolutely. So I think a lot of this comes down to sometimes our lives are too crazy, and I've gone through this, a couple of years ago or 3 years ago when my mom passed away and all the crazy stuff was happening. I made time for my training because I worked at a dojo, but I didn't feel like training at all. I wouldn't have done it otherwise. And then I stopped training at home. I hardly ever trained at home during that time because I was so overwhelmed. But if I had thought of this, if I had broken it down and done small little things, like just a punch, just a kick, I didn't know that at the time. I didn't think about that at the time. I didn't have that knowledge. It would have helped me so much to feel better about myself and to feel like, okay, no matter how crazy life gets, I can still do one punch. I can still do one kick. I can still do that, right? And that helps us so much to overcome all of that weight that we're carrying when life gets crazy. So break it down, something small. If you're not doing anything, it's absolutely worth it to do that small thing. Don't overthink it, because that's what gets in the way. Is we can make time for small training sessions, but we're thinking it's not worth it. That's why we don't do it, right? It's not that we don't have time or can't make time. You can absolutely make time for 2 seconds of training in your day. No matter how crazy your life is, you absolutely can do 2 seconds, just one punch. Absolutely. But we think it's not worth it, and so we don't do it. But 2 seconds here, 2 seconds there, 2 seconds there, it adds up. And it builds that confidence, and it helps us realize, even when my life was crazy, I could still do my punches. So try all these things. Another thing that can help to wrap this up is make a list of small actions you can take. They can be 5-minute actions, they can be 1 minute, 10-second actions, small things that you can do when you're struggling and you don't know what you can do. You can't do a full session, and have it somewhere, like maybe a list of your kata, a list of different techniques. Maybe it could be, 5 jumping jacks, 2 push-ups, and whenever you have a small amount of time, you can look at the list and say, oh, here's an action I can take right now. It makes it so much easier, so you don't have to overthink it or start to, you're struggling, well, what should I do? What kind of training can I do? Well, here's a list. Have it somewhere where you can see it, and then you can always rely on that list when you have a couple of minutes to spare. Another thing, there's one more thing, is if your life is really, really crazy, along with this small action thing, is thinking of the minimum that will get results. If you have more time in your day than just a couple of minutes here and there, you can actually do some training, come up with a routine. And I've done this recently, or a few months ago, with my weightlifting. I was really struggling with consistency with weightlifting. And I had all these goals with it, wanted to make gains, that kind of thing. But I was overthinking it. And what would happen is I would do a certain workout, and then I'd feel, maybe I'd, get sick, and I'd skip a workout. And then one skipped workout would lead to 2, would lead to 3, or maybe I'd pull a muscle or something. And I found that longer sessions, like maybe 3 days a week, wasn't working for me. I was more likely to skip them. So what I did is, realizing this wasn't going to be the best thing for, muscle gains, that kind of thing, but this would help me overcome that inertia, and it would help me stop quitting all the time, is I came up with a strength training routine that I could do every single day, 6 days a week, 1 day of rest every week, exact same workout every day. So not ideal, but it was incredibly helpful for me. It was a full body lifting routine, 1 set all the way through, 6 days a week. I made gains over the 3 months that I did it. I did progressive overloads every week. I would increase by 1 rep, or I'd increase the weight for every exercise. I made progress with my strength. But the most important thing is that I was 100% consistent all the way through. I didn't skip a workout. Even when I was feeling a little bit sick, I didn't skip a workout because it was totally achievable. I went with this minimalistic routine that seemed like it's not really good enough, and for my goals it wasn't. But what it really helped me with is overcoming inertia and getting back on track. And once I got through 3 months of that, I'm like, you know what, I'm bored now, I want to up the ante. I haven't skipped a workout since. I've gone tougher with it. I have a totally different routine every day of the week, 6 days a week, and and it's much more challenging, but I haven't skipped a workout because I went through that time where I was really struggling. I made it as simple as possible, so I didn't have to think about it. Every day I knew exactly what I was doing. It was the same thing every day, 6 days a week. So that's something you can do. Come up with a routine, 15, 20 minutes that you can do every day or 6 days a week. I do recommend having at least 1 day off every week. It can really, really help for recovery. Same workout 6 days a week. You don't have to overthink it. Maybe just, you do a few jumping jacks, a few push-ups, a few sit-ups, and then you do pick your favorite kata and run through that a few times. And that's your workout. And you do that every day. Something that's totally manageable that you can do every day. No overthinking. What this does, going with a minimalist approach, is it helps reduce mental fatigue. And when we're feeling overwhelmed and stressed out, that mental fatigue is huge, right? When you're going through a lot in your life, your mental fatigue is like big time problematic, and you don't want your training to be another drain on you. And that's what I was finding is, during crazy times of my life, I needed my training to be super, super simple. Otherwise, I was just going to skip it. If it was too complicated, if it was too overwhelming, if there was too many moving parts to my training, I'd more likely skip it. So keep it as simple as possible during those crazy, crazy times in your life. And think of it like you have your whole life for your training, your whole life to achieve your goals and make those gains. You don't have to do it all right now. So if you have a crazy time of your life, make it as easy as possible, as simple as possible. Go with a minimalistic type of training routine. And then when life gets easier, then you can do more. Then you can go more complicated. Then you can do those challenging training sessions again. So hopefully this can help you. All this stuff, I talk about it because it's helped me. It's stuff that I have done and I continue to do because I know what it's like when life gets stressful, when life gets crazy. The training seems like one of those things that we really want to do it, but right? So keep it small, keep it simple, keep it short, sneak it in somehow. All of these little things can absolutely help you stay on track when your life is crazy. Definitely honor your need for rest if you're super stressed. Maybe you need some time to just do nothing. You might need, if you have been training, taking a week off or 2 weeks off can be incredibly helpful until you get your energy back and then get back to it. But if not, if you're struggling and you haven't done any training, all of these little things can help so much. They've helped me and they absolutely can help you too. Thanks for listening. Much of my karate journey has involved doing things that scare me. I was scared to start karate at age 41. I was scared to start competing as a white belt. I was scared to start the karate shrimp during a pandemic. I was scared to deal with all of the many challenges I have dealt with over the past several years. Some of those fears I had to push through whether I wanted to or not. My mom's cancer, a very challenging divorce, dealing with a stalker. Others, I made the decision to do the thing despite the fear, and honestly, because of the fear. Scared to start karate? That meant I had to start. Scared to start competing as a white belt? That meant I had to sign up for my first competition. Scared to start the karate shrimp? To make YouTube videos? To start a blog? To start a podcast? I had to do those things because of the fear, not just despite it, but that fear was assigned to me. This is something important and something I need to do. And I did those things. And doing every one of those things, despite that fear, has made me so much stronger as a result. And I've learned so many skills and so much about myself in that process. I don't regret any of it. And proving to myself that I can do things despite fear, to do things even when afraid, has been incredibly invaluable, as have been the skills that I have developed in doing the things themselves. Something else I've learned is that sometimes we need to say goodbye, and sometimes saying goodbye, it's not something we want to do. I said goodbye to my mom very short time before she took her last breaths. I said goodbye to a dojo that I had long since grown out of, that no longer fit with my identity and my values. In other ways, though, I've said goodbye to things that I was sad to say goodbye, but I knew I had to do it in order to make space in my life for the things that really mattered. I said goodbye to my blog, even though that was the start of my karate shrimp journey. That's where I started. I wanted to be a blogger. But I quickly realized that that wasn't the thing for me. And so I knew I had to say goodbye. It no longer fit with who I was or what I was passionate about. And I'm saying goodbye now to the Karate Shrimp podcast after 2.25 years. I faced my fear in starting a podcast, and I'm so grateful I did so. I was terrified to start. I thought, oh, this is so intimidating and overwhelming. And I'm so grateful that I faced that and did the thing despite the fear. And it's interesting because as soon as I started the podcast, that fear went away. It was the fear around the unknown. And as soon as I faced the unknown, it no longer scared me. So I'm so grateful for everything I learned along the way, all the skills I've developed in this podcast, but it is time to say goodbye. This is no longer the right fit for me, and I'm ready for a new season of the Karate Shrimp journey. By facing my fears again and again along my martial arts journey and the Karate Shrimp journey, I've gained a lot of clarity on who I am, on what I value, and what I want in this life. And in saying goodbye to paths that I'm no longer passionate about, that no longer fit with my purpose or who I am, I'm able to say hell yes to the one that I'm actually excited about. When there's something in your life that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get good at, whatever you need to do to improve at it, you're willing to learn everything you can about that thing, and you're eager and you're excited to do so, that's your passion. And if you're going to get really good, if you're going to prioritize that thing, you really do need to say no to anything that's going to hold you back. You do need to say goodbye to paths that no longer serve you and that pull you away from that really important, really exciting thing. So for me, my passion is video, without a doubt in my mind, no hesitation. So I'm saying goodbye to other paths, the blog, the podcast, anything that's pulling me away from the thing that I'm really, really excited about. And YouTube is it. That's my passion. So thank you so much for being here with me through this entire podcast journey, all 50 episodes. I'm really grateful for your ear and your attention. From here on in, all of the podcast episodes will be available only on my YouTube channel, The Karate Shrimp. Well, it's actually episodes 2 through 50, because the first one I never put on YouTube. It was just audio as an introduction. But after a short while, I will be taking down my podcast from podcast directory. So YouTube is where you'll find me if you don't already follow me there. Thank you so much for being here. I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for your attention. I'm grateful for all of the support. And I'm really excited to start this new season in my Karate Shrimp journey with you by my side. So thank you so much. I'm signing off now. Last episode of my Karate Shrimp podcast. I'm grateful for everything I learned along the way. No regrets. And if podcasting is something that you've considered starting, don't take this as a message that you shouldn't start, because look, I'm quitting now. I'm so grateful for that learning. Everything that I've learned while making this podcast, it's taught me so much about myself. It's taught me a lot that transfers to YouTube, to video production, so many things that I have learned along the way. Absolutely no regrets. And the most valuable thing is knowing that I did the thing even though I was afraid. And you can do that too. Whatever you're afraid of, that's a sign you need to face it. So take that important step. Do that difficult thing. You'll never regret doing something you're scared of. Thank you so much for being here, and all the best this holiday season. Take care.